Right, there we go. Live Friday night, party night. And who's already here? Luke and Megaleech. Hello. And Chris joining us in the AM in Freedomdonia. Welcome to you. And yeah, I was about to get started. And it's Cognac Day. It's a cognac drink. Clarified cocktail that has cognac in it. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. Anyway, yes, the fairy lights are up because it's Friday night. And that's my very professional set dressing for my cocktail channel. And here we go. Yes. And I just thought I'd have the fairy lights on all the time. Look, I did not get the adapter for the lights, and I've really got the shits about that, actually, that they sent me the thing with and I can't find anything that's an adapter for it. And I really fucking seriously got the shits. So, yeah. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah. So, yes. Got the shits, but that's okay. Life goes on. Apparently, according to various great minds of history, it goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. So we'll just fucking deal with that, I guess. When beer shopping, I forgot to get Angostura bitters, which is not the end of the world. I didn't particularly want Angostura bitters for anything tonight. But I was annoyed that I was at Dan Murphy's and forgot to get it. I did get some other stuff I wanted, some sodas. And this sort of sexy bottle, Saint Germain elderflower liqueur. This is the more expensive stuff, but I got it on special, so it's slightly more worth it. Alexander, hello, good evening, sir. Yes. So I got some sodas as well. I'm going to get myself geared. I know the first thing I'm going to make is a purple rain martini. Will then color change pink for Pride Month. I'm just, I'm covering all bases is what I'm saying. So, yeah. Chris, you drove to film. Weather report was super wrong. Drove for over 200 miles. Didn't film a fucking thing. That was your day. But it was fun. Well, fucking road trip, man. So was that 200 miles each way, or was that the round trip? Because if I was doing 200 miles each way, I'd have to really enjoy the road trip. So weather reports, eh? I mean, for all the stupid, I was a round trip of 200 miles. Okay, so that's not so bad. That's depending how and where you're driving, like 2 hours each way. Not so bad. Not great. Not great to have to rely on the weather report and have it be wrong, and or not. But yeah, not the worst. Not the worst. So, yeah, I guess take it as it comes. I don't have my phone with me. I should get it in case AIDSy dings. So give me a sec. It's in the next room. I just got to grab it. Right, I'm back. Do you ever the thing where you keep the phone in the same pocket the whole time and then you feel that pocket and the phone's not there and there's that moment of panic? Where the fuck's my phone? Robot Man Greg, good evening to you, sir. Chris, so goddamn annoying. Partly clouded, destination was a cloud that never left. Shit. That's the way it goes. Man, I love my clarified cocktails. It always does something wild. Like this one was brown before I clarified it. And now it's a very light yellow, but with a magic ice in there, it's almost clear. Yeah, Alexander, that's it's like a limb's missing. So the reason I felt for it is because I was thinking, my plan for this evening. That's right. It's called an angel's face, which is a great name for a drink, really, isn't it? So I'm going to make the Purple Rain Martini, an angel's face, and a Tamarama Door Slammer. Now you can offset climate change with a cocktail. Order a cocktail from venues around Australia this June. Donate to the Aboriginal Carbon Foundation. Well, there you go. That's obviously I just opened a web page that said this. So use the Difford's site, Alabama Slammer, as a reference for my Tamarama Door Slammer. Chris, we all miss Aidsy. He's not feeling... As soon as he feels well enough to join us, he will. And because he knows we go long tonight. You know what I should do? I should have my email open. I normally don't bother monitoring my email. But Aidsy's got this weird thing of communicating with me by email. Even when I tell him I don't monitor it and I don't get push notifications. I hate that. But I'll have it open and I'll hopefully see, because sometimes he can't text me after 10 because I put my phone in do not disturb mode after 10, mostly because of him and his having literal no concept of what time it is. And I'm not saying that as a joke or a slant. I'm saying it literally. He seems disconnected from the concept of time and would text or call me at fucked hours, no matter how many times I told him not to. So I put the phone on do not disturb. Anything happens to you after 10 at night, it's between you and God, as far as I'm concerned. Who's here? Shieldsy, hello, and Earthcrow, hello. So, yes, so Aidsy might join us tonight. If he remembers, we go long on Friday nights. I don't remember which site I found the angel's face on. I think it was liquor.com. I could be wrong because it's not showing up. Angel. Okay. The liquor.com website's search is fucked. But I found it. Okay. Real simple. 1 ounce gin, 1 ounce applejack, 1 ounce apricot. All right. I might even, because tomorrow night's not date night, I might even, rather than try to do all my cocktails tonight, because I have this idea of doing 2 versions of them, and I'll be fucking scuttered if I do that multiple times. We'll see. We'll see how I go. So Luke, Broadmeadows Station had a fire. Well, that's Broadmeadows. It's the sort of thing that happens in Broadmeadows. It's a wild and lawless place. So we're not too surprised if things like that happen. Yeah, so, you know, we got the ones with the bad reputations, places like Broadmeadows or, oh God, the one I always forget the name of that's along the bay. So it's this really weird suburb. Because anything Bayside, the real estate's really expensive. Big houses, pitch windows, really expensive. And then you go a couple streets back in this suburb, and Frankston. I always forget its name, Frankston. You go a couple streets back, and it's fucking Bougainville. Dangerous, violent place. Yeah. Oh, nice, Shieldsy, looking after your dinner. You don't want it to burn. That's fair. That's fair. Ooh, what's this? The recipe, the Pancho Villa, a forgotten Filipino classic. So what they say in it? 1.5 ounces rum, 1/2 ounce gin, 1/2 ounce apricot, 1/2 ounce cherry, 3/4 ounce pineapple juice, 1/4 ounce lime juice. Man, that sounds pretty fucking good. I wonder if there's any big dates for Filipino things in there. Hello, Naked Fella. Are you liking my serious hair? I've had one haircut since COVID started, and that was just a little trim, grown it long. See, it's actually quite long at the back, and my hair goes at the back goes curly when it's long. So, yeah, I have had one haircut, and that was a little trim a couple months ago. And the guy who does my hair, first time he'd seen me in almost a year. I think I got it cut in May last year, and then that was it. And then I went back in. It was either late March or early April. I got it cut. And he said, "No, long's good. Let's go long. It's going to keep it healthy, trim it." So when lockdown's over and shops are open again, I might go into the office one day and get a hair trim as well. Shannon, hello. Greg, Flemington Bridge used to be bad. Okay, what would happen on Flemington Bridge? That is that a suburb? Because if you're just saying there is a bridge that's bad, that sounds awfully specific. Shilsey, they still haven't finished the footpath building, so your driveway's still blocked. God damn. Oh no, Matt, you forgot today's cocktail ingredients. Well, if you want a suggestion, tell me what you do have, and I'll come up with a suggestion. When's Filipino Independence Day? 12th June. God damn. Why do the Philippines have 2 Independence Days? June 12 is when they broke free from Spanish rule. However, American forces occupied the Philippines until 1946. They sure did. The Americans liberated the Philippines from Spain because of its strategic significance. And so when some Filipinos went, yeah, we're totally free, including of you, the Americans said no and started killing people. Good old US colonialism. Lots of rum, some Jack Daniels fire. So Greg, Flemington, a lot of trees helped muggers and other bad people. That does sound bad. Yes, Chris. The Americans went to the Philippines in the late 19th century and freed the fuck out of them. Stayed around just long enough to impose the dictator Ferdinand Marcos. So, yes. Lots of rum. Do you have any good fruit juices as well? Because, of course, rum, you get the tiki drinks, your rums and your fruit juices. Like this one I'm looking at, the Pancho Villa. Says to go rum, gin, apricot, cherry, pineapple, lime. That sounds really... It's Filipino Independence Day a week from tomorrow. Damn it. This is apparently a Filipino cocktail. And it sounds good. Originates in Charles Baker's 1939 book, A Gentleman's Companion, Philippines' answer to the Singapore sling. Named after Francisco Villarreal Guido, a Filipino flyweight boxing champ who went by the name Pancho Villa. Original drink went heavy on gin and fruit liqueurs. Manila native Marlo Gamora's version, which he developed for the East Village Filipino restaurant Jeepney, is a more rum-centric endeavor with dialed-in proportions to better calibrate the sour and the sweet. Yeah, because a lot of the tropical cocktails, it's just fuck ton of fucking juices and rums and liqueurs. Oh, lime with rum. Do you have like white rums or dark rums or both? Because you get your classic daiquiri, of course, which is a fucking awesome drink. So, yes, that's like rum, lime juice, and sugar. It's a fucking classic drink. I mean, normally with light rum, but I'm not going to judge you if you use dark rum in it. What else could we do? Dark rum drinks. Cocktail by ingredient, by base spirit. Rum. Agricole, coffee, dark. God, so many classifications of rum in here. But Palo Negro, tequila, rum, sherry, and orange. Pimento. Yeah, dude, I would seriously... you got homebrew as well. Maybe you should just do homebrew. Man, I would literally just do... probably with the dark rums, the tall drink, like top it with soda or lemonade or something. The dark rum, lemonade, and lime. That'd be great. Or I guess you make a Cuba Libre, which is dark rum, Coke, and lime. So yeah, basically rum and Coke with some lime juice in it. Still a good drink though. Shieldsy, there'll be water at some point this evening, but it's Friday night. Don't have to get up tomorrow. So I have my warm-up drink. I feel warmed up. So I am... yeah. Actually, you know what? I think I will have a little bit of water, Shieldsy. Oh, yeah, rum and dry ginger beer. Actually, if you have the dry with you, Matt, do rum, dry, and lime juice. If you've never done it, a little lime juice. Like I'm just drinking Pepsi Max. I love putting a shot of. I don't mean a shot as in 30 mils. I mean a splash of I squeeze lime juice and lemon juice and put a splash of lime juice or lemon juice in Pepsi Max. I reckon it's great. But yeah, if you've never done it and you've got the dry there, do rum and dry and lime juice. It's really good. Abigail, yes. Happy Cognac Day to you. He said drinking water. Just a mouthful. I'm just, yeah. I'm about to make a fairly serious drink, the Purple Rain. Yeah. So I was just tossing my head what gin to use in my martini, and I will use Steve the Bartender's one. Be Steve the Bartender week on my channel. You like the pig tie, Shieldsy? Okay, here's a story, and I'm sure I've told it on the streams before, but I'll tell it again. Mrs. Angry and I in the past have had weekends where we've gone to Lakes Entrance, which is up the coast a bit. There was a particular bed and breakfast we liked called the Goat and Goose, and went there quite a few times. And there was a nice restaurant in the town, Lakes Entrance, and they had original artworks by a local artist, possibly someone associated with the restaurant. I'm not sure. But and there were fun little caption descriptions under each one. And there's one the portrait of this guy, and it's like, this is the artist's new boyfriend. He's clearly insane, as evidenced by his tie. And it was this tie. This actual, I couldn't believe it. Like, we went there one time and we saw, hey, look, that's my tie in that picture. And then they said the tie is a sign you're insane. And I didn't have the tie with me. So the next time we went there, I made a point of wearing the tie and booking into this restaurant, and then tried to book a table right next to this painting to see if anyone noticed I was wearing the tie that was in the painting. Pretty funny. At least it's funny to me. Ah, yes. Dairy's Dead Little Secret. Lime is great in everything. We'll fix a lot of things. It is a very good cocktail ingredient. Lime juice, lemon juice, all these things. I love the tie. Piggy tie. Happy fat pink pigs. I identify with them. Right. I might be ready to make a Purple Rain martini. Hello, Stella. It's lovely for you to drop in for a quick hello. Are you on the road, or you've got other stuff going on? Either is valid, of course. But lovely to have you come in and say a quick hello to us folks. And we'll see. So, yeah, okay. Gotta keep the vibe up. Gotta get the energy up, because I was really pissed off. I was really pissed off this afternoon. I just fucking had the shits that I couldn't get an adapter for my new lights, because they sent it to me with the wrong plug, and I can't find an adapter for it. So I've really got the shits. Terry's Deadly Little Secret. Did you tell me to try lime with peanut butter yet? Is that like on a sandwich or in a drink? Because this was a conversation I don't remember. And I'm going to say that's your fault for having it with me when I was drunk. Because that's usually when I don't remember things. And also just, generally, being old and my mind's going. So, look, it's not Spider Pig. No, it's not. Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does. Still, got a friend coming up from Perth. Need to get a specified grog for the bottle shop shots. That is a mission that needs to be fulfilled, definitely. Chris, you only get the shits if you eat chunky peanut butter or peanuts. You got a peanut thing going on. Right, so I'm going to get the things together for a Purple Rain. I was torn between making a Purple Rain daiquiri and a Purple Rain martini. I'm going to go with martini, I think. Although I could make a daiquiri. Okay. Last chance. Who's going to influence it? What sounds better? What sounds more grabby? I think Purple Rain martini sounds more good, because people just call everything a fucking martini. And a daiquiri is a bit more niche. Although Northern Hemisphere summer, people won't be thinking of daiquiris and looking for daiquiris. See, I'm so fucking indecisive. I keep making a case each way. Should it be a daiquiri or should it be a martini? Rum drink or gin drink? Okay. Actually, maybe it should be a daiquiri because then adding the lime juice makes sense. Because I do that for color changing. Abigail, please don't say why not both. I mean, say it, but I've already got plans to make multiples of different drinks. Yes, Earthcrow, because Monday's Prince's birthday. So this is for Prince's birthday. So I'm going to call it Purple Rain Daiquiri. The more I think about it, daiquiri makes more sense. I'm going to do a daiquiri. 2 ounces of light rum. Lime, sugar syrup, and shake. All right. It's going to be a daiquiri. I've just decided. Luke, glad I'm not doing all night. I'm not sure what you mean by that, actually. All right, I've got to get some stuff together. Got to do a daiquiri. So I think I will add my rum agricole. White rum agricole. Just to make it a little different. Lime juice is in here. Lime juice. Sugar syrup. Probably should put some sugar syrup. Honey syrup. Clarified oleosaccharum. And I want my butterfly pea flower extract, which is probably still here from when I had it. Yes, okay. Remember to put things away. Butterfly pea flower extract. That's everything. Just want the shaker. Right. Strainer. Shaker. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Ew. Oh, that's bad of me. I didn't clean my jigger properly. Ew, gross. Just going to take me a second to clean it properly. Christ. Put milk in the jigger and didn't clean it properly. What the fuck was I thinking? Wow, what a fucking blunder. Of all the things to not clean out of the jigger, fucking milk. Alright, I think it's okay now. Really had to put some effort into that though. Alright. Lorks a lordy. Oh, Jesus, Abigail. How embarrassing would it be to smash a glass on a live stream? Yes. Don't want to do that again. Right. Got everything together. Right. Okay. Da, da, da. Ooh, shows. For me shaking it up. All right. Right. Okay, I'm going to set some things up now. Let's do that. Switch the lights on. Switch the camera on. Are you ready? Okay. This so you can see me doing it. Yeah, that framing looks good. That framing looks good. Okay, why did I do that? Sorry, my audio recorder has just been stupid. Just said there wasn't a card in here. Don't tell me it's finally feeling its age after more than 10 years. Come on. Come on. Don't tell me there's no card this time. No, it's okay. We're ready to go this time. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. Hope. Okay. Fuck. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for another cocktail. I'm making one to celebrate Prince's birthday. Of course, he's no longer with us, but he was a bit of a legend in the music world. And I know he was a very flawed person. Don't really need anyone jumping up saying what was wrong with Prince or bad things he did, because he was most definitely a flawed person, but he was very influential, bit of a musical genius, all those sorts of things. I found out it was his birthday, and I'm going to do a cocktail just for Prince. And I looked, and there was a lot of cocktails called Purple Rain, and I didn't really like any of them. So I'm going to do my own. And I was going to decide whether I was going to do this in the format of a martini or a daiquiri, because I wanted to be kind of simple and elegant, but it's using a particular product that I've only used once since I got it on this channel. It's butterfly pea flower extract, which is super purple. And you might see purple gins occasionally that have it in it. And but having the actual extract, I can add it to things. And I have a particular presentation idea that particularly make this a purple rain drink. So I'm going to model it after a daiquiri. So let's go. One of the reasons I chose a daiquiri is quite simple. So I'm going to go with 2 ounces of white rum. I'm using this Australian rum from the Beanley distillery, but use a white or a light rum of your choice. And we're going to do 2 ounces, 60 mils of rum. Now I'm going slightly outside the normal daiquiri recipe, having a bit of fun, essentially. Prince was a fun, wild, crazy guy. So just for fun, I'm putting some high-proof rum agricole in here, 110 proof, 55% alcohol, just to kick it up and make it a bit more of a party drink. But I'm just going to go with half an ounce or 15 mils of the overproof rum agricole. I'm also going to add 3/4 of an ounce of sugar syrup. Different recipes I've seen recommend different syrup. Some said a simple syrup. I've seen some recommend a demerara sugar syrup. I'm making a clarified oleosaccharum. I'm using an oleosaccharum I made. Oleosaccharum is where you cover citrus peel with sugar. Sugar leaches the oils out of the peel, and then you add the water. So you've got a zingy sugar syrup. And I thought this would go well. So, but you go with the sugar syrup you have or you choose, and it's 3/4 of an ounce, about 22.5 mils of sugar syrup. Fucking glass. Normally, you would add lime juice before shaking the cocktail, but I'm doing it a little different, and you'll see why. It's one of the non-traditional elements of this Purple Rain daiquiri. But for now, ice in our shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, shake it for about 5-10 seconds. Now I'm going to use my Hawthorne strainer to strain that into a coupe I've got waiting. I'm not going to bother to fine strain it. Nice tropical drink. I don't mind if there's little ice shards in there. So we strain into our glass. And now we're going to make some Purple Rain. All the cocktails I saw online called a Purple Rain used some combination of liqueurs to make the drink purple. And I wanted to go different. I wanted actual Purple Rain. And so get this effect just by drops of our butterfly pea flower extract, little streaks of Purple Rain going into our daiquiri. All right. Now I want to stir that. I'll make our drink evenly purple now. I was just going to use my finger, which I thought was crass. So I'll use Gaz Regan's finger instead and make that nice and purple. Okay, disasters. Didn't break a glass though. All right, doing my level fucking best though, aren't I? I want it to be more purple, so I'm going to cheat off camera and add some more purple. So it's thoroughly purple now, but I haven't put the lime juice in yet, which is a fairly key ingredient of a daiquiri. Depending on your tastes and on the type of limes you're using, use somewhere between half an ounce and an ounce of lime juice. But the reason I'm doing this in an unconventional way is to show off one more aspect of the butterfly pea flower extract. I think this is good for Pride Month as well. When you add it, it changes the pH of the drink, and the butterfly pea flower reacts to that and actually changes color. It goes a bit more pink. So this is just a little bit of fun, really. A very non-traditional way to make a daiquiri. But then again, I'm doing it for Prince, and Prince was a very non-traditional sort of guy. So, cheers to you, Prince. Well, that half ounce of rum agricole has really made this a lot beefier than a lot of daiquiris. Daiquiris tend to be a quite light and refreshing drink, but putting something a bit high octane in there, it's given it a bit more depth. The butterfly pea flower extract doesn't really have a taste. It's just a coloring agent rather than a flavoring agent. So it tastes like a daiquiri with a bit of overproof in there. So I think it's a fitting tribute to Prince. An appropriate color, an appropriate sort of kick in there. And yeah. Here's to you, Prince. Oh, wow. Yep. Okay. That rum agricole really makes its stamp on this drink. So yeah, if you've never been aware of the butterfly pea flower extract, you can buy it. There's, I don't have affiliate links or anything, but I'm sure you can find it online if you don't get it in a local shop. It's a great way to make drinks a bit more fun, and the whole color changing element of it is a bit of fun as well. And Prince was someone who liked to have fun. So to commemorate his birthday, I think he'd approve. Hope you do too. And hey, I hope if you're not already subscribed to the channel, you will. Let me know your favorite Prince song. If you think Prince would approve of this drink, and yeah, what's going on in your world? I hope you come back. So yeah, if you're not already subscribed, do that. Hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload. And I will be back soon with some more cocktails. I'd love to see you then. But until then, I will just say, take care of yourself, take care of people around you, and until next time, cheers. I'm gonna make a mess, just gotta switch the cameras off. All right, as Matthew McConaughey would say, or did say, most famously. Put the lime into coconut. I'm just going to put these out of the way because they're big, awkward bottles. Everyone on the fucking drinks cart. No need to panic. Get that drink out of the way. Glass out of the way, I should say. It's not a drink. Just trying to minimize my chance of fucking anything up. Just minimizing. I'm setting my goals low. All right. That's still wrong. There we go. All right. Earthquake skull. God damn. Okay. My purple rain. Double tribute. Prince's birthday and turning my drink pink for Pride Month. And yes, Celtic King, the world needs more love. How Dare You Little Secret, Purple Rain is your favorite Prince song. Well, it's a pretty epic song. You like Darling Nikki as well? Wasn't it like his first album? All the songs were about sex, and they were really perverse. Like there was a song about fucking his sister or something. Prince was a dirty little fella. Yes. So I'm going to make another tropically one. Very Aussie version of an Alabama slammer. Look, am I the only one who's old enough to remember the 90s dance track Tamarama door slammer. Yes, nobody. Let's beat the love into people. Oh, nice. Earthcrow, you're getting your first Microsoft 5G tracking device implanted on Monday. Excellent. I had mine a couple weeks ago. Got to wait a couple months for the second one. Celtic King, he became a J-dub, did he? But he also did like a shit ton of drugs, which eventually killed him prematurely. Ooh, yes, Prince doing the Super Bowl in 2010. Good one, Abigail. Greg, you like the Cream song? Was it Cream? Get on up. It's pretty funky. It's interesting. I probably, like a majority of the world, I prefer Sinead O'Connor's version of Nothing Compares to You to his version. I just listened to an interview, this week's episode of the Blind Boy podcast, one of the two podcasts I talk about all the time. He interviewed Sinead O'Connor, which is interesting because she's got a memoir coming out now. Memoir, autobiography, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was quite interesting. And apparently Prince was horrible to her. She did go to meet him and he was just fucked. Nobody, you've heard of homophobic parents threatening to beat the straight into the children of the gay? Let's beat the tolerance and acceptance into the parents. I'm on board, man. I'm absolutely on board. Earthcrow, you like Blue Light? Not your favorite? So many enjoyable songs. Greg, you did instrumental albums and 2 of them. Oh, nice. Shieldsy, party time? Party time. Hey, is anyone... Okay, like it's 45 minutes. Almost an hour. Who's in the mood to join? Okay, I'm going to put the link for anyone who wants to join. And I'll actually have to open Facebook up so Grasshopper can see it on Facebook because StreamYard and Facebook aren't talking to each other. Right, there it is. It's on Facebook now too. That. All right. So, Angry Bunch for... Oh, Matt, that's okay, man. Just stay in the chat. No pressure whatsoever. Just anyone who's in the mood. Just hang out, man. It's the one thing the stream's not meant to be is about pressure. It's about relaxing and having a good time. Okay. And the regular crowd shuffles in. Shieldsy? Nobody? Hello, chaps.
Greetings, one and all.
Somebody's here.
Yeah. Derek, okay, I like what you're saying about tolerance is you'd prefer acceptance. I'd prefer active, enthusiastic support above acceptance as well.
Absolutely. Tolerance is not good enough. Tolerance is to put up with. What are we putting up with? People being different from ourselves and not hurting anyone? Yeah. Let's embrace people, not tolerate them.
That's it. Yeah, embrace. That is a much better way of putting it. Absolutely. How's your world been treating you besides the fact you can't get in your driveway, Shieldsy?
I could have got in my driveway, then they dug it out, and then this afternoon they decided, let's put some pegs in the ground and put the forms up, ready to cement. No, my luck, it won't be until Monday morning.
Yeah, you might be right on that. I don't know. Do they normally do footbaths on weekends? It's you never know. You might get lucky. Someone might be getting overtime. Yeah. Could be. So, Matt, you used to stream a lot, but haven't in a couple of years. So do it whenever you're up for it, or never. Just hang out in the text chat. But if you're ever when we do an angry bunch, it's open door policy. So, but no pressure. What's your week been like, nobody?
Hey, not too bad. Luke, what I'm drinking is a soft, fruity red.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It's been mostly a quiet week. Not really much to say.
That's fair. But the next one, the next thing I'm making for video, I'm thinking of making the drink twice because there's an experiment. The thing I saw on a website, they called it the juice shake. And it's like, rather than adding juice and ice to your cocktail, they said, well, freeze the juice and then freeze it with the sugar syrup and some spirit, so it doesn't really go really hard ice. And so when you shake it, it dissolves almost straight away, but it's super cold. And so I thought, okay, experiment time. So I did that with pineapple juice. I did mostly pineapple juice and a little bit of sugar syrup and a little bit of white rum. And then I froze that. And so I'm going to try it tonight. And also joining us, Earthcrow. How you doing, buddy? No, you're on mute.
Yeah. I'm
here.
good. So I had the on mute because I was being spoken to.
That's okay. That's all good. God, dude, I think we've got the same curtains in our houses.
Sorry?
I think we have the same curtain, like in the lounge room in this place. I think
you mentioned that one.
You have
but
there.
it can match my new armchair because my arm.
Oh yeah, nice.
Colour coordinate.
Matching
Like
decor.
it.
I like it.
I had to throw out the other one because it went way beyond use date. It was tearing on the material behind me and it was collapsing underneath me. And I just kept using it.
Time for a new chair.
I was just being really tight, and I went and bought this from the second-hand store for $50.
Yeah, nice.
The Jason chair, and that's pretty good, solid.
Yeah.
So
I think the only furniture I've bought in the last 10 years has been computer chairs. You know, you eventually have to replace computer chairs. I think that's the only thing I've bought. The lounge is older than that, and all the dining furniture
came off the side of the road.
I did quite well. I actually did quite because I got that chair for $50, but that's covered in boxes and crap.
Yeah.
And that chair over there, both of them, was $99.
Oh, brilliant.
Good price.
That's a nice set. I like it. Yeah, so when I said about the curtains, Megalich is thrown in. Yes, Earthcrow is actually streaming from your lounge room.
They're onto you now. They're onto you.
Don't tell him that I snuck into his house.
If you listen closely, you'll hear each other's voices coming through the microphones.
I know. There'll be this weird delay. I did it because I'm mostly worked from home for the last 14, 15 months, but I have been in the office once or twice, not now because we're locked down, but I had this morning meeting. We'd actually gone in on a Friday because it was the last day for one of our team members. And we have this morning meeting. We've been doing it online for the last year. And me and one other team member were in the office, and she's just kind of over the partition from me. And we're in the same meeting. We're got headsets on and talking, and I can hear her. And there's like a half-second delay between real life and it coming in on the stream. And so I'm getting this super weird thing of hearing her talking, and then a half-second delay of the same thing coming into my headphones. I was like, okay, this is messed up. I don't like this.
People screw themselves up by doing that delay with their own voice. There's little. You've probably heard of it. Yeah,
a speech jammer.
You speak and it plays back your voice with a slight delay, and a lot of people start stumbling on. Except me, it doesn't seem to affect me.
I've played with a speech jammer. If you want to play with one again, nobody. Like you do. For those who've never heard of it, you do it with headphones on or earbuds in, and it's an app. You can get it for the phone, and you can adjust the delay from a microsecond to a second or something. But what got me is I was able to do it for a while, but if you turn the volume up, I found it impossible to do with the volume turned up. Like with the volume at a sort of lower level, I could hear the delay in my ears. And I could just keep talking. I thought I never pay attention to what I'm saying anyway. I just always talk crap.
The last time I tried it, it didn't really seem to bother me all that much.
if you're ever bored and try it again, play with the volume, because that's what got me. I was going, this is easy. I can do this.
I had the volume up a reasonable way, and the mic started picking up the headphones. So
yeah. Maybe you're just one of the people that it doesn't bother. But yeah, I thought
I think
initially
it's probably because I've got one of those voices that resonates in my own head so strongly that, you know.
Yeah. I was I was thinking, I'm immune to this. I can just do it. It doesn't do it. And then I turned the volume up, and the volume reached a certain level, and then it was absolutely distracting. It was absolutely distracting, and I thought I would just stumble in the middle of a sentence. If you like, hey, fuck it. Look, and I don't know. You won't hear the delay, but I'll see if I think I've still got the Speech Jammer app on here.
Well, I do have a set of headphones nearby. I could give it a bit more.
All right. I'll get my earbuds and just see if I can cope with it. So all it does is delay your own voice into your head. So I'll put the little earbuds in, and all right, speech. Start jamming speech. Yes, access my microphone. Okay, so there's a tiny delay in there, and it is off-putting, but I never pay attention to what I say. I just talk crap. I can keep talking. See, I think I'm immune to it. And but you saw me stumble then? It's a little deal that's called. The more I drink, the worse it will get. And you can increase the delay. Wait. The controls aren't working. It says try saying this. He threw 3 free throws. Okay, that's difficult. A tongue twister while it's coming in. She sells seashells by the seashore. You know. Wait, what's good? Do they want me to pay for it or something?
Paying? Fuck that.
Settings. Okay. Stop jamming. Oh, okay. So I have to actually stop the jamming to adjust the settings. Okay. So if I've just put it on a much longer delay, and I start it again, and it's not long. Okay, it's quite a long delay. It's now about a second or so, but that's actually easier. I don't mind that. That's fine. It was actually harder with a short delay. So I'll do a short delay and doing it again. So it's okay, and I keep doing it. But if I keep putting up the volume is loud now. And okay, so 7 years ago, great things happened, and this is in my head, and it's really fucking weird. Oh, stop it. No. Fuck, it's weird.
So I've just found one, those speech jammers. I've got a delay of 300 milliseconds, and I've got the gain fairly high.
Yeah.
I'm actually hearing my own voice echo through the microphone.
Okay, you sound normal to us. That's the thing you could do, Abigail. Next time you come over to the place, actually bring your laptop, and instead of being here on the stream, be in another room on the stream, because that would be normal.
Echo. Oh,
yeah. Dear, it's funny. All right. So I'm thinking maybe doing my other drink experiment. And I was throwing it out there. Am I the only one who remembers the 90s dance track Tamarama Door Slammer? Does anyone else remember that? That's just me? It was a Sydney thing in the 90s? No? Okay. Sure. No. The people who put it out, it wasn't a band, it was just done in a studio as DJs. I forgot what they had a weird name, Tamarama Door Slammer. Killers on the Loose, that's right, which is a cool name. Cool name for your little combo, Killers on the Loose. But yeah, it's a typical sort of 90s dance track. There's not much to it. It's actually not one of my favorites, but I've always loved the name, Tamarama Door Slammer. Tamarama's a beach and a suburb in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. It's near Bronte and Bondi Beach. It's a really small beach, and I had a friend who used to live near it, so I used to go there a bit. But yeah, it was just this late 90s dance track played all summer in Sydney, Tamarama Door Slammer, and it starts with that classic sort of sample, and I'm going to count in and try and be funky making the video, going, I'm going to make it in 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's how it goes. But yeah, it's fairly typical, not even particularly imaginative 90s dance music. There's actually way better 90s dance music, but it's just the name. I think it's a really catchy name, Tamarama Door Slammer.
I've never really gone for dance music, I must say.
Yeah, no. Well, I'd have to hear it to know for sure if I heard it or not.
I mean, when I were a lad, I was into the rock and the metal and the whatnot, and I would have told you how much I hated dance music. When I went to college, I got into indie music. So it's kind of like, I think there's good stuff in all genres. Like, I'd say off the top of my head, I'm not big on jazz, but I know there's good jazz. Not big on country and western, but I know there's good country music.
Those who are familiar with the band System of a Down, and the song Cigarro would know that the opening line is probably the least appropriate opening line to have your stereo up loud in a church car park.
Oh God, Derry's dirty little secret. Speaking of Sydney, have you seen the clip?
For those who don't know that song, the opening line is "My cock is much bigger than yours."
Pretty good. I didn't know there was a video for the Cicada That Ate Five doc. By sheer coincidence, I went. A guy from that band who put that out did the same theatre course as me and Aidsy. So I knew someone from the band that was famous for a track called The Cicada That Ate Five. Five Dock is a suburb in Sydney, for those who don't know. Kilter King, am I still into rock and metal? I'm into some rock and some metal. I probably go more for the indie style, but I do like dance music. There are these guys that have a YouTube channel, DJs from Mars. They do mashups, and I really like. They do a lot of stuff with modern contemporary top 40 stuff that I don't even recognize the songs, so it doesn't mean anything to me. But occasionally they do classic ones, and my favorite is what did they call it? It was "We Will Rock Your Firestarter Bangarang" or something, because it starts off with Queen's "We Will Rock You," and they've cut it up just a little bit to fit a dance beat, and then it starts mashing with Rage Against the Machine. Now you do what they told you. Dun, dun. Now you do what they told you. And then it eventually then morphs into Firestarter. I'm the Firestarter, Twisted Firestarter. And then it morphs into Bangarang. And it just keeps looping back and putting different samples together. And I personally think it's really good. But they mash up some very interesting stuff. But it's very, I guess, on the techno end of dance music, which is not everyone's cup of tea. I'll warrant.
I got banned from being in music.
Oh, Nick wants to visit your church. Sorry, Earthcrow, what'd you say?
When I was in high school, from year 8, I was banned from bringing music into school. Because in the ceramics class, and people would bring in cassette tape and play it in the class. And always the same people. One day I brought in a live version. It was the Radiators in concert, and it's just playing along quite well. But I only got to the "Give Me Head" song.
I was about to say "Give Me Head." Yeah.
And,
Radiators. They came to the peninsula actually.
Cool. The only thing is, when it goes through the chorus, the women are chanting "suck," and so I was forbidden from ever bringing music to school ever again.
Yes. Yeah. The Radiators were a funny band, and yeah, they had a lot. But they had a couple sort of semi top 40 hits. But yeah, "Gimme Head" was never a radio play top 40 song.
No. But it led to a funny conversation, to a debate, because some of the boys were kind of about the grotesqueness, the sexualization of everything, you know,
Yeah.
you know, the prudishness in Catholics, and they and then a lot of them were bringing like AC/DC songs, so I started pointing out what their songs were actually about, and you could see they didn't actually realize
Yeah.
what
Oh,
the
God.
songs were about.
Along
Like,
the lines of "Gimme Head," that classic, and I guess for AC/DC, it pretty much qualifies as a novelty song. "Big Balls," that was such a funny song. That was back in the Bon Scott days. I think I still remember the lyrics. It's like, "I'm ever upper class society, God's gift to ballroom notoriety." And he's like, "I'm an upper class person," and you go into the chorus and it's going, "The social pages say I have the biggest balls of all," and then the chorus is, "I've got big balls," and he's doing the setup. I'm talking about dancing and things, a ball, but then he just Bon Scott singing about having big balls, and it was very silly but very fun.
The following year, that was in year 8, that happened in year 9, when I was reminded about the no music. It was still in force. So what I did is I wrote up the lyrics to the Bushwhacker song "No One Australia,"
Yeah.
and I brought that into school instead.
Okay.
And so, I couldn't bring music, but I didn't say I couldn't bring lyrics.
Ah.
And so I told
Okay.
them that.
Yeah.
I was often throwing bait into the river. That's it's good.
Yeah. I have to admit, definitely in my youth, big AC/DC fan. I liked AC/DC and the Angels, Aussie rock bands. And
Hello,
hello,
Kirsten.
hello to you, Kirsten, by the way. Yeah, I have to admit I had a soft spot because I loved all AC/DC's rocks. But again, all their singles, I love. Jailbreak was a big favorite of mine.
I've had a few AC/DC songs, including that Big Balls one, blaring when I've arrived at church sometimes, and also turned it on as I left, because I generally listen to my music at a high volume, and my car stereo can be heard from the end of the street.
Yeah, there's a somewhat atypical Bon Scott AC/DC song called "Oh Gene," and is subtitled "Love Song," and I fucking love that one. That's AC/DC's version of a power ballad, and oh my god, it's good. It is really good.
I definitely reckon the old AC/DC stuff is better than the newer.
Yeah, in the Brian Johnson
Not
era,
that the
where
newer
they
stuff
actually,
is bad.
yeah, they became a big sort of stadium band with Brian Johnson, and there's a couple tracks that I really like from the Brian Johnson era. But if I have to choose, I've no hesitation. The Bon Scott era. The Bon Scott era is so much better. But
And each album with Bon Scott had a somewhat different sound. While with Brian Johnson, while it's good, as it progressed along, every album started to sound the same to me.
Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable observation. Yeah,
I saw a quote. Remember, I mentioned a couple of weeks ago. I was at a tribute show, a Bon Scott tribute show.
Yeah.
That was local. It was pretty good, apart from the sound. I whinged a bit about sounding crap, but they had little TV screens around with quotes on them, and one of them was about the Americans. The producer said, "Oh, you've got to get this really good producer from America." So they got this so-called really good producer from America, and they said it turned out he was just full of absolute bullshit, and he couldn't produce a good fart.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, Annette's recommending the AC/DC song give the dog a bone if you want to impress a girlfriend.
Yeah, I can understand why you'd recommend against that for impressing a girlfriend.
Ah, dear. Yes. AC/DC, what a bunch of lads. Because they started in the suburbs of Adelaide. And I think most, if not all of them, were actually British immigrants. They grew up in Australia, but their family emigrated when they were kiddies. I think most, if not all of them, were British immigrants in Adelaide. And of course,
Aren't they all
years
mostly
later,
Scottish?
right? Oh, well, yeah, okay. I'm talking about the UK, I guess.
No, I was just sort of
And
correcting
yeah,
my regionalisation, that's all.
yeah. And years later, Brian Johnson was a POM, so when he joined them. But yeah, the Brian Johnson era has a few good songs, but I do agree with you, Earthcrow. It's a bit samey, the Brian Johnson era, and there's a lot more diversity in the Bon Scott era. And that's saying Clueless Scots Boys played the song "Give the Dog a Bone" for her when she was about 16. Oh God. Oh, nice. Kirsten worked with a lady who dated Bon Scott around high school uni times. That's a great claim to notoriety. I like that. Right. I'm going to do my Tamarama door slammer now. So I need, okay, first thing, because an Alabama slammer traditionally has a few liqueurs, whiskey liqueur like Southern Comfort, amaretto, and slow gin. I'm going to use an Australian whiskey liqueur from Lark, macadamia liqueur, and an Australian equivalent of slow gin. And then the clowns at Difford's Guide said, make it more interesting by putting vodka in it. It's like, vodka fucking sucks, man. Why would you? Vodka brings nothing to the party. So I'm going to do, I think.
Hey, let's all pour metho in our drink. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
That's basically what you're doing with vodka.
I think because it's very tropical. I think I'll do white rum again. I was thinking I'd either do gin or what, but there's already slow gin. So I think.
Take it easy, Celtic King. Have a good night.
Oh, Celtic King, you're heading off, man. Thanks for dropping in.
Celtic
Or actually, my Pacific Moonshine, and an Australian moonshine was distilled from some beer that couldn't be sold during the first lockdown period of COVID, as from the Stone and Wood brewery. They had a whole bunch of beer ready to go to pubs, and then all the pubs were shut, and they're like, well, shit. And they're friends with the people in the Byron Bay distillery, and they said, can we do anything with this? And they went, let's make moonshine. And so they made an unaged, they distilled this beer and made an unaged spirit out of it. And it is, honestly, it's a little bit rough straight, but it's a good mixer. So I think I'll do that. Make an all Aussie drink. Oh, and speaking of drinks, a certain young man has gone like, hey, how about you make me a drink? So, all right.
Hello, certain young man who wants to drink.
Yeah, you want one too?
I was just saying hello to the
Oh, you're saying
guy
hello.
thing.
Yeah, all right. Because I kind of promised him if he's still going, I'd make him drink. All right, here's some ice first. All right. That was probably pretty loud. Microphone.
So, Luke, you're talking about a guy who played Eminem in his car when he got to church. We had a meeting at our church recently. It was discussing how anyone involved in the worship team, which includes my humble self, how we do things, or how to respond if there's a mistake or something like that. And the subject of what happens if there's a problem with the sound. And somebody said, "Oh, we'll all stare at the guy in the corner." I said, "Yes, and he'll flip you the bird."
It's got raspberry vodka going. This is, although that looks like a really artificial color, it's literally only colored by real raspberries. We put real raspberries in it for a couple of days. Ugh, and you know, just because I've got it out, I think it would make it a bit more interesting if it had a little bit of lime juice, just a little bit of lime
Oh,
juice.
I think Abigail's waiting to come in, angry.
She is too. I see her waving. Hello, Abigail.
Hello,
There you go,
everyone.
Abigail.
How
I
God
heard
damn it! Now I'm piggy in the middle.
Haha.
Get the meat in the sandwich.
Oh!
What's up with me though?
All right. So now I got to get the ingredients for my Tamarama dosa. Mac, slanche. I think I gave you some of this one when you were here, didn't I, Abigail? The Lark whiskey liqueur slanche? Or I gave you too many drinks and you don't remember?
I don't remember. When was it? Do you
Last
remember
time,
when
I
it was?
Last time
You mentioned it, but then we forgot all about it.
Okay. I did make you the Irish whiskey finished in the stout barrels. Did the old fashioned with the banana syrup that I'd made, and we both agreed that was
Yes.
fucking awesome
Sorry,
drink.
had to bring that up.
Yes, that was
That's okay.
amazing. Better out
That
than
was-
in, nobody.
Yeah, definitely. So what? Oh, slow gin. So I get my cherry.
Question: does anyone remember anything when they're angry?
Not if I have anything to do with it. Not if I have anything to do with it.
It's a short-term memory dead zone.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
So, I want to get the moonshine. All right.
Oh, Dairy's
Very
dirty little secret. That's that would be very unpleasant.
You had moonshine in a Thai village. Had to pace yourself because you had to climb down a ladder to get to the toilet.
Oh,
Oh!
it was a squat toilet. Yeah, squat
Yeah.
toilets in Thailand.
You don't want to get that wrong.
That could
They're
be messy.
confronting.
Yeah.
Yeah. In all the touristy areas, there are traditional Western toilets,
Yeah.
but in a lot of the like borderline / non-touristy areas, it's just squat toilets.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when I was
Do you
in
want-
Phuket, I was fine. Although a lot of the sewage systems couldn't handle toilet paper,
Yes.
just
yes.
blanket. You had to throw the toilet paper in a separate bin. But
maybe a
in
little
Bangkok,
Yeah.
I went to this giant market in Bangkok, and it was all squat toilets. It was so gross.
Oof.
You'd want to make
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
the contents of your pockets are secure, won't you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's another
I've heard
thing. Yeah.
horror stories. Somebody's
Having-
wallet falling out or their phone falling out of their pocket, and you go,
I've had.
"Oh man!"
I mean, I've had a phone fall out of my back pocket into a toilet before, and the phone just died instantly.
Yeah.
But a squat toilet, like if it was a wallet, yeah, you don't want to be reaching down there.
Yeah.
That's it's like porta potty gross down there.
You should have
Yeah.
dirty money after that, wouldn't you?
I think you'd be tempted to take the contents of your pockets out and just put it to one side, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Good
Sort of.
idea.
I'll just,
Well, I've just
put these over
Taught
here.
myself to do that.
There. Safa gonna join us. I'm like, how you doing, Safa?
Hello,
Oh,
Safa.
so far.
Are you there?
Hello.
Can't hear you. Okay. May or may not join us. Who knows what's happening?
Are any of us really here? Or is it
That's
just
the
a
big
simulation?
No, we're in the
pretty sure.
Matrix.
I'm pretty sure I'm a figment of my own imagination. And if I'm not a figment of my own imagination, I'm a figment of yours.
That's the big thing. Well,
And if you stop thinking about me, I'll probably disappear.
Sometimes I feel like I'm an NPC in my
Think
own story.
about- No, I don't think about
See,
anyone.
that last remark I made has given everyone good reason to try and clear their thoughts of me.
Isn't it?
But that's the
Isn't
thing
that
in-
Descartes, Mega Leech? I think therefore I am.
I think. Yeah. Okay. I just love throwing an extra "I think" at the end. Yeah, Descartes going, I think, therefore I am. I think.
I think.
That was Descartes. But there was a thing in the Alice in Wonderland book. It wasn't in the Disney animation, but it's thing the Red King, because the Disney thing focuses on the Queen, but in the book the Red King is sleeping, and he's been sleeping for years, and everyone goes to enormous trouble to not wake him up. And Alice says, why don't you wake him up? And said, because we've started to think maybe we're just a dream of his, and if we wake him up, we cease to exist.
Yeah.
So
There's been times I'd wake him up just for that.
yeah, exactly. Wasn't there was a one line in Abigail? I won't do too many spoilers. I'll just say this one bit from the Bo Burnham special Inside that's on Netflix.
I've watched it.
We mentioned it the only one bit I'll say, because he's done this in the past. He's mentioned either killing himself or telling people listening to the song to kill himself. And he does this song, and then he comes a bit after, he goes, I don't want to kill myself. Okay, don't be worried. I don't want to kill myself. And he goes, but if I could kill myself for about a year, 18 months, and then come back, I'd do it. But it doesn't work like that. If you're dead forever. But if I could be dead for a year or so, I'd do it in a heartbeat. It was just like saying, like, I just want to be disengaged from the world for a year or so and then come back to it.
Yeah.
Which you never
I mean, I'm sure there are like induced comas that let you do that.
Yeah, but
Yes,
induced
quite expensive,
comas are dangerous. Yeah.
If I was going to shoot myself, I'd find one of those redneck One Nation supporters or something, break into their house in the middle of the night and find, they're likely to have a firearm, obtain said firearm and say, I'd like you to explain this. Boom! I'm dead. Their house, their gun.
Oh, that's wicked. That's wicked. Okay. I like it. Talk your way out of this, motherfucker. Kapow! Oh my god, that's wicked. I like it. Okay,
it's not actually my joke.
Yeah. But it's good. I like
Can you hear me now?
From a comedian.
Yarp.
Yeah, you know, suffer.
Speaking of squad toilets, in Russia you have to pay 5 cents to get in a squad public toilet. So yeah, that's a place not to go if you like public toilets.
I don't know that anyone likes public toilets. I think people maybe tolerate them.
Yeah, public toilets is kind
Not
of like,
not
need
to
to go
poop
now.
or pee in. That's for sure.
I think Australia has one of the best public toilets in the world, actually. Good places I've been.
Has anyone seen? There's one I've seen shared online somewhere in Europe, I think. It's in a sort of very public place, and it's got one-way mirrors. So from the outside, it's totally reflective, but from the inside, you're in a glass box and you can
I've
see
seen
everyone.
photos of those places. That
sounds trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just a recipe for like stage fright.
Yeah.
Recipe
You
for
could sit there for an hour and not produce anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think I can imagine exhibitionists wanting to sneak in there to have sex because they get the thrill of public sex without the risk of actually being arrested.
So as an exhibitionist, the fun is knowing that people can see you.
We'll just leave the door
maybe
open. There you go.
timid exhibitionists.
Yeah, okay.
You'd get the sense that people could see you, but you wouldn't get arrested because no one could actually see you.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I had a friend who was an exhibitionist who would share these things online about doing things in various laneways around Melbourne. And I'm like, virtually every lane in Melbourne's got security cameras on it, right? So you think no one saw you, but there's a better than average chance someone did.
Yeah. Yes.
You know,
Absolutely.
when the lead up to the '93 federal election, I was studying HC at TAFE, and I was clear part involved. So when the campaign room, one of them, the person running it, gave me a spare key so I could use the campaign room to study. But they had nowhere quite for me to study away from the noise. And one day I rest in the chair and I snoozed. And when I wake up, I look out the window across the road and the stairs going up the car park. There is a couple having fun, going away like mad, like rabbits. That's an interesting sight to wake up to.
So some
look,
people will just do it.
The places I've had sex, like for serious, and not just parking a car and going at it either. Like it, it's totally a thing.
One summer's day was in Flagstaff Gardens in Melbourne as a park. It's in the middle of the city. A lot of people were there, and it was there with some work people who were like having a lunchtime picnic sort of thing. One of the guys goes, "The fuck?" And he's looking, he's like sort of just partly obscured by a tree. He goes, "I swear she's giving him a blowjob behind the tree." And everyone's kind of going, and it was far enough away from us we weren't sure, but we were going, I think that's what's happening. I think they think no one can see them, or they're into the whole public thing, and they're in a fairly obscure part of the park. But it's like, yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think that's what's happening.
Behind the tree, eh?
I think the most public I've come across that in sense is I was riding a Sydney train going into the city. It's going back to the early 90s, late 80s. And I'm reading or something, whatever, and something gets my attention. And maybe 5 minutes away, there is a couple having sex right there for everyone to see.
Yeah. People doing it on trains and stuff. Because having grown up in the country, long distance train trips. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I should tell you my story.
This was a city train.
Oh, I've never done it on a train.
I've seen I Sunday morning coming out of not Rome Street, Central Station in Brisbane on a Sunday, heading north in the Fortitude Valley, in the grass beside the rail line. Someone was doing it.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, and it didn't help me. My face was looking out the window, and I got a full shot at his ass. It was a full moon.
You had a ringside seat.
Full moon.
And men's asses from that angle are not pretty. Are not what you want to look at.
No.
What a shock!
It took a bullshit to go, what the fuck did I just see?
Should have got a refund from the train.
And you can't unsee things
You
like
just
that.
like, sitting there, just looking out the window. All of a sudden, boom! It's like a jump scare.
There was another one on the train. It was the Blue Mountains train coming from Sydney, and I walked through, and as you walk through, you got the toilets every second carriage. This would have been the late 80s, early 90s again. And all these men were staying on the toilets. I thought, okay, my curiosity has piqued what's happening, so I stood around. And while I stand there, in the end, you can hear the sex happening inside one of the toilet cubicles. Going through until she climaxes. There's a little bit of noise. The bloke walks out. There's a bloke, and they're like, g'day. And it's a bit quiet, and then you hear the door unlock, and she walks out, and all these men start clapping and cheering her really loud. Her face went so red.
The amount of times you get women having sex in the bathrooms of lesbian bars, it's almost cliched. I've done it. I've seen other people do it. It's like everyone just kind of it doesn't cheer, but like happily snickers a nice little chuckle every time we
I
notice
haven't
it
had
happening.
sex in any toilet block or anything.
Yeah, it's so
but I
cliched.
have had sex in someone's lounge room, which was kind of brave because there was a few people asleep not too far away.
Yes.
So, discretion was key. Be very quiet about it.
Yeah.
And you're talking about somebody getting a blowjob behind a tree. The last time I had anything like that going on out in a public location, there wasn't really a lot to hide behind. It was just sort of have objects nearby. Oh, I think there might be people approaching from afar. Let's put this on hold for now, as it were.
Yeah.
See, I've been to house parties where it's pretty much just a sex party, and there are people having sex everywhere. Like, it's just a thing. They had dedicated rooms just for it, and people would like hop in and out all the time. And I remember, like, accidentally having sex with someone when I went down to sleep.
Someone?
Well, like we were like chatting. Well, we were chatting, right? And their partner was there, and their partner fell asleep, and in between us, and we started like fooling around, and so it woke her partner up, and she just moved, and this we kept going. Like,
as you do.
It was a great night. It was New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
There was had a bit to drink. She was coming down off shrooms, and
remember I thought it was going to turn into a daisy wheel or something.
Nah, I could be so lucky.
Yeah. It's not a Oh wait, someone's trying to attract my attention.
Private chat.
There he is.
Hey, Grasshopper.
How are we all?
Grasshopper.
Yeah,
Good.
all right, mate.
Good. I was just thinking of Eleanor just now.
Now we just need 2 more, and we can have
Talking
the
about
Brady
sex
Bunch.
parties.
Yeah, no, I was hearing that part of it. All I'm saying there is, if you're thinking about my wife again, you keep your hands where we can see them.
Well, I'm busy crafting, so.
Sure, yeah.
Knitting, that's what they call it these days.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That
That's it.
That just sounds like a really convenient fucking analogy. That's all that sounds like. So how are we all?
Doing good.
Yeah, chill.
Mate. Yourself?
I can't complain. Nobody'd listen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been feeling really like isolated after this lockdown. It's been really hard for me. But this helps. And a relative of mine posted on Facebook that they were feeling the same, and they're like a second cousin or something. Funny story. If you'll come with me on this journey.
Yes.
You know how I go to PAX and I work at PAX, right?
Yeah.
Well, I traditionally have always worked at the tabletop library, where there's lots of board games and such, and we borrow them out to people who can play on the day, and they bring it back, and it's all like part of the cost of entry, and I work at the computer system that does the library management for it. Anyway, so at the last PAX that was on in 2019, someone who was on the same shift as me, we started chatting, and we ended up like being friendly and adding each other on Facebook. And it turns out they have the same last name as me, and they come from a region of Victoria where my family is from. So, like, I haven't gone into like any kind of family trees or anything, but it's a good bet that they are actually related. So that was a thing. Anyway, they posted on Facebook that they were feeling like really shit from the lockdown, and wanted to do like a craft pen pal kind of thing. So send each other little craft projects. So I'm making a craft project for them. and
I'm going to dock off for a tiny bit.
they're gonna
I
do one for me. So
All right, mate. We'll
Sorry?
see when you come
Sorry.
back.
I'm going to dock
Oh.
off for a bit. I'm going to have a late dinner, and I'll try to get back. I might be
All right.
about an hour.
There's a
Oh,
good
yeah.
No
chance
worries.
we'll
Enjoy
See
your
ya.
meal.
Yeah.
have some dinner.
So
Um,
yeah, I'm making a sunflower for them because they like sunflowers.
nice.
It's gonna have a
Cool.
smiley face on it, and I'm gonna put it in a pot and put like one of the pride flags on it or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's been more tougher for city people in the lockdown than country people.
Yeah,
What
a
was that,
lot of
sorry?
people.
Right.
It's more difficult in the city than the country, the lockdown wise.
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
I think the people in the country are very much used to like going out and doing their shopping for like a full week or a couple of weeks or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and you know, they only travel as necessary because they're out in the country. It takes forever to get anywhere. Whereas out in the city, you're used to being able to basically hop out your front door, hop onto whatever, and get to wherever you need to be in about 10 or so minutes. So,
Mhm.
you know, wildly different mentalities where that sort of is concerned, I think.
Oh,
try
yes.
try a lockdown on the island.
Yeah.
It is boring.
Well,
It is
friend of
seriously
mine-
I went-
boring.
Shields
I went
there.
out for a walk today and it was surprisingly busy. So
It's a
there's
Friday,
a lot
so
of people. Oh, it's a
would-
lot.
yeah.
There are a lot of people out there who are not taking this lockdown seriously.
Oh,
That
yeah.
worries me.
Yeah.
It's the same. Like every time that we've had a lockdown in New South Wales, it would seem that the greatest majority of people just do not take it seriously at all. There was a point where our suburb was right in the middle of several like large-scale hotspots.
was that
And
in January?
I don't think it was quite that early. It was like mid last year, I think it was, or bit later last year. But no, the Crossroads Hotel was
Yeah, that was in the news. I remember that.
Yeah, that was the first part of it, and then it kind of spread like literally around where I live. And you know, I would go to the shops to try and do my weekly shopping because I usually do my shopping on a daily basis. But the lockdown was like, please try and do it for a week or whatever. So I did. And I would go down to the shops and there would just be masses of people not wearing masks, not social distancing, not sanitizing their hands, reaching over you in order to grab equipment and all of these sorts of
People.
different things. And it's just, yeah, it drove me freaking bananas.
That's the reason why I don't like going out shopping after 10 a.m. in the morning. It's in,
That's fair.
out, back.
Yeah.
It's one of the things, like, and Abigail can back me up on this one. One of the things that I love the most about the shopping center that's close to my house is that it's tiny. There's a couple of like hairdressers, one clothing store, one homeware store, and a Woolworths, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it is actually pretty small for a shopping center.
Yeah, it's really, really tiny,
Mm.
and I love it because I can get in there, go to Woolies, get what I need, and get out. Like that's it. And that's
And it's
all
got
I ever-
enough. It's big enough to have like one of anything, but
Yeah.
small enough to not have a lot of people and not have to navigate a maze.
No, well, that's it. I mean, what have they got? They got like a reject shop for those little like weird little knickknacks that you need to get every now and again. They've got a tobacconist, which, you know, unfortunately, they've got a couple of hairdressers, and they've got a Donut King that my brother absolutely loves. He reckons they make the best cappuccinos. But other than that, yeah, it's got very little else. It's got a chemist, of course. So, you know, the only thing that it's missing that I wish that it had was is an Australia Post. That's it. If it had that, it would just be perfect. Say again, Safa?
Sounds like a country town almost.
Well, ask Abigail. Where I live is country.
Yeah, it's basically like on the outer edge of the last suburb before you hit the country of Sydney, like where he lives.
Yeah, we are literally the last suburb before you were officially considered rural.
So you're the last train station, eh?
Wow.
Second last. The closest one to us is about maybe about a 6-minute drive from here. It's a station called Leppington, and that goes to one more stop afterwards, which is actually further away from us than Leppington is. But yeah, so no, we are really, really close to it all. And now that they're doing the Badgerys Creek Airport, we're rapidly turning into suburbia here, and it's disturbing, and I don't like it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, bloody airports.
I tell you what, I'm going to leave you sexy people to talk because I'm going to make another cocktail.
Oh, I'd better leave then.
And, and I'll switch my microphone off. So
At which point we'll start slinging shit at you.
Yeah, we can talk bad about him now. Yeah. We can't
Fuck
say
that
anything
angry
bad.
kid. What an
Monster
asshole.
curb.
You know, the funny thing is, if we're all to sit around and just go, yeah, angry is an arsehole, he'd probably just come back and go, yeah, and? Like,
And, yeah, nothing he hasn't heard before. Oh, he's listening right now.
no, it's...
North curb.
no, when we need the airport, I get that. I'm okay with that. It's just, we
Not
moved
the
here
right
in 90...
place.
Well, you got to remember, we moved here in 97. When we moved here, the main highway, which is just down the road a bit, was a single lane, each direction, largely dirt road that was 100 kilometers an hour. And it was absolutely fantastic. There were no traffic lights. There was no traffic, really. And either side of the highway was nothing but bushland. And I absolutely loved it. Now, all of that bushland is gone now. For one of it's like a, what do you call it, industrial type estate, where you've got all of your different businesses and all of that sort of stuff. But the rest of it is all housing estates. Yeah, the rest of it is all housing estates, and I think that's the part that shits me the most.
It's kind of
People
like
need to stop expanding.
outside of Melbourne. Melbourne's expanding.
No, well, we need the expansion, but we shouldn't be having expansion in only fucking real estate. Sorry, let me rephrase that. In terms of these places like your housing villages. The one that's closest to us is a place called Harrington Park, which is its own little suburb, and all of the houses look identical, and they've all got the same floor plan and land plan and all of that sort of stuff. And all of the
that's how developers make more money.
Yeah,
They sell kit houses on cookie cutter blocks. It's cheaper for them,
and no
backyard. They can get
backyards.
the same price as anyone.
absolutely.
And it's bullshit. And I agree. It's not organic in any way.
Sorry, what were you saying, nobody?
I just think we need to stop fucking reproducing so much. We need to stop growing the human race. We're too fucking big. There's too many of us, and we're killing our own habitat.
Well, it's funny that you say that because the world records for birthing rates is actually in the decline. It's not actually on the increase. China recently just lifted their two-child policy to having 3 if you want to. It's one of those things that the worldwide population density is actually decreasing over time, but it's not that we do need the extra houses. I'm all for the extra houses, but I am not for them in these bloody housing development things because there's nowhere near enough of them for people like in your low funding housing, your housing commission type housing.
Absolutely,
we need so much more of them.
They're also an eyesore.
They are a bit of an eyesore, but also there is
grey boxes.
There is an argument to be made about building up as opposed to out as well.
Well, as much as I hate high rise, it's kind of necessary.
Yeah, look, I'm not talking about 30 level each place or anything like that. There's a few civil engineers that have talked about it, and they were like, in terms of low cost housing, so your housing commission type housing and stuff like that, they're talking about small blocks of units, probably having about 30 to 50 units in each of the blocks, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 stories high. That's about it. And if we built more of them for low cost housing, the other houses on your typical house, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, whatever, on your quarter-acre block, they should be interspaced with these low housing development places so that you're not kind of creating ghettos, as it were.
Yeah, and the people who are homeowners are complaining about that sort of stuff going on. Like I don't want these houses next to me. Need to shut the fuck up
Amen to that. Look,
and check their fucking privilege. Now, Safi, you were going to say something before, and I kind of talked over you.
Yeah, well, in Russia or USSR, everybody pretty much lives in commie block apartments, and everybody. And sure, it's not the biggest place, but people have homes. Sure, it can be like on the 10th or 15th floor, but at least people have homes over there, type of thing.
It is a thing. Like the smaller, like the place that Abigail lives, is a large high rise, and it's just full of small places. That's what the greatest majority of people who are homeless need. The greatest majority of people who are homeless don't have 3 or 4 kids, don't have 16 pets and 11 billion goldfish. They just need somewhere that they can literally lay their head at night and have an address.
Yeah, I'm
I love
surprised we
this
don't have
place.
as much apartments here as in Europe. Like, there's apartment buildings are not super popular in Australia compared to Europe.
Well, we're just so spread out, and we've got a lot of land and a small population compared to Europe. So places like
we've also
like Europe and Japan and China have to build up because there's nowhere else to build. No one wants to live under the sea.
No, I mean that's the thing.
Yes.
Hey, speak for yourself. No,
I reckon there would be
Australia-
people who do actually.
Australia's in a bit of a unique engineering problem when it comes to building housing, though, because there are such large swaths of land that cannot be populated. The greatest majority of the middle of Australia will never be populated by humans. We couldn't carry
except for Aboriginal people, of course.
It depends on which part you're talking about. I mean, I've gone across the Nullarbor once, and you've never seen a more desolate place in your life.
It's like
and it's
Mars,
for good
pretty
reason.
much.
Well, it's just one of those things. There's no water out there. There's very little rainfall in those areas. The engineering challenge of getting electricity out to those places or creating electricity at those places is
That
also
would be
massive.
insane.
It's
okay. So we could, if we wanted to. Like, it would be expensive, but we could. I mean, you look at Las Vegas, it's basically that. It's built in the middle of a desert. They pump water there because they have to. There's no natural water. We could take advantage of solar power for sure, but who the hell would want to live in the middle of a desert? The only thing that made Las Vegas work was that it had a lot of casinos, and all the crime bosses wanted to put their money there. And like a week after Las Vegas opened, like all the hype went down and it almost failed. And I'm not even sure what made it succeed. It was almost a bust because who the hell would want to live in an ISA in the middle of the desert?
I mean, I got the chance.
It is possible. It is possible.
I got the chance to go to Vegas very, very briefly when I was over in America. I was only there for a day. And yeah, it's got all of your dazzling bright lights and all of that sort of stuff. But there's parts about Vegas that we just don't have anywhere else. It's not just in terms of all of the casinos; it's actually the entertainment that's there.
Also, Nettie makes a really good point about that. We don't have mountains nearby that Arizona
I've got
does.
mountains nearby me.
Like that have a natural water supply, like Colorado River, for example.
I live next to a dam.
They have a lot of water. We would have to either ship water into a desert city like that, or like try and find it underground, which I don't think it exists out in the Nullarbor.
If we could pump the water from North Australia backwards over the range during the monsoon, it might work.
Yeah.
It really tests your engineers.
And if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
It is one of those things that, like I said, it's a interesting engineering thing to come over to try and populate those areas. You are 1000% correct in that it would be stupendously expensive, and if anything, our society and without trying to get all political, our government has shown time and time again that they're not willing to spend money where it is actually required. So
Oh, yeah.
Our government is so disconnected from reality, it's almost comical.
Yep.
It's downright dangerous.
Yeah,
it really is. There's a lot of
And the Australian population needs to wake the fuck up.
Well, there's okay. Let me give you a classic example. You know the whole GameStop thing that's happening right now, the whole stock market thing with the GameStop shares and all of that sort of stuff.
AMC
that's-
cinemas.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's a bit old news now, but it's still...
It's still ongoing.
AMC cinemas.
Is that
yeah,
what
no.
they're currently targeting?
Yep.
No, AMC are doing a thing with NFTs. It's a different thing altogether.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
NFTs are so bizarre.
They really are. They're weird as hell. But
yeah.
Anyway, basically, this was birthed from people basically going, no, this isn't good enough. We need to stop this from happening, and that's why it's still ongoing. And every chance that it's going to be going until the end of this year, roughly-ish. But there's a guy whose name I can never remember, but he actually won the Nobel Prize in economics. Of all of the things to win the Nobel Prize in, he won it in economics. And he's an Australian dude. Now, he did this article about Australia surviving the GFC. And he was like, the reason why Australia came out on top is directly thanks to Kevin Rudd and Wayne Swan's financial plans at the time.
Because everybody got a plasma TV.
Well, it was more than that. It was more than that, Safa. There's so much more to it than that. People
Way
buying
more
their
than the
TVs.
Rudd bucks.
Yeah, no, the Rudd bucks is what kept the economic wheels turning. It's what kept them greased. But there was so much more to it. Anyway, he wrote another article. Yeah, no, well, he wrote another article about this whole GameStop thing that's going on at the moment. And what he said is this whole movement is showing one thing for certain. If the worldwide populace in the majorly built Western countries, UK, Australia, and America for the most part, if they truly understood the happenings inside of the stock market and how these hedge fund managers and whatnot are making their millions, there would be literal rioting in the streets. It would be an absolute precursor to civil war almost type things going on because of how truly fucked and immoral the entire system is. Our current government is more interested in keeping those sorts of immoral, horrible fucking acts going on so that they and their mates can continue getting richer rather than digging into their pockets to turn around to this guy over here who, is working 40-hour weeks and can't afford to pay his to feed his fucking family. Like, they're more interested in spending money to keep the status quo going than actually help somebody who actually truly fucking needs it. And
Not
when
to
you do
mention
get it,
that people keeping the country going and not the people that the government supports.
no, fuck no. It is that guy that's working 40-hour weeks, unable to feed his
Exactly.
family. He's the guy that keeps the fucking country going.
Carney capitalism.
But every time that you get a politician who attempts to do something for the rest of us, and again, I go back to Rudd and Gillard simply because they're the most recent example, but the NBN is a fantastic fucking example of that. Their version of the NBN would have opened up so many more business opportunities, venture opportunities, medical, educational, etc. Yep. All of these opportunities that would have directly benefited fucking everyone, and the Conservative government comes in and goes, no, can't have that. Yeah, look, there's a whole thing about Murdoch not wanting it and all of that sort of stuff. Forget that aspect of it. At the end of the day, they came in and were willing to fuck over this entire system, knowing full well, because it's impossible that they didn't know, knowing full well that their version was worse for people and set the country back. And they did that in the interests of money, and that's it.
International laughing stock.
People don't know better. Normal Australians don't know better, though.
Well, that you can thank Murdoch for.
Look, there's a lot that I would thank Murdoch for, but
the sooner that old cunt is dead, the world's a fuckwit short when he dies.
Well, so the the problem with Murdoch dying is that his son, who will inherit the empire, is worse.
Way
Worse
worse.
than
That
Rupert
is
Murdoch.
absolutely true.
Yeah.
How
And we
funny
can
was
only
it when
hope.
one of his sons
So,
quit
The
because
whole
of global
family needs to
warming?
go.
One
No,
of the
couldn't agree
sons.
more.
Well, one of the sons that was on the board of
Yeah.
News Corp,
Was it
he actually
Lachlan?
got up. He got up and left.
That was
Um,
funny.
Yeah, because he was sick to death of all of the bias and the outright fucking corruption that existed. He got up and got out. The other son is trying to call his brother a liar and all of these sorts of different things. But the thing is, okay, so the son that's going to inherit the empire, yep, he's worse than dad, without a shadow of a doubt. But on that same token, he doesn't have the same connections that dad does. All of the connection that dad's got, for the most part, they don't like him for good fucking reason. So my hope is that when that old crony fucks off the mortal coil, that it helps with some of the fucking propaganda machine that exists and all of that sort of stuff. But I don't think that it is going to be too much of a change. The change is already.
God,
Sorry,
I just
sorry.
hope
Go ahead, Abigail.
that his son just like fucks it up, you know, like just
that would be
mismanages
wonderful.
it to death.
Yeah,
I
give us
hope
the.
that he is
That's-
so
that's my hope.
stupid that he can't manage this empire and actually fucking manages to kill it.
Yeah.
One
Yeah, no,
can only hope
give us
so.
give us that Hollywood-centric trope of the rich spoiled kid that mummy and daddy don't want to pass the empire off to because kid can't run it for shit. Let's hope that it's that.
Yep.
So what are we
about
talking about?
Murdoch and
Rupert
his
Murdoch.
no,
That is
we were
kid.
talking about you.
the angry empire. You know, there's
Yeah.
worse there's worse names.
I'd love to see the
Angry
angry empire
army.
take hold. I'd love to see the angry empire take hold.
Well, I would
We'll
love
start
for
exterminating
people to vote for me.
lawyers and
Yeah.
real estate agents and property investors and
I'd be
pretty
fair,
much
but
all
great thing
conservative
about-
politicians.
So the great thing about voting for me to be leader is that I would get rid of all these capitalist parasites. I'd just put
Vote
them up
one,
against the
Abigail.
wall, and you would only have to vote for me once.
which is convenient. It would be very convenient. So I only have to
Yeah.
vote for one.
Yeah,
goodness
for your sake, for my people.
And
Yeah.
here I thought that you avoided anything to do with being a dictator, Abigail.
Ah, how very Dickensian of you.
Oh wow. Yep, no, you
Yeah,
got me on that one. You got me on that one. That was the only pun I had. I'm sorry. Because we all know that my dick is the best pun in the universe.
That was very punny.
I'll dick off.
If I was the dictator,
We laugh at it often.
If I was the dictator, I'd be fair but brutal. So
Yeah, the
I could
cunts
just
can go,
Yes.
and they
Yeah,
can
no,
go
Where's
blue,
that knife?
and everyone else gets on with things.
No, in the Angry Empire, somebody comes in and goes, I don't like gays, and Angry can't stand and ratify free speech, and Angry just goes, shut the fuck up and shoots them. Like, it's...
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with
Shoot
this.
them.
Yeah, extend that angry banhammer to real life.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, and I think a gun. Just when someone comes in and says
Yeah.
something like that, and I'd go, okay, point. You have a free speech right. Counterpoint. Bang.
That sounds like a coward.
We should get
That
a
sounds like
human
power.
built. We should get a man-made island, so to speak, an island, and all the people who've got those views, we put them on said island, and they can have their own little conservative ultra-right colony. And because they, it'd be an echo chamber for hooting dickholes, they'd be as happy as anything.
Oh yeah, no. They wouldn't
And they'd
kill
be
each
out of
other
our
in
way.
frustration. They'd be
So
fine.
they would fuck up they would have a shithouse economy that doesn't work, and they'd have fucking no technology, and they'd end up living in the fucking caves because everything they fought against
They would end up eating each
is
other.
what we actually benefit from today.
They're trying to steal our ABC again. They're trying to make
Yeah.
ABC paid in the cities.
All they would do is they would come back to our country and point at all of the social progress that we've made and gone, "You're doing it wrong. We need to stay
Yeah.
here so that way you guys do it
We
right."
wouldn't allow them back, Grasshopper. We wouldn't allow them back. We'd say, no, your move is permanent. Get the fuck back to where you belong, or I will shoot you through the head.
Well,
No,
our country
seriously.
lasts longer than 70 years.
Sorry, what was that, Angry?
All the capitalist pigs, if they were literally just them without the workers they exploit, they would kill each other inside of a year. They'd last
yeah.
about
They
a
would.
year.
Oh,
They
that's
hate each other
optimistic.
as much as we hate them.
And this is why I say you wouldn't need to shoot them, because that you're wasting your energy shooting them. You can let them take each other out. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's
Why waste a bullet on them
Yeah,
skills?
That looks
exactly.
delicious,
Let them-
Angry.
Let them
Also,
stab each other.
unrelated, I'm double fisting, so
Someone will be drunk tonight.
oh yeah, no, this one, the Tamarama door slammer, which I made.
Oh,
I
that
also
reminds me.
did an experiment.
I'll be back in a sec.
Right. So this has
Time's
my
up.
moonshine, a whiskey liqueur, a gin liqueur, and a nut liqueur.
Okay,
And
we can talk about Abgale now.
Pineapple juice. But I read this article this week about what someone called the juice shake. Instead of like when you've got juice in a cocktail, you add ice to it and shake it. They went, no, just freeze the juice and shake that in it, and this whole thing. So this one is your traditional one that's got all the booze and the juice, and then I shook it with ice, and it's yummy. And then this one is the booze, but the frozen juice and no extra ice, and it's also yummy. But also it's more booze forward. I thought the juice would be more noticeable, but because there's no ice, there's no dilution in it, so I can taste all the booze more in this. So basically, by the time I finish double fisting, I'm going to be pretty hammered. So that's all I'm saying.
Reminds me of the last time
Angry.
Water.
the last time that I got
after the water. Yeah.
I think
The
we're all
last time that I
stepping on
got-
Safa.
the last time that I got drunk, and I didn't actually mean to get drunk, was on our mine and my wife's honeymoon. When I was lying in the pool, they had a triple feature on because there was like several days until we got off to our next island. So they did this movie night, and it was up on the top deck, and there's a pool directly underneath the TV screen. And the triple feature was Face Off, Sucker Punch, and Red October. And two of those movies I absolutely love, which is Sucker Punch and Face Off.
Yeah.
So I'm lying in the pool because it's tropical weather. I'm lying in the pool, and you've got these beautiful people who work on the ship who come into the pool to give you drinks. And I had a look at the drinks, and I'm like, you know what? I'm on my honeymoon. I'm going to have a celebratory alcoholic drink because I don't drink alcohol all that often. So I'll do this as a celebration type thing. And I had a look through their list, and what the drink that I ended up going for, it came in like a large tropical style like cocktail glass that's sort of like, you know, got the curve on it and all of that, and big flute up the top and big bell bottom down the end.
Called the hurricane glass. But anyway.
Hurricane glass, there you go. And it even had the little umbrella in it, but it was lolly water. It was absolutely lolly water. It tasted so good. And it was these different frozen things. It was frozen watermelon and frozen rock melon and all of this sort of stuff that had all been crushed up. And it had been mixed with rum and vodka and all of these sorts of different things. And on top of it was a whipped cream that had alcohol, like some sort of liqueur in the whipped cream, and all of like it was a whole
glass.
exactly. Yep, exactly like that. Yep.
This is from Phuket, at the Hard Rock Cafe in Phuket.
I've been to Phuket.
I've been there as well. Awesome place.
Well, I've been there too.
So no, they hand this drink over, and you take a couple of zips, and it is delicious. It is absolutely delicious. Cheers. But you don't recognize exactly how alcoholic this drink is because it tastes so good. So I've polished off that, and I'm like, I could definitely go a second one of those. I'm a bit of a halfweight when it comes to drinking alcohol. You know, I'm the Cadbury kid, but you know, surely I can have a couple of these. I got 3.
The Cadbury kid.
Glass and a half.
Glass and a half, and I'm drunk.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And Yeah, so I had 3 of these things, and they were absolutely delicious. And I'm lying there, and I felt the buzz coming on. You know, I'm tipsy right now, so I'm going to stop the
Fucking love
drinking,
that feeling.
and I'll be okay type thing. And I was at that buzzing point, and I thought to myself, I'm going to hop out, I'm going to have a smoke, and I'm going to have a glass of water. So when I've gone to hop off the flotation device that I was lying on watching the movie, and my body hit the water, I recognized exactly how drunk I was. The word is very. I stumbled my way out the pool, and by the time I got out the pool and grabbed my towel, I was fucking legless. I was absolutely legless. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to have this smoke, then I'm going to bed. So I sat there and I've had the smoke and kind of towed myself off a bit, and I'm like, okay, I'm really drunk. I just need to go to bed. My wife at this point had never seen me drunk, had never seen me even close to tipsy.
Oh, okay.
And she was lying down in the room relaxing.
Oh my
And
God.
I've come down. I am as drunk as anything. Hi, sweetheart, how's it going?
Wow, that's so attractive.
I'm going to get something and come back and show you, but keep going. Yeah.
No
So
worries.
what did we learn, Grasshopper?
We learned that my wife thinks that me being drunk is equal parts hilarious and infuriating. We learned that apparently I try to talk to inanimate objects while I'm drunk. I have zero recollection of this. But the one thing that we do... Yeah, no, the reason why I don't get drunk is because I know I am a lecherous creep when I'm drunk. I will fuck anything that moves, and if it doesn't move, I'll push it. There is a reason why I don't drink. So here's poor old Eleanor lying down in bed, trying her level best to fall asleep.
Oh, no.
I've fallen in the room being as loud as anything, talking at inanimate objects and doing my level best to creep on her all night.
Yep.
I almost ruined the entire honeymoon. It was bad. It was bad. And Eleanor was just like, you know what? You get it. Like, the next morning when I've woken up and the silver lining is when I woke up the next morning, I wasn't entirely hungover. Like I felt a bit on the seedy side, but I didn't have like, the whole, oh, just kill me now type of mentality. I was just like, right, I'm going to feel like crap for the rest of today. This is going to suck. But my wife turned around to me and said, you get even more respect from me that you actually stopped yourself from drinking now, because last night was fucking horrifying. Don't ever do that again.
I hear you on the whole drunk creeper thing, because I get a bit the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've all seen what I'm like when I've had a few. It's not that interesting.
Is that a CPAP machine?
I just get...
I'm going to show off my head here. Go, Abigail, go.
Okay. I was just going to say, I get like super horny when I'm drunk, and sometimes I do end up creeping on people, but I got sick of the hangovers. That's why I don't drink much anymore. Like last night, for example, I was feeling a bit depressed. And I was going to have a drink, but then I thought, no way. Why would I drink when I'm depressed? It'll make me more depressed. I want to drink. I want to drink when I feel good about myself. I drink to enjoy the drink. Yeah.
I'm just going to show off because, as I've been saying in the chat, I'm sort of almost 2 weeks into having a CPAP machine at home, and the first week, the connector they gave me was this nice soft silicone thing that went up my nose and still really hurt my nose. I couldn't keep using it. It was horribly painful. And so I got this new thing, and it's this complete headgear. And I just thought I'd show it off because I think it's hilarious. This is what I wear to bed now. This goes on my nose. And
oh my God.
It's very elephantine. And this goes
wow.
And this
you're trying to beat out the woman on Last Man on Earth.
Yes. This elephant truck. This connects to the CPAP machine. and I have to sleep all night with this on. It's actually not that difficult.
It's Aussie elephant.
You're an ood.
I'm an ood. Yes,
Thank
I'm
you,
an
Nettie,
ood.
for that one.
That's a good one, Nettie.
Oh my god, Nettie's on board too. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd show that off because I think that's hilarious myself. But, that's what I wear in bed at night. So again, for those keeping track, when I went for my sleep study, it said I had 35 apnea episodes per hour, which means every 2 minutes I stop breathing.
That's scary.
Yeah, the longest time was apparently more than 30 seconds. The sensors recorded there was one time that I didn't breathe for more than 30 seconds.
Is it helping?
And do you
with this on, the machine that's measuring how many episodes I have per hour, it's less than 1 per hour. So it's gone from 35 per hour to less than 1 per hour.
The question then begs itself: do you feel like that you're getting better sleep now that you're using that? Like, are you feeling more energetic when you wake up or anything like that? Or
short answer, yes. Not huge. Apparently, some people, like the first week of using it, going, I am full of life. I am revitalized. And I'm not really that. But I wake up in the morning and go, oh no, I'm completely awake. I'm not, sometimes before when the alarm went off, it was like, oh, get fucked alarm. What the fuck? Jesus. But now I wake up and I go, oh no, I'm fully awake. And over the last year, working from home, a bunch of times, I had a nap in the afternoon. It's just like, Jesus, I'm fucked, dude. I'm going to go lie down for half an hour to an hour. I'll set a timer so I'm asleep for half an hour or an hour. 2 weeks, it's been great. I was like, but it's just super. I swear, it's super fucking weird having something forcing air down your nose. You switch it on, breathing in is easy, but breathing out, you're going again, and it takes just a little bit to get used to it. And the way I can tell if it's working, because I'll be lying there going, is it still working or is it falling off on my nose? I tell how it's working by opening my mouth. And if I open my mouth, it's like, all this air in my mouth.
Wow.
Oh, like your old rant videos, is that what you did?
Yeah. No, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I should put a fucking video camera on me asleep all night. And just if my mouth falls open, it just goes.
Yeah, when I wake up, it's usually to my cat wandering in the room, jumping on the bed, going, "Get up, you lazy cunt! I want feeding and let outside."
Yeah.
I'm going, but I'm comfortable in here.
Jack loves waking me up by licking my nose, and it's not too bad if he licks like here, but the problem is he's got that long anteater nose. Anteater type tongue, and every now and again when he gets up your nostril, it feels like he licks your fucking brainstem.
He's been licking his butthole with that tongue.
Absolutely. And sometimes that little bastard has got fucking accuracy like you wouldn't believe. You're asleep, and the next thing you know, you got a tongue 2/3 of the way up your fucking nose. Christ. There has been instances where Jack has been launched across the other side of the fucking room because it scared the crap out of me.
Yeah.
My cat is,
and my reaction is just me to go, fuck! Oh shit, sorry, Jack.
I've caught my cat licking my ear hole. Like licking as a cleaning thing, like she's doing me a favor.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, cat?
Were you in a
being
deep
disgusting.
dream and you're having that little love scene where your love is
Well, my
licking
ears
you,
are
but
very sensitive to that kind of thing, but no, I wasn't.
Yeah, look, I mean, I tried to nibble on Abigail's ear when she was down here, and she just punched me in the throat. So it was,
Yeah, buy me dinner first. Come on.
Yeah.
I think
But the moment that Eleanor did it without dinner, you were all for it, you fucking hypocrite.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think the Australian government should take
Anytime.
the entire nation out to dinner. It's nice to wine and dine people before you fuck them.
Absolutely.
Gladys took me out to dinner. Twice.
Although it does make me laugh, this whole Dine and Discover fucking vouchers thing. That absolutely makes me laugh because they're like, here, go out and go to the movies or do this thing with this Dine and Discover thing.
That's
And
what I
there's
did.
like, you know, there's like 40%, like the greatest majority of places don't fucking accept it. But those that do, they only accept one of those vouchers.
Oh,
And
see
it's
ya,
like,
Chris.
okay, a night out for my wife and I the other night, we went out for dinner. The bill came back and it was just under $70. Dine and Discover ain't going to fucking cover that. You know, 25
Yeah.
bucks just isn't going to cover that, you know? And they're
Yeah.
like, oh, we're doing you such a huge favor by giving you 25 bucks. And it's like, you're like the quintessential old grandmother that hands their grandson a $2 coin and says, don't spend it all in one place. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Good luck with that, sunshine.
Oh,
Yeah.
also, good night, Chris. And I think it's
Night,
morning.
Chris.
I think it's sometime in the morning for Chris is leaving us and going to go sleep. I love my northern hemisphere
Chris.
insomniacs. My northern hemisphere insomniacs who come in.
Night morning, Chris.
Yeah. So, oh, good. Sorry, Abigail. When you said the thing about the cats licking the butthole, well, that made me think is a joke. I saw-
earhole.
Earhole.
No,
Yeah.
Abigail said butthole.
She said
I
earhole.
said butthole. I said butthole to Grasshopper's dog.
Yeah, cats or dogs. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just reminded me of a joke I saw on social media. Someone's like, they're saying, I was at a party and I was like, you know, I dropped a chip or something and picked it up and ate it. And some lady went, oh, that's so unhygienic. And I turned and said, lady, I've literally had my tongue up someone's asshole. This is not going to hurt me.
Oh, tell you what, one time
Brilliant.
I had someone like stealth do that to me,
Yeah.
and it equal parts like shocked the shit out of me, but not literally, of course, but also like
I would have been missing. There's an image.
I wasn't expecting that. Also, it was quite pleasant, so I know why people do it. I've never done it, but I've had it done to me.
Yeah.
Without my consent, but it was,
Yeah.
you know.
It's one of those
not
things
all
I don't
bad.
I don't think I'm going to go down my my sexual proclivities, but you know, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like,
Well, I
cool.
didn't ask for it. Didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
She didn't mention it. It just happened.
Look, it's
Yeah.
just one of those things. The only thing that I would ask of anybody that does that to their partners, which, you know, if you do, fantastic, just please brush your teeth afterwards. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
Not too much to ask.
this was a one night stand in Wollongong, so
hey,
It
that's
was,
not too far from me.
Okay. Now,
Shieldsy,
little
your
bit
face then.
little bit of film and literature thing. Roddy Doyle's books, known as the Barrytown trilogy, the most famous of which is The Commitments, like came out in the 90s. I don't know if anyone remembers the movie. I've
do.
read the books. Roddy Doyle wrote 3 books that's known as the Barrytown trilogy. It's The Commitments, The Snapper, and The Van. The Commitments was the most successful movie. It's basically some young Irish folk who do like an R&B blues.
Well, that's the
combo.
one that
I've seen
shot that
that.
song. That's the one that shot that song Mustang Sally into stardom.
Yes, Mustang
Yes.
Sally was a big thing. The Snapper was where one of the side characters from The Commitment, she gets pregnant. And the one consistent thing is the character, the dad in this family. In the movies, he's played by Cole Meany, who's
I love
Star
Cole
Trek.
Meany.
yeah, he's in Star Trek. Cole
O'Brien.
Meany. He's O'Brien in Star Trek. He's the dad. He's the dad of the guy who organizes the band.
Jesus.
Yeah, and it's his daughter who gets pregnant in the Snapper. The Snapper is Irish slang for baby. And the Van, he gets into a business with a friend running a fish and chip van. And I think the Van is the funniest of the books, but it was the least successful of the movies. Someone help me. I forgot why I ever fucking brought this up. I'm sure it's got something to do with licking assholes. But
I don't know. Although, and that just made a funny point in the thing. What happens in the gong stays in the gong, unless it happens to Abigail.
I remember that it was the brush your teeth line in the Snapper.
Yeah.
When the dad is trying to be supportive to his daughter who's gotten pregnant and she's not telling anyone who. And basically she was drunk and one of her dad's friend raped her while she was drunk, and she got pregnant from it. But she's not telling anyone. But when she's talking about sex and sexuality, she's like got this book on, sexual technique and what, and she's talking to her dad about it. And he reads it and he starts reading it and goes, God, I'm rubbish. I'm rubbish at writing, aren't I? Like, I don't know any of this stuff. And so at one point he's having sex with his wife and he goes down on her for the first time ever. And she's like, yeah. And then she grabs him by the hair and pulls him up and goes, where the fuck did you learn that? Like she thinks he's been cheating on her. And she calls him, where the fuck did you learn? And call Meanie with his hair being pulled, going, in a book. And then she says, he goes up to kiss her and she goes, brush your teeth.
No, it's man. One of my favorite videos recently that I saw was like this like redneck family where they've got like 3 sons, a mum and a dad, and they're sitting around a table just about to like have a family dinner together. And he turns around, like he starts videoing this, and he videos his sons, and he's like, just so you boys know, when you guys were out fishing earlier, I rocked your mom's world. And it's just
fucking brilliant.
It was so funny. Abigail, you met Dakota when she was here for the LAN.
I did.
Her mum and I, many years ago, well and truly before Dakota ever happened, like we were still, I think we were like 16, 17 years old at the time. We both got drunk one night and we slept together. And we woke up the next morning, kind of looked at each other and just went, so that happened. That was a thing that we're never going to do it again. And we laugh about it now. It's a nothing thing. We just laugh about it. But every now and again, I like nothing more than when Dakota's halfway through one of her sentences, just look at her and go, one of these nights, I rocked your mum's world.
Nice. Who remembers the band from the 80s or 90s, Romeo Void? Their biggest hit was A Girl in Trouble Is a Temporary Thing. But the song I preferred was called I Might Like You Better If We Slept Together. And the song was called Never Say Never, but there's this great riff in the chorus. I might like you. It was a female vocalist saying, I might like you better if we slept together. But, it's probably a bad idea, but never say never. And it's just like, it was such a funny song, in my opinion. Kirsten's back. Hello, Kirsten.
Welcome back, Kirsten.
Hi, Kirsten. Occasionally, if Will's giving me too much sass, I'll just say, I fucked your mum.
Oh man, it's I absolutely
down. It's great.
I swear to God, if I had kids, I would so totally do something like that. I would be that guy. I would absolutely do something like that.
I could possibly threaten my kids with if they're misbehaving and say, either calm the fuck down, or I'm going to talk about sex with your mother. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yep, that should subdue them.
It's like your choice. Calm the fuck down. I'm going to tell you about dirty
not a lot of people want to hear about sex with their mum.
One of the things that I kept on saying to
we don't like to
one
talk
of the things
about.
that like it used to drive my dad nuts when he was alive, but like I always turned around to my dad and said, no, as far as I'm concerned, you're a virgin. You were born a virgin and you're dying a virgin. Me, my brother, my 3 sisters, immaculate conceptions. As far as I'm concerned, you've never had sex, And my dad's reaction for the most part was just like, you wish,
You wish.
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, there was this one time when I was a kid, I did the walking in on the parent doing something experience, you know, where the covers get pulled up and get the fuck out type thing happened. So that happened when I was a kid.
You actually do get the fuck out. You're not one of those people who stands there.
No, I ran out. I was actually
Yeah, I
going
would
in there
too.
to ask my dad if I could go out to hang out with a friend of mine, and Dad's response was literally, "Yes, go." But I had completely forgotten about that for years and years and years. And this one night, I was making my typical jokes of, no, you immaculate conception, you're a virgin, you all of that. And Dad turns around and goes, "You walked in on me. You know that's not true." And I was like,
Yeah.
remember-
Look, my
Fortunately,
my
I don't
parents
think. Sorry, go Abigail.
my parents had a waterbed,
Oh wow! Oh wow!
king size waterbed, makes noise.
Oh,
Slosh,
yeah.
slosh.
Yeah, we
It's the
slosh.
ocean.
Doesn't matter how quiet you are. Slosh,
Ooh, I
slosh.
know.
we
want to hear
we
that.
we had
Ugh.
waterbeds for years
Can't
here.
unhear it.
My dad had a waterbed up until the day he died. My brother and I both had waterbeds when we first moved out here. I loved my waterbed. I would still have it if Eleanor could stand it at all. Eleanor hates them with an avid passion. But I absolutely love my waterbed. The newer ones, they've got this new like smaller bladder inside of the larger bladder thing that actually stops that from happening.
Yeah.
Which is
Okay.
which is really great if you're trying to do the whole stealth sex thing, because waterbeds don't creak as a general rule.
Yeah.
But when you're living in a share house, you, like, for the most part, when your mates are having sex in the other room. It's not because they're making any noise, it's because that bed won't shut up.
Yeah. When I was at college, because you're doing shared houses at colleges, and I found out sort of after the fact. I was in one shared house with three dudes. It was a real dude house because none of us were in a relationship. But towards the end of the year, we were living together. I got into a relationship, and the next year I moved into a really big shared house that included my girlfriend. And one of the dudes in the house basically warned everyone else who was moving into this shared house, "I really hope you're okay with loud sex." It's just
Well, I guess forewarned is forearmed, I guess,
yeah.
I had a musician just staying here for a little while, and he had a little understanding with the band's lead singer.
Okay.
Let's just say I really appreciated my headphones on quite a few occasions.
It is one of those
They
things.
weren't indiscreet about it, but the trouble is the walls here aren't that thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a share house at a suburb called Hornsby, and the walls at this place were paper frickin' thin, and there was just no getting away from it. But the funniest thing was the couple that owned the main bedroom, are some of the loveliest people that you will ever meet in your life. They really, really are. But they had loud sex, B, in a room with paper thin walls. It just the rest of the house always knew when they were at it, and it was fine. Like 99.999% of the time, the rest of the house just kind of went, "They're having fun, headphones, and we're good."
Yep.
But there was their bedroom backed onto the room of one of the other guys that was living there by the name of Rowan. And Rowan's computer was set up on the wall that intersected with their bedroom, and he had just gotten the first episode of Penn and Teller's Bullshit. Now, if you want an interesting series to watch, find and watch Penn and Teller's Bullshit. It's actually really good. Their first episode. Yeah, their first episode is about people who can apparently talk to the dead. And
bunch.
they go through the whole thing about cold reading and all of that sort of stuff. It is all bullshit. It is
A
all
lot of the time they use hot reading. They do their research before they even do the reading.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The more famous ones, when they do, like John, whatever his name was, they have John Edwards. They have microphones in the audience. And they listen in to conversations, and they hear someone saying, "Oh, I hope they bring up my husband John," and they feed it to the guy and say, "Oh, someone wants to hear from their husband John."
I would deliberately, I would go on one of those shows and just make someone up.
It is okay.
And
so
then they just edit it out anyway.
The one that was the the world's most prevalent one for a while there was actually in the late 80s, and that was thanks to James Randi. May he forever rest in peace. James Randi went out to one of the Peter Popov ministry fucking things, which is where you get your Christian leaders that are doing the whole, God is telling me all of this information about you and whatnot, and they're cold reading or they're warm reading or whatever. It's all complete BS. And James Randi actually brought along a guy who was a specialist in radios and all of that sort of stuff. And they ended up finding the bloody radio frequency, the Peter Popov. And he, there's a film about James Randi called An Honest Liar. And he actually says it in the movie that there are parts of that recording that have never been released to the public, and they never will be, because of how incredibly offensive he and his wife were about the random people. And during the Q&A, because I went out to see James Randi live, which was his last tour in Australia. And in that, there was a Q&A session afterwards. And one of the questions that was asked to him was, we understand that you don't want to talk about it, but we're genuinely curious. Like, what was more, like, one of the more offensive parts of that tape? And he turned around and he said, look, I don't like to say this, but this is what was said. There was a point there where there was an African-American lady who wanted, that Peter was coming to. And what the wife was saying over the phone, over the radio with the little earpiece in his ear, feeding him all of the information, all of it was the N-bomb. All of it was about her being fat. And all of it was calling her all sorts of names, basically referring to her as a useless thing and a horrible thing and all of these sorts of different things. And he was like, and all of that I find less offensive than people trying to say that they can talk to the dead or that they can read your mind thanks to God or something like that. But to get back to the story that I was trying to make earlier, we're in the room. There's me, there's Rowan, and there's two of our good friends. And we're sitting there, we're watching that. And all of a sudden, we start hearing that knocking sound of the bed against the wall. And so we turn the volume of what we're watching down, and you can hear that the two people are doing their thing. And so, there was this couple of moments of, okay, we're just going to turn this back on and be adults about it. But then there was this overwhelming thing of, we're not going to be adults about it this time. We're going to fuck with them. So the bed is knocking on the wall. Yeah, the bed is knocking on the wall, and we're coming up. And every time that the bed would tap the wall, we would tap the wall in unison with the bed. So you would get this tap, 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 tap. And you hear one of the guy in the relationship in the other room, you can hear him starting to giggle, which makes us giggle. And it's this feedback loop. So, we're starting to pound on the wall as hard as we can. And I'm almost certain that they were just grabbing a hold of the bed and rattling it, like they weren't actually doing anything at that point. But there was this one point where the male of the relationship, he turns around and he goes, "Would you bastards quit that? You're throwing off my rhythm." At which point you hear his girlfriend, who is underneath him at the time, turn around and go, "What rhythm?" Everyone in the house cannot breathe for the next 10 minutes. It was absolute comedic gold. It was absolute comedic gold. We hear this loud, great almighty thump in the room, and it sounded violent. Really violent. We thought somebody had just gotten hurt. So we've come up and kind of opened up the door, are you guys okay? And we've noticed that the covers are up and all of that. So we open up the door, and the girlfriend's in the bed. She can't breathe. She's in the fetal position. She's crying. She's laughing so hard. The male of the relationship is on the ground holding a sheet over what's left of his dignity, wondering what the hell had just happened. His girlfriend was laughing that hard that she bucked him off and he fell off the bed onto the floor, which then prompted another 20 minutes of the rest of the house not able to breathe. And he has never lived it down. He has never lived it down.
Oh, you'd have to leave town.
There's no other option. Start again.
He now lives over in Boston.
Start again.
He now lives over in Boston, and like I get to talk to him like rarely, which is a bit of a shame because I really miss the guy. He's a really good bloke. But you know, every now and again when I get to talk to him, we'll be talking about something, and something that he says or does will remind me of that, and I can't help but giggle because I was there, and the scene just replays in my mind, and I giggle. And it's gotten to the point now that he no longer turns around to me and goes, "What are you giggling about?" Now when I start to giggle, he's like, "Would you get the fuck over it already?" Oh God, it was absolutely hilarious. Just one of those things where all the stars aligned to make it work the way that it did. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
That's better than any situation comedy could come up with.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave, guys. I need to breathe.
No worries at all. She's like,
No, I'm tired. And that was sorry, Krusty.
Sleep well, mate.
Oh God!
Have a good night, mate.
I hope I don't have a nightmare of that now.
Mix it with that burned-in image of that guy's ass.
Oh! I've been trying to get rid of that out of my bloody head
You're
for
welcome.
the past
Oh no!
20 years.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
You know, the poor guy. His name's Alex. To be clear, the things that Alex that we put Alex through. There was a while there at the same share house that Charlie the Unicorn video came out. See you, Shieldsy.
Bye.
Yeah. And if anybody's seen the Charlie the Unicorn video, at one point there's this whole thing about shun the unbeliever. Shun the unbeliever. Shun. And he was a massive Warhammer geek. And there's this whole thing about a particular race inside of Warhammer where they get their power from some sort of religious fervor or something like that, and unbelievers are killed and all of these sorts of different things. So we kept on saying to him things like, you know, Safa's gone too. So we're constantly saying to him things like, you know, shun the unbeliever. And it got to the point that every time that video would play, you would just hear Alex audibly groan from the other side of the house, just go, "Oh, not again." So that, of course, became the thing. Alex would come home from work and somebody would play the bloody clip just to drive him nuts.
Because what a mate's for, hey?
Absolutely. Fast forward 5 years after that, we've all moved out of the share house at Hornsby. We've all gone our separate ways. We're all still good friends. Alex is living with a couple of his mates, and he needs to move. And at the time, he didn't have a car, didn't have a license, nothing like that. And so he's made the, at the time, live journal post, to give you an age on this, made the live journal post of, "Hey, can somebody please help me move because I don't have a car or anything like that, you know?" And so me and a couple of our other friends had said, "Yeah, no, we can help you." So we've gone out to help him move. And when we've arrived, Alex is not even close to being ready.
Oh, no.
Love the guy to tears, but he is the worst person in the world for organizing himself or anything else. He could not organize a chalk raffle. So we're in the process of trying to pack all of these things into boxes for him and whatnot. And one of the guys by the name of Kieran, everybody calls him Sparky. Sparky got the great idea of there was a thing of Post-it notes on Alex's desk with a pen. So he's just gone through all of the Post-it notes and he's written "Shun the Unbeliever" on all of the different things, and he's taken them off and he's folded them up and he's put them into all of his books, random bits of clothing, into his shoes, into his bed sheet covers, in the drawers, and like just everywhere that he could possibly think of. He just puts all of these "Shun the Unbeliever" notes in. And years, over years, Alex is still finding these damn things. You know, and
That's cool.
yeah, fast forward about 7 odd years, and he's finally moved over to Boston. And when he's moved over to Boston, he's asked his parents to send him the last bit of stuff that he'd left in Australia. So they've sent him over a few of the boxes, and one of the boxes was one of the ones that we had packed. So Alex is in the process of unpacking that box, and his then wife starts opening up things, and she finds these little slips of paper, and "What's this about?" And Alex is like, "Oh, for the sake of what? I moved country, and it's still happening."
Yeah. That reminds me.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's not as good as your story, but I did something very similar to someone I was in the PhD lab with, good friend of mine. and we were constantly writing the word "butts" on each other's stuff.
Okay.
And
As you
when
do.
I'd finished, I did the post-it note thing and hid them all over her desk, in her stuff, like under stuff, like behind stuff, and she was finding butts like for months after that. Yeah,
A
similar
friend of
story,
mine-
but she finished hers finished her PhD in a year. So
Wow.
yeah,
Way to go on that
well,
one.
not in a year, but over the next year.
Right. Okay. Yep. No.
No, she took 3
a
4
friend
years.
of mine's
Like,
a friend of mine's living in a share house,
people.
and apparently their thing right now is to drop little drawings of dick bug. What do they call it? Sorry, dick butt. That little
oh
weird,
yeah,
like
Yeah,
bird-looking
dick
thing.
butt.
Yeah,
Yep.
tiny little drawings of that on various like little stickers and bits of paper, and apparently hiding that throughout each other's rooms and all of that sort
Yeah.
of stuff. And I'm like, these are the sorts of jokes and pranks that I can absolutely get behind. Nobody gets hurt. They're genuinely funny sometimes.
Nah, they're great. I wanna do that with Will, but like little pictures of Nicolas Cage.
Oh
Just
yeah,
his
yeah,
face,
yes.
just
Yeah.
in random spots. He
You kind of-
he did that to me, but with a potato. He just had this potato, and he would just hide it places. And every now and then, I'd just find a potato.
I have a
Said you hit
plastic
a potato
dog
in
poop.
Parliament.
Yeah. An American YouTube friend one Halloween sent a bunch of stuff, American Halloween candy. This was years ago when my offspring were much younger and appreciated a bunch of American candy. And she also put it, like, I think it was this thing, one of the, I forget, you know, those fucking parcel delivery things they have in the US, like not the US Postal Service, one of the big companies that does things.
like
And
FedEx
it's
or something
really-
like that.
Yeah, it's like FedEx, and it's like this box, and it's like whatever you can fit in this box ships for this amount, no matter what it weighs. And so she filled this box with a US Halloween candy, and also in there was this big plastic dog shit, you know. And when I first opened up, I thought that doesn't look even remotely real. But when you just put it somewhere, when you see it, initially it looks like a great big spiral shit. And then you go, oh no, it's plastic. That's okay. So me and my son, for more than a year, I'd put it in his bed. So when he pulled the sheet back to get in bed, it was this shit. And then I'd go to bed the next day and pull the sheets back, and it would be in my bed. And we would just find a different place to put the. It's like objectively, you would go, that doesn't look real. But in the real world, when it's put somewhere, your initial impulse is, oh,
Yeah.
there's a giant shit there. It's just
One of my
Yep.
one of my cousins put a fake cockroach on the light switch.
Mm.
Yeah, feel for the light switch.
I am. When I was young, I was forever putting fake spiders in places like the cutlery drawer
Oh,
And-
I'd have kicked your ass.
And
I'd
and
have
stuff like
kicked your
that,
ass.
and it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
But
No,
recently, my son tried to do the. Oh, what?
What's up, Angry?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just want to say in the chat,
Reading.
Shane 9 saying long time fellow, first time
Oh.
chatting, and we apparently made them laugh a lot with this ridiculous shit we're talking about. So
Awesome.
glad you joined in.
Mission
Cool.
accomplished.
Yeah. Will tried to do the up dog joke.
Oh yes, yeah. What's up?
You know,
No?
what's up, dog?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
heard of up dog? Yeah, what's
Yeah.
up, dog?
no,
Yo,
what's
what's
up
up,
with you?
dog?
Yeah.
Anyway, it didn't work, but like that wasn't the joke that he was trying to do, and so I just like played along and said, "What's up, dog?" And he pointed to the ceiling, and it's still there, just in my kitchen. He'd written
Slide
on a
on in,
piece of
okay.
paper. He'd drawn a picture of a dog and said, "Wolf, bitch." and I was gone. Yeah, it was just so funny.
No,
Like-
my ex housemate gave me a fucking heart attack years ago. We were sitting in the lounge room and a fucking spider crawled across my keyboard. We were playing StarCraft 2 when it had first come out, and this tiny little spider crawled across my keyboard, and I landed outside the front door. I'm not truly arachnophobic, but I cannot stand fucking spiders. It's a real thing for me. And
I wouldn't fuck spiders either.
He thought of fucking Tish, nobody. He thought it was the funniest thing in the world because we've got Earthcrow back.
Welcome back, Earthcrow.
He thought it was the funniest thing in the world, my reaction to this tiny little spider on my desk. So he bought a little novelty bloody spider that looked stupid real. Like really fucking real. And he put it in the cutlery drawer.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
So I've come home from work.
Best place.
Yeah, I've come home from work and I'm like, really hungry and whatnot. I've gone to the freezer and grabbed one of the microwave meals that you get when you're single. And I've popped that in the microwave and turned on the microwave and everything's fine. I've gone to the cutlery drawer. I've opened it up and damn near launched the cutlery drawer across the kitchen. And Christian cannot breathe. He's in his room. He's heard the gigantic crash bang boom of the cutlery drawer going flying across the kitchen. He can't breathe. It's the funniest thing in the world to him. I'm like, it fucking scared the shit out of me.
Russ,
I'm gonna get you back.
Story you will not like. So there's nothing quite like when you're driving, particularly at night. Especially if your car's a manual and you see emerge from the center console a nice healthy huntsman.
Oh, nobody! I could beat that. I could beat that. The nice big healthy huntsman that decided to make my fucking sun visor mirror its little home.
That's a good one.
I was on my P plates. I had just turned onto my road, and it's an uphill thing. And I'm going up the hill, and the sun came in my eye. So I grabbed a hold of the sun visor and went like that, and it landed right in my lap.
Just going.
You have never seen somebody stop, get out of a car so quick in your life, and then promptly punch themselves deliberately in the dick twice to make sure that
And then set fire to the car.
And the thing is, standing there afterwards, kind of supporting myself on the car, recognizing that I had actually missed it because it had fallen off my lap as I was getting out of the car. And, I see it crawling off down the road, and I'm like, "You little son of a!" And I'm just there, that is literally.
And you punched yourself in the dick
twice
unnecessarily. Hey,
I have a spider. I'm going to get it. It's really cool. Doesn't tick.
Oh, cool. I've got a couple of spiders on my fridge that I worked with this creepy Croatian guy. He was a phone tech. And oh no, he was like white person creepy.
Right.
So what he did, he was doing his floorboards. He had polyethylene or something, and he would catch spiders, tie their legs down individually with fishing wire, and then encase them in polyethylene. While this, he said he had to do it while they were still alive, otherwise their legs curl up.
Oh
and,
man!
Yeah, and he gave me one. He put a little fridge magnet on it, and he used to do that kind of shit. Like, that's the look I had, angry. I was like,
oh shit.
Okay, and I didn't want to not accept it. Like, I wanted to be on his side.
I'm not a fan of spiders, but that's fucking cruel.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I got halfway through a shower one evening, and I looked down at the bottom of the shower curtain, and there's a huntsman on the inside of the shower curtain munching on cockroach. I'm just going, oh, hey, how's it going? Didn't mean to disturb you in the middle of dinner. I'll just push this curtain away a little bit. You can have that corner, and I'll.
Yeah. I saw a great video on YouTube of this guy saying, like, okay, he's an Australian. Everyone in Australia is scared of huntsmen, but I love him, and this is why. And he's showing this picture of his computer desk, and there's a huntsman who's taken up residence on his monitor and whatnot. He goes, "Watch this," and he's caught a cockroach, and he goes, "Watch this," and he sort of flicks this cockroach so it goes running, and it's running across his desk. It is going, just wait, and this huntsman moves like lightning and grabs the cockroach and goes, and to people who are arachnophobic, it was terrifying. But he's just going, it's great. That's why I love huntsmen.
Yeah. I've actually got a little spider living in my bedroom at the moment.
No worries, Abigail.
It's only a little thing, like it's not in the least bit intimidating. Little tiny speck like that, tiny thing.
Yeah.
I've been feeding it flies. If a fly buzzes around in my room, I'll be awake and went, oh, you're going to be sorry.
Yeah.
Drop it in the web, and the spider comes, oh, goody, munch. So I've been feeding this spider in my bedroom.
Was the house
This is fucking guaranteed. This is guaranteed Shannon not fucking sleeping tonight.
This is why flies are very ill-advised to come into my house, because when I was bored during lockdown, I bought the bug assault rifle, which uses salt.
Neat.
There's a little thing here that you fill with salt, and if a fly gets in, you shoot it with salt fragments, which either stuns it or kills it. But I don't know, we had a weird summer. There were no flies last summer. So in the last almost year that I've had this, I've only shot 3 flies with this. And I'm used to summers where there are lots of flies. But there was one only a week or so ago. I went, and Mrs. Anger is like, why are you so excited that there's a fly in the house? And I went, oh, because...
Oh, God. And also...
I went and I shot it.
Also, very quickly, Mega Leech, bottom fucking tish. All right? You get the same bottom tish that nobody got.
The sun came in right.
Yep. Whose son? Okay, so firstly, I still have
fucking nightmare fuel.
Oh, wow.
I still have the spider on
And that's
the
even more
magnet.
fucking nightmare fuel. Christ on a
That's-
stick. Oh, fucking hell.
wow.
Oh, nice. So this is an actual huntsman
cool.
that this creepy white dude coated in polyethylene.
That's a
Oh,
real
okay.
spider.
That
Fucking hell.
that's a real spider. That's a real huntsman.
There's something sick
Yeah.
about
That's cool.
Grasshopper. I have
Yeah.
another horror story for you to take home.
Oh, look, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. Just fucking
right.
traumatize
Okay, so
it. Bring it on.
I want
told this
to.
story before.
Hold on.
Can
Abigail wants to.
Can I just do
Yeah,
this first?
fire away.
It's a visual one, so you have to watch. This is something I used to do to an ex-partner. Now, just give me a sec. This won't take long, but just come with me on this journey.
Going on a journey, okay.
Going on a tour.
It's obviously fake, but when you're not expecting it, yep. And she used to just jump out of her skin.
So the story I've got for you, I've probably shared this one here before, but fuck it, we're talking spiders. And it's the one when I slapped on a bike helmet without checking it first. And
Oh, yes.
quite a decent sized spider ran out across my face.
Yeah, no, there was that meme that went around for a while, and it was like, there's a time in every person's life when we're tested, when we have to stand there and look at the universe casually and say, "Is that all you got?" When you have to stand there and say, "No, I am the center of this universe, and the universe does indeed revolve around my Andromeda-sized balls." Today was that day for me when I noticed that there was a spider in my helmet at 90 miles an hour.
That's unsettling.
Man. Of all,
I bet you
like,
really
whenever-
tested the stopping distance.
when I rode bikes, because I rode bikes for many years. When I rode bikes, there was never a time that I did not check my helmet. Like I had that routine down pat where I would hold the helmet and look as the helmet was coming up and on, because like I'd be dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
You would crash.
If the crash didn't kill me, I'd have torn my head off trying to take the helmet off that quick. Like I'd just be fucking dead. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fucking
The
real.
house I lived in
So I've
in
just
Brisbane,
I've just placed my little spider friend here on my monitor just for.
there's a house I lived in
Something really
Brisbane.
creepy
All-time
about that.
And we,
Yeah, I know it's super creepy.
Okay, Earth Crow Speed, try to say something.
No, so there was a house I lived in Brisbane, and we had for 1 week only. It was odd behaviour from a huntsman I've never seen before, and it would stay on the ceiling, but it would follow you through the house. You know, you'd
Oh,
wake up in
fuck
the
that.
morning and he would be looking at you. You'd sit watching the TV and he'd be in the lounge and looking at you. I'm in the shower and I look up and it's watching me have a shower. It just followed me everywhere.
Wow,
And it was there for a week.
that's
And
odd
after the
behavior
week, it
for a
was-
huntsman.
Yeah, I know. So we were saying maybe it's the day that at the borough of the spider web, and here we have a human.
Yeah, I have to admit, when I was a kid, sort of growing up in Dubbo, our old house, if you have any sort of crack in the walls and stuff, you have these black spiders, which are just colloquially referred to as house spiders, would take up residence. And as a kid, I would absolutely catch flies and throw them in the web of the spider to see the spider come out and get them.
Yeah.
And every now and then,
I do
a
that.
spider that was much bigger than I would expected would come out really suddenly and basically make me shit my pants, because a very large black spider would come out of a crack in the wall really suddenly and grab the fly that I'd thrown into its web. And I was like, ha! Oh, God, that was terrifying. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
I went sailing off a ladder once, thankfully into a pool, but it was in the middle of fucking winter. I was fully dressed and I destroyed my phone.
No.
A friend of mine had bought his first ever place not far from here, and the place had a pool. And the landscapers, when they built the pool, they put palm trees around the pool. And the problem was the palm trees were all seeding, and all of the seeds were dropping in the pool, and it was clogging up his filter and doing all sorts of different damage. So he was like, okay, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to start pulling all of these seed pods off, and I'm going to try and get rid of the trees and whatnot. But first things first, got to get rid of these seed pods. Hey, can you come over and give me a hand? And I'm like, yeah, sure, no worries at all.
As you do.
So, yeah, gone over there, and he's gotten the gigantic fuck off, ladder that kind of like it climbs on itself type thing, one of those gigantic fucking things.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes the better part of like 30 odd fucking meters up in the air. It's absolutely huge. And I'm the better part of 30 meters up in the freaking air at this point. And what we had like a long pole with like a saw end on it, trying to saw bits off and whatnot, but you couldn't get to some of them. The only way that you're going to be able to do it was to get up there with a ladder, grab a hold of the seed pod with one hand saw in the other hand, and try and take it off and drop it down, So I'm up there and I'm doing my level best to do that. And I've grabbed a hold of one of these seed pods. Now, if you've ever seen them on a palm tree, the seed pod kind of comes onto the bark of the outside of the tree. So you can just kind of pull it back a little bit to give yourself some space. I'm up there. I've pulled it back, and this gigantic fuck-off wolf spider that was inside of the bark, I had disturbed it. So not only did it crawl out, it kind of jumped out and like went to its full, rearing up on its back legs type thing because something had just startled it. I fell off the ladder. I just fell off the ladder.
Yeah.
Now, if it was solid ground underneath me, it would have been really bad or death. I am not even kidding you, because I just fell. I was just off the ladder. Went straight in the pool. Thank Christ it was the deep end of the pool. But landed. You ever done a belly flop in the pool?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Think of that unintentionally on your back in maybe 6-degree weather.
Oh, shit.
From a
Fucking
30-meter drop.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you
Great
needed,
Hall-
my friend, is a pole saw.
We had one of those.
Chainsaw
But
on the
it
end
just,
of a whippersnapper thing.
oh god, no! We
Fucking
tried all
awesome,
sorts of
those,
different things, but no, this thing needed to be done by hand. But no, when I've come off and the slap of my back hitting the water, I felt it. Everybody else heard it. And
Yeah.
there was
Actually,
me, my friend, and 2 other guys that were out at the pool. But there was a bunch of people inside. They've heard the smack of the flush on the pool.
Oof.
Everybody's come running out.
It's actually lucky you're not a paraplegic from that. Even with the water, that's pretty
Dude,
serious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, shit, yeah. I bruised my kidney. I bruised my liver.
Wow.
And I had a bruise up the left side of my flank that was there for the better part of 3 weeks. And you would have thought that I'd been beaten with rubber tubes. It was fucking horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. But you know what? It's just one of those things. Like, the thing that I care most about that one, I ruined my damn phone. My phone was in my pocket, and it went in the drink.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I remember doing a thing way back when I was at uni. This is back where I was at the same uni as AZ. We're having this big bonfire party one night, and it was on a sort of farm property outside of town. So the fire's going. We're going to keep the fire going. We had this thing that was literally like basically a fucking tree that had been cut down, and 10 dudes got on this big tree trunk, 5 either side, and we could collectively lift it up, and we lifted it up and carried it over to the fire and dropped it on the fire, so it would eventually burst into flame. And then we were watching it, and from under the bark, all these fucking huntsmen about this fucking would come out. And go, hey, it's on fire. And we were all collectively, the dudes who moved the tree were collectively going, wait, that was where my head was. My head was right on that piece of bark that this monstrous fucking huntsman just came out of. And we're like, wow, no one suggested to me that I was going to have a spider the size of my face right next to my face.
It's one of those things, like, if I was that guy, I don't think that there would have been a force of the verse to stop a fucking tear from coming down my cheek on that one. Like, just
we were all pretty traumatized. Like, the dudes who moved the tree, when we saw how many spiders were actually in the tree that we moved onto the fire, the 8 dudes who moved the tree were all pretty fucking traumatized.
Although speaking of crying though, Abigail, Eleanor and I are working our way through Voyager.
Oh yeah.
And we just watched the episode earlier tonight where they finally talked to Earth for the first time.
Oh, yay! Pathfinder.
Yeah, Eleanor was an absolute lost cause at the end of that episode. Like 15 tissues later type thing.
Especially when Admiral Paris mentions his son. And
Eleanor, like, for those that don't know, my wife will, like, she is the quintessential will cry at a Reebok commercial type thing. So this absolutely destroyed her. It was hilarious.
Sorry, you just got me laughing because as soon as you said, like, Eleanor and I were crying, and I thought it was going to be a sex thing, and it was just
to be fair, I thought that at first.
Yeah,
I keep on telling you bastards, it was only the first time, okay?
Yeah.
I was crying because finally somebody had sex with me, okay? It was
There's a very old video on my YouTube channel where I talked about how, because there was some weird story about sex education classes being banned in schools, and I said, this is how sex education would go. And this was with the mask. This is with the angry mask. This is how sex education classes would go if I was doing, and I'm just saying all this really graphic shit. And after about a couple of minutes of me saying this, it's me going to camera, are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying in sex. You're the worst kindergarten. You're the worst kindergarten I've ever taught. And it's like, you cry after sex, okay? You don't cry during sex. You cry after
that's
sex.
just sad. Jeez.
It's like that old tasteless but still, like, I thought, very funny joke of how do you make a gay man cry after sex? Wipe the shit off your dick on his favorite curtains.
God.
Incredibly.
See, you're allowed to say that.
Because you actually fuck gay men. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Many a time.
How
But
do you
yeah,
know
no,
you?
it's-
Well, that's the old joke. How do you know your housemate's gay?
how's that?
His cock tastes like shit.
Yeah. Well, Hayes
It's,
got the joke
it-
from all the comedy tours he did when all the comedians are on a bus going between country towns for hours and hours and they're bored. They had a game going, I know you're gay because, and it would be stuff like that. I know you're gay because, you cry when I give you a reach around. And
It's like that old joke. How do you tell if a Tasmanian? Sorry, how does a brother tell that his sister's on a period?
how?
Because his brother's dick tastes funny.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
I was
I
watching
knew it was
a
going to be
video.
something.
My favorite inbreeding joke from Tasmania, though, and it's not incredibly tasteless. It's genuinely funny. There was this weird as hell wedding that happened down in Tasmania, where this guy was getting married to this girl that was outside of the family. So as a result, it was this huge event, and everybody was there. The night of the wedding happens and all of that sort of stuff, and all of a sudden there's a knock on the door, and the father comes up and opens up the door, and it's the groom, and he's come home, and the father's like, "What the hell are you doing home, son? It's your wedding night. You're supposed to be spending that with your wife." And he goes, "But Dad, you don't understand. She's a virgin." And his dad turns around and he goes, "It's all right, son. You did the right thing. If she's not good enough for her family, she's not good enough for ours."
Oh. Oh.
I was watching a video.
Oh, that's
It was recommended. The YouTube does the recommendations, and it was
Oh yeah.
pranks and jokes, and which they're telling each other. And one was, "What do you call an Irish lesbian?" Gaelic.
I don't know.
Gaelic.
Oh, of course.
I can't hear. I can
Gaelic.
barely hear you.
What do you call
Yeah.
an Irish lesbian? Gaelic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like that old one. What do you call an island full of lesbians? Liquorland.
Mm.
You know,
Liquorland,
it's-
yep.
Yeah. Just one of those old jokes. But that one
Well,
with the Tasmanian.
there are literally lesbian cruises to the island of Lesbos.
I was about to say,
Like it's an
literally,
industry around that.
What do
There
you
is
call
an
an
entire-
island full of lesbians? It's Lesbos. That's
Mm.
that's the
Yes.
that's the
We have a whole island.
Yeah, there is Bear Island as well for the gay cruises. They go to Bear
Yeah.
Island.
Bear
So
Island.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is a thing. That is a thing.
It's like if my self image ever got bad, I guess I'd go on a bear gay cruise, and I'd feel all together again.
No, it's a funny thing. Like every bear that I've ever met have been just the loveliest guys.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
but
Yeah.
they are the ones that people
Intimidating.
see walking down the street and they cross the street because they're afraid of them. But if they
Yeah.
talk to them, they turn around and go, "It's okay, sweetheart." They're like, "Oh, hang on." I just love that
yep.
dichotomy. I absolutely love it.
I forget what the Leather Daddy bar on Oxford Street in the 90s was called, but I've told the story before. It happened, I was in a shared house, and it was the 90s, and we were all fucking doing acid, and one of the females in the house decided she was going to put makeup on me before we went out. There was basically one hetero nightclub just off Oxford Street. It's called Spagos or Spargos, and but we'd go to one of the pubs on Oxford Street because the drinks were cheaper. I wasn't a drinker at the time, but my housemates were, and they'd get a couple of drinks in before going to this nightclub. And the one female member of our household were going like, "But that's just like a gross pickup joint." And me and the other single straight guys in the house were going, "Yes, that's why we're going there, because it's a gross
Yes,
pickup
and
joint." Yeah, and so there was this one time we were like high as a fucking kite. The female house member was doing makeup on me, was doing like makeup on, and I was like 22, 23. I was sort of slim and pretty at 20, 22, and ski pants were a fashion in the 90s at this point. So I was wearing these ski pants, and she did makeup on me. And we said the guys who were drinking, we're going for pre-drinks at this pub on Oxford Street before we go to Spargo's. And I'm like, okay. And I'm sitting there on acid.
Okay, hang on. So what makeup did she do? Did she do like
eyeshadow, eyeliner, rouge, lipstick, the whole thing, right? And so I'm kind of, at this point, I'm a slim 21-year-old wearing skin pants with feminine makeup, right?
twink.
I was actually going to say Twinkie Little Star.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
That's the other one.
But in my mind, we were going to this one hetero nightclub. But the dudes who were drinking are saying, we're going to stop at this pub on Oxford Street first because the drinks are cheaper. And I'm like, whatever you want. And we go in there, 4 of us, 3 guys, 1 woman. And one of the guys goes, and my spidey sense is tingling, and I don't know why. And one guy says, I'm going up to the bar to get drinks. And one guy says, I'll go with you. And I'm going, why are all the guys here wearing leather? And why are they all looking at me? And the
wait a second.
The female member of our house says, I'm going up to the bar too. And I finally twigged and I grabbed her and went, no, you're fucking not.
Wait, this gay bar doesn't have fire escapes.
Exactly. And I was like, but the thing is, I was like, okay, I cannot hold it against them. We have gone into this leather daddy bear bar and I am twink as fuck. And
yeah, you just would have been hunted. Like
yeah.
And I was conscious of I cannot hold it against anyone in this bar because I've shown up in this leather daddy bear bar twink as fuck. And it had just registered just in time. And I'd grab this female member of our house, go, you are not fucking leaving me alone, okay? That is not happening.
I find that sometimes when people talk in terms, sometimes I get a bit oblivious sometimes, and I don't quite connect what you're talking about. And I think you're on a different track, and like Twinkies, you remind me, like they were talking about Twinkies, and I think I phase the alphabet and I come back, and I'm thinking of that American treat.
The Twinkie bar.
Yeah, and I start talking about I start saying about I had a Twinkie when I was in Sydney at the cinema once, and start talking about the taste, and they're just looking at me really strange. They're talking about the Twinks, and I'm talking about this thing. And I've got several stories like that, but that was funny.
I've got one quick joke to tell you guys, and then I'm going to have to actually hop off. My brother's just let me know that I was keeping him awake. Speaking about just gay bars and whatnot, it's one of my favorite jokes. A blind man walks into a bar, and he, reaches around and he finds the bar and he sits down and he turns around and he goes, barkeep, beer, please. And he hears the beer slide across the thing and he grabs it and he takes a swig. And he turns around and he goes, barkeep, have you heard the latest blonde joke? And the barkeep turns around and he goes, look, you're obviously blind, so I'm going to give you a break. But just so you know, you've just walked into a lesbian bar. Now, I'm behind the counter and I've got a shotgun and I'm a blonde. The girl to your right, she's a professional MMA fighter with an 8-0 record and she's a blonde. The girl to your left, the girl to your left is a cop and she's 200 pounds and she's a blonde. Are you sure you want to tell that joke? And he turns and he goes, nah, God, no, not if I've got to explain it 3 times.
Yeah.
Anyways, good night to all of you lovely people. I'll talk to you all soon.
See you
No,
guys.
mate.
Bye.
Look, I find that personally offensive, and we should cancel Grasshopper now.
Yeah,
because
let's do it. Next time he comes back, tell him he's cancelled. Yeah.
There was what was that? There was a gay pub in Darlinghurst where the motor goes up Oxford and turns right. You got the pub and the hotel and everything. That closed down recently. I think it's last year or the year before. You'd been there for a long time, and I think it became like a counselling place or something. I was actually going to go in there before I shut down and have a beer because I actually went in there a couple of times in the mid-90s. It's not a bad place. It was okay. It's a shame it closed. Iconic, but apparently it was run down.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to have a really quick toilet break. I'll be back in a second.
Get to wash your hands.
I'm just finishing this, and then I'm going to do the same. Or just this little bit.
So what's your knitting? What's it going to be in the end?
I'm crocheting a sunflower for a relative of mine who is having a tough time in lockdown.
And
they really like sunflowers. And I've got this is going to be the face, and I've got the back of it. I haven't put it together yet, and I'm making the stem, and then I've got to make like a billion flower petals and some leaves and shit.
Cool.
But I'll be back in a sec.
Nice.
The stream is in your capable, talkative hands.
Oh no.
Both of you.
Oh shit.
We'll leave it to nobody with his sexy nighttime talkback radio DJ.
Oh dear. I'm not exactly an extrovert.
No, neither am I. I'm in the middle.
That's it's kind of disturbing that the two quiet ones, or relatively quiet ones, are now in charge temporarily. That's a worry.
The quiet ones to watch out for. We just sort of burn the place down while they're gone. So how you been anyway?
I'm all right. All right, let's see. A dodgy dad joke. Why do farts have a smell? So that deaf people can also enjoy them.
Oh. Actually, I saw this. I saw this photo on Facebook. It's got a young woman, and there's a seal on the back of this boat that's traveling through, and it's got it's got it. Happy 21st birthday to my daughter. In brackets, it says left, so you know which one is her. Is it her or the seal? So, like, if he put right, he'd be saying his daughter was a seal. But you know, his daughter's there saying, "Well, thanks for clarifying that, Dad." Now, if that was me, I would have put right, so it comes to the seal.
Nice. I'm sorry, my computer's just fucking confusing me. Sorry.
That's all
Uh,
When you and Abigail left, it was just Dan and me and Earthcrow, and we're going, oh shit.
What the
That's okay. I did very quickly, and I just because like seriously pissed. I just remembered years ago.
Alcohol has a bit of a diuretic effect.
Yeah, when I was doing the blog TV live streams years ago, there was this thing where because someone sort of challenged me. I made a joke about I finished this bottle of Pepsi Max during the stream. Maybe I should just, piss into the bottle and I won't have to leave. And someone said, go ahead, do it. Because it's below the camera line. I was like, okay. And it was this running joke. And it's like once was like, because it was a long stream and I drunk a lot of this Pepsi. And caffeine's a diuretic. And I was pissing into this 1.25 liter bottle. And I'm going, it's filling up. Oh my God, filling up. Oh my God. And then I held up the bottle afterwards and it was literally more than a liter of piss. And I was like,
I'm way too much of a prude to do something like that. Even with the knowledge the camera's above, I'd still be not happening.
No.
Are we talking about the mirrored one-way mirror bathroom
No,
again.
no, Andrew was
no.
talking about pissing in a bottle while still in a live stream.
Yeah. Instead of leaving the room, just holding a bottom below the camera's point of view. And but it was funny because it was like literally I would be drinking a shit ton of Pepsi Max during a live stream. It's like, oh, I really need to piss. And there was an empty Pepsi bottle. And I was pissing into it, and I'm sitting there going, oh, it's filling up. What am I going to do? It's filling up.
Yeah.
Because literally pissing more than a litre is a really fucking disturbing thing. But, it's interesting. And I was just reminded of it because when I excused myself to do a toilet break just then, I pissed a lot. I'm just sharing it with the people. I pissed a lot.
Thank you for sharing. Sharing is caring.
Yep. I'm sure the entire internet needs to hear about that, Angry.
Yeah. Kirsten's sharing more wholesome things. She wants to pick up the Yeah, it was always fun when you were doing those giant blankets during the stream. You were doing the crochet of those huge projects. And although it actually, God, it's half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, Derry's Dirty Little Secret was talking about having loving eight-legged house guests and bonding with people at work over spiders. I agree. I broadly think spiders are good, but a large spider suddenly appearing will still make me...
They tend to be unsettling.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in fairness, a lot of the really large ones are actually really not that aggressive normally. I haven't quite got the stones to go free-handling huntsmans, but that said, they're not really interested in biting me.
No, they're not.
No,
But
they
people
don't.
have tarantulas as pets. Like Abigail, you were doing the little joke with your stuffed one. I've seen like TikToks of people who, and they open their mouth and an actual live tarantula comes out of their mouth. And I was like,
at one point, Will wanted to get a pet tarantula as well, and like I was preparing myself for that. Now I'm not afraid of spiders by any means, but a tarantula, like, come on!
It's a bit full on. It's a bit full on.
I've had one.
Yeah.
It was a bird eater.
So Earthgrow, are you saying you're leaving or you're just...
No. I was like, you talking about the tarantula. I used to have one. Oh yeah,
You used to have one?
That's awesome.
Yeah, when I was in Rocky, it was only small, about that big. But the first house I lived in Rocky, the huntsman, it's really strange because the huntsman's up there are huge, and it was seen up late at night. And you use the computer, and you feel something cold on your feet, and you look and it's not there. You move your foot and look. Then I thought I'd just gradually look, and the huntsman's are like a small sort of saucepan sort of thing, and it was sitting on my foot, just sitting there. And I thought I'll just leave my foot there, and I just kept it still. The next time I had one on each foot. I had one on each foot, and I thought, this is cool because I really like spiders, and I was like, just keep my foot still because I don't want to. Like people don't move when there was a cat in them. I was like that because I didn't want the spiders to hop off my feet.
There was I don't know. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Brave Wilderness, the YouTube channel. If you're not familiar with it, the host Coyote Peterson has done some pretty crazy things. He has intentionally been stung by some of the most painful wasps and hornets in the world.
Oh, I think I've seen something of you.
To sort of raise awareness. He has also free-handled a few spiders, including the Black Widow.
Yeah.
Actually free-handled it. And free-handling a golden orb weaver wasn't enough. He actually did a video in which his case... try that again. Excuse me while I learn to speak. His head was put into a clear plastic case, and they tipped a bucket full of spiders on his head.
Oh, shit.
Basically, the point of it was to demonstrate that they're not interested in biting you.
Yeah,
and he got no bites at all.
Until they are.
Yeah.
Well, golden orb weavers, they're fucking ugly. and they're very
I love
intimidating
golden
looking
orb
spider.
bears.
But they don't want to bite you.
Yeah.
You're not useful to them. I mean, if you free handling one and you put pressure on it, you make it feel threatened, it might bite you. But if it's just crawling around, it's just sort of, where's my web gone?
I love golden orb spinners because they're a really interesting looking spider, and they do amazing webs. Like if you ever
Bloody strong.
accidentally walk into a golden orb spinner's web, it's really strong. Like it requires
is super strong.
some considerable effort to break the strands of the web.
There used to be one. There's a little, I guess you'd call it a small balcony or something, a little patio area just outside here. I don't know why I'm pointing. It's not like you can fucking see it. Anyway, a golden orb weaver had strung a web between the house and the little roof, the extended bit of the roof. And if I found a cockroach in the kitchen, I'd grab it and throw it onto the web and watch the spider come out and have a meal. And I tell you what, most of the time they're pretty docile. And if you do that little trick, you tickle, tickle, and it goes, oh, what's that? I'll throw a leaf on it, and goes, oh, another fucking leaf, and you'll see it.
Yeah.
Just lazily come down, untangle this leaf, and flick it, and then go back to its little spot. Throw a cockroach on it, and boom, mine.
Yeah. Love it.
Like, damn, son.
Yeah. I mean, I had in my previous house, like I moved just over 4 years ago, but I used to shoot the videos in the shed at the back of the old house I lived in. And at one point, Mrs. Angry was growing sunflowers in this little patch of garden she had. So, they'd grow to 8-9 feet tall. And this golden orb spinner at one point said, I'm going to spin my web between the sunflower and the wall of this shed. So in other words, it was across the path that I walked to the shed to shoot my YouTube videos. And I was like, no, dude, not good. I don't want to walk into your web in the dark. So I was using a stick and I was like guiding it to, no, build your web on the wall of the shed and then I will be your friend. But if you're building it where I'm going to walk into it at the night and get it, you and the web in my face, I'm going to react very, very badly to that.
One unsettling moment I had when I found something in my shoe, and I removed my shoe and found a dead spider.
Oof.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't dead when it went in there.
No, because that's the worst thing in Sydney, in the sort of leafy suburbs where you have a fuck ton of Sydney funnel webs. They love to sleep in shoes and shit.
Fortunately for me, this was just a huntsman. So, not really a threat. So it had been in my shoe for about 5 hours before I'd noticed it.
My favorite thing about when I used
grasshopper here, that would be unsettling for him.
Yeah. No, when I used to live in Sydney, I was working in a call center, and a lot of the people who worked in the call center were backpackers. And there's one young woman who was a Brit, and she talked about, oh yeah, we live in this apartment thing with a pool, and there were these sort of spiders at the bottom of the pool, like they'd fallen off, whatever, and they're at the bottom of the pool. And she's going, oh, you won't believe it, it was so gross. And my boyfriend was chasing me around with one of these spiders from the bottom of the pool. And I went, oh, and it came back to life. And she said, that's not what I was going to say. What the fuck are you talking about? And I said, oh, those spiders probably aren't dead, right? Spiders, if they fall into a pool, will go into a form of suspended and like funnel webs, because you're in the leafy suburbs of Sydney. They're these big, scary fucking black funnel webs. And I said, they're probably not dead. And I said, catch one of them and put it in a jar and put a secure lid on it and put that jar in the sun for a couple of days and see what happens. And she was like, oh my God, I don't fucking believe my boyfriend was chasing me around the pool with a live funnel web that he didn't know was alive. It was just like, yep.
I wouldn't fuck with a funnel web. You don't free handle those bastards.
Yep, the place which I grew up, we had a pool in the backyard. There was a quarter-acre block, and we used to get the funnel webs, and we had the tomcat who used to hunt them and eat them. Used to watch him jump around and beat up the funnel before he ate them, but you know they burn the pool as well. So
Yeah.
there were plenty of them.
Yeah. Oh, and because my oldest brother was, where he worked in construction. So when he was a teenager in early 20s, he was a brickies labourer. He was doing all the shit jobs on building sites. And particularly when you get the bricks that have the holes in them, or you get a big pallet of them, there's very high risk that there's a spider somewhere in the holes, redbacks and whatnot. And they were used to on site
Redbacks are assholes.
getting bitten by redbacks and more or less ignoring them. The bite site from a redback would swell up and you'd feel a bit sick, kind of like a cold or a flu, but you'd be fine. Redbacks don't kill you, but it's a bad idea to get bitten by one. But anyway, he talked about one time he's like in his mid-20s and a guy shows up in the pub from one of the work sites and he's got a bucket and there's a fucking funnel web in the bucket. And he's going, oh, yeah, this was on the site today. And everyone's showing... Sorry, Abigail?
No, finish your story. I'm going to change the subject a little bit.
Yeah, we will. But he was just showing this funnel web in a bucket. One of the guys goes, you know they can jump, like vertically, like about 3 or 4 feet. And he's going, what? You go, yeah, that bucket doesn't mean shit to that funnel web. If it wants to, it will jump and land on your fucking face. And it's just like everyone in the pub freaking out at that point. Anyway, changing the subject from spiders.
Okay, so 400 million pigeons in the world.
Yes. Okay.
Versus 40 million ducks in the world. That's 100
wow.
pigeons to each 100 pigeons to each duck. The ducks have insatiable bloodlust. But the pigeons are from the streets and understand struggle.
Yeah. Who wins?
Who wins?
Ducks are way more savage.
I'll go for that.
But pigeons
Pigeons are pretty
cannibals.
Pigeons are used to predators are coming after them, so they're probably reasonably skillful.
Yeah, but
at escaping, but if there's a lot of ducks intent on having them.
Yeah, case in point, I found a picture of a duck about 3-4 times the size of a pigeon, stepping on a pigeon and just dominating this pigeon. Yeah. Just like fully stepping on it.
Yeah.
And like pigeons don't see ducks as predators. It would be like a surprise attack. I will always have my money on ducks.
Ducks are way more savage than pigeons.
And ducks have geese allies, don't forget.
Yes.
Yes.
What do pigeons have? Seagulls? Seagulls
I was on a bike ride and a duck actually came running after me. I'd gone too close to its family and it actually came after me. You know, head forward, beak open, or bill open, coming after me.
Yeah, and don't forget swans.
Swans are vicious as well.
Yeah, you don't want to get on the wrong side of one of them buggers.
Drakes are super aggressive if they've got family or they want family, which is all the time.
Yes. Drakes
so,
are
yeah.
Not to mention,
but thank you for coming on that journey with me.
Yeah. Not to mention Drake the rapper, who's a creepy fucking predator. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's doing that weird shit with Millie Bobby Brown, which is like bad.
Yeah, and she's too young to know what's going on.
She doesn't realize. Oh, Drake's talking to me about boyfriends. Like Drake's fucking 30, Millie. You're 15.
Yeah.
Don't be talking to 30-year-olds about boys. That's what the fuck. Drake's so a horrible, creepy predator.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for him to end up in fucking prison, actually. There's too many stories.
Sounds like there's a bit of grooming going on.
No, there's too many stories about him being a groomer. And it's just like, no, he's ending up in prison, that guy.
One can only hope.
Well, also, there is an element that because a white guy in his position would probably get away with it. It's like, nah, Drake's a black guy. He's ending up in prison.
But on the other hand, he's rich and famous, so he has connections.
So he's almost white just for the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dave Chappelle remarked about that, and he said, to his audience, he's talking about white people. He said, no one in the world would trade places with me, and I'm rich.
Yep.
You'd have somebody who's a bit down and out, but they're white, and they're going, no, I'll just try this thing out. I'll see it through.
Yeah. Chris Rock has a good routine as well, where he talks about it's all right if you're all white. He's just going like, if you're the first black anything, you have to be literally perfect or you're fucked.
Yeah.
And he's going, rich white people can be pedophiles and whatnot, and they're untouchable, but because it's all right if you're all white. And he's going like, there's no comparison between sort of rich white people and rich black people. Whenever I say it's like it's all white people, someone will bring up Oprah, and he goes, please, if Bill Gates had Oprah's money, he'd fucking kill himself.
Yeah, he'd jump off the top of the building and slip his wrist on the way down. Ah, shit.
Hang on. If Bill Gates had Oprah, I don't get that.
He's saying if Bill Gates was only as wealthy as Oprah, he'd jump off the building and cut his wrists on the way down because he'd be too poor.
Let's just look it up, actually. Oprah net worth. Okay, they're saying Oprah's worth over $2 billion, but Bill Gates is worth hundreds of billions.
Like 100 billion easy, yeah.
And now they're saying Jeff Bezos is on the verge of being declared a trillionaire.
A trillionaire, yep. That's so disgusting.
His net worth is $1,000 billion.
What can you possibly need to have that kind of money for?
You could never spend it all in a lifetime.
It is important to point out that's not actual money. He doesn't have that.
Of course not.
Most of it is
even atheists believe in things that aren't real.
Do stuff with that capital, though, even if it's not liquid.
And people should. Yeah, I think there's a moral imperative to do the right thing.
But his actual, real, tangible assets are definitely in the billions of dollars. And like I said, I love. It's a social media thing, whether it's off Facebook or Tumblr or wherever. But someone says, "I don't get Jeff Bezos. If I was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, I just wake up and go, you know what? Homelessness, I'm curing it today. Veterans not being looked after. Oh my God, that's only $100 million. That's not even a dent on my world. I would just wake up and go, oh man, I can fucking fix this. Done. I'm doing it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Well,
I'll tell you what, I personally reckon if I could, just with the, flick of a pen, throw a bit of money and fix so many of the world's problems, which those bastards theoretically could.
Yeah.
I'd get a pretty decent kick out of that. But I guess that's the difference between being a human being and being a savagely rich cunt.
Exactly. And even just on the lower level, I see these.
They didn't get rich by being fucking nice to people.
Yeah. People saying, man, if I was really rich, I'd go on Kickstarter and see someone trying to raise money, and I'd just go, yeah, there you go. You're funded. Do your thing.
It's a hell of a flexing exercise, isn't it? Yep, I'll just finance your entire thing.
Yeah, and the homelessness thing, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm buying an apartment.
Houses for everyone.
Yeah, I'm buying an apartment building. Everyone gets to move into it. And it's just like...
Fuck. I mean, who here wouldn't do that?
Yeah.
I think any of us, if we could, would do that.
And I think what you see from the evidence is as someone accretes more and more wealth, they become more and more paranoid and more sort of protective.
Detached. Well, they become detached from normal society.
Yeah.
Yeah. They lose reality. That's what it comes down to. It's fucking weird. They just lose reality. Is what
I remember seeing Bill Gates being, he was on a game show or something, and or a talk show, and they were asking him if he knew the price of various groceries.
Yeah.
And like he was like consistently overvaluing the price of all this stuff by orders of magnitude.
Yeah. Well,
Like a packet of frozen chips to him was like $30,
yeah.
and it was $5, and stuff like that. Like he was trying to guess, but like he had no concept
Yeah.
of what things are worth.
Because he hadn't bought anything in forever.
He doesn't need to know. Yeah.
No, because other people do it. There's a joke from Arrested Development with the mother from the obnoxious family saying to the one son who's kind of connected to reality, and it's like, oh, what could a thing of bananas cost? $50? And she's like,
yeah.
And it was the combination of she didn't think $50 was a lot of money, and also she was out by a factor of 10 of what something would actually cost, because she was so divorced from ordinary people's experiences. But yeah, no, Gates. And again, okay, here's the thing. People often shit on the Green brothers, Hank and John Green, the vlog brothers on YouTube. And I actually have a lot of time for them. But because they've been, John Green in particular has been in with Bill Gates for a while. They do this annual thing where he talks to Bill or Melinda about the Gates Foundation. And most recently, it was like, hey, Bill, you said this thing where COVID vaccines shouldn't be open source, that it should be proprietary. And that sounds bad. What's that about? And Bill Gates gave this fucked, meaningless answer about only some labs can do it. And John Green let it slide. And I was like, dude, I can see what's happening here. You're scared of losing your access to that level of influence, and you don't really want to hold him to the blowtorch and say, fuck off with these things should be under copyright or whatever is the applicable for vaccines. It's bullshit. That university was going to make the vaccine open source, and you engineered things behind the scenes so they wouldn't. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Yeah. And it was really noticeable. Like, I always see people shitting on Hank and John Green, and I think, you're being a bit harsh. But John Green did this thing talking to Bill Gates, and to me, it seemed really obvious you're not pressing him because you don't want to lose access to him. Like, if you really fucking put him on the spot, he'll never talk to you again. And you don't want that. And so you fucking get away with it.
There is some kind of wisdom to that.
There is.
It's not. It's objectionable to just basically be afraid of losing access and not hold someone to account. But at the same time, you can't achieve anything if you don't have access. So it's
exactly.
A bit.
And Hank and John Green organize literally millions, if not tens of millions of dollars going to worthy causes every single year. And if he holds Bill Gates to account, so Bill Gates doesn't support him anymore, a lot and thousands of people get hurt by that. So, but Gates is essentially a fucking shit.
Which means he's actually demonstrated moral courage.
Yeah.
Because instead of standing on principle and saying, well, no, there's a principle to stand on, he's basically gone, what of the greater good?
Yeah.
What will I achieve?
The greater good.
Yeah, and for us at the fucking ground level, it's so challenging. Like, there's no ethical consumption under late stage capitalism and all that sort of thing. But Gates could be beyond that, and he's not. Gates is fucking awful, quite honestly. And so people at the
way he got to where he is was through ruthless betrayal of allies.
Yep.
Yeah, it was reprehensible.
Microsoft in the 90s was fucking abominable.
Stealing software of other people and so on.
Yeah. No, it was the worst. It was the worst.
He had a business understanding with Steve Jobs. Now, Steve Jobs actually got the graphical user interface from Xerox,
Yes.
but he didn't necessarily steal it per se. It was more they just, I don't fucking know. Well, that's my understanding anyway.
No, he
And
stole it. He
he
fucking
thought
stole it.
that he thought that Bill Gates was his friend, and
Yeah.
Bill Gates basically fucked him and said, right, we've got to get this graphical user interface out before them, and then market the shit out of that, so that everyone will buy our product and not their product. And so he abused the trust of the friendship, business friendship, but friendship nevertheless. He abused that trust for his own gain.
Yeah. That was Windows 3. There was a pretty good TV movie, and it's from a long time ago now, at least 20 years ago, called Pirates of Silicon Valley. And it started with, Steve Jobs and Apple and whatnot. And they absolutely stole the graphical user interface from Xerox, but Xerox was too stupid to know how valuable it was. But then Microsoft came around like about the Windows 3 stage. And as you say, there was this friendly thing, and Steve Jobs welcomed Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer into Apple. And there's this famous scene outside the Apple headquarters. They had a skull and crossbones flag, like, we're wild and crazy, we're pirates. And Ballmer and Gates and some other Microsoft executives were walking in, and they saw the pirate flag, and they just laughed and went, these guys have no fucking idea what's about to happen to them. They think they're the pirates. And because Gates and Ballmer and all their sidekicks were fucking ruthless. And they had no qualms. They were like, fuck you, Jobs. You stole it from Xerox. You can't complain that we're stealing it from you because you stole it from Xerox. We're just way more ruthless and way more business oriented than you are.
Plus,
and
Bill Gates actually knew a bit about technical stuff, whereas Steve Jobs just said, here's the ideas, I can do the marketing, you do the building.
Jobs was a marketer. Steve
Wozniak was the brains
one. But Gates, for all his flaws, was a massive fucking technical brain. He knew just freakish amounts about programming and technology. It's freaky. There was a guy, I used to read his blog like 10 years ago, and he worked at Microsoft in the 90s, and then he started his own software company. He was happy. But he talked about the Bill G meeting, and it's like anyone who was the lead on a project in Microsoft had to present to Bill Gates at one point. And this guy was in charge of Excel in the 90s. And Excel is really weird because, we just think, it's a spreadsheet, it adds things. But there was weird, and it's got to do with how programming languages work. There was weird bits with dates and numbers and calculations where it got something wrong, and you had to build a bit of code in to compensate for the fact it was getting something wrong. And it was this incredibly arcane thing about, you have to add 1 day for every 60 years. It was fucking weird as fuck. But this guy knew that Excel had this weird fucking glitch that didn't make any sense, and you had to compensate for it. And so he's doing his first Bill G presentation, and Gates is in there, and every now and then Gates would just mutter under his breath, fuck. And then Gates said, well, you better know about January 1st, 1929. And this guy goes, oh, yeah, you have to compensate for X by doing blah, blah, blah. And Gates just went, like he actually knew this incredibly arcane flaw in Excel. And then he left, and he's just going, oh, my God, that was the worst thing. And the old hands at Microsoft said, oh, no, he only muttered fuck 3 times. That's the best we've ever seen. It's just like he normally mutters fuck with disdain about 10 times when someone presents to him. It's like, dude, you only got 3 fucks under his breath. Like, that was great. It was just so weird. Like Bill Gates in the 90s was so fucking weird. But the world. But again, like he leached billions of dollars from companies with extortionate Microsoft licensing, and now hundreds of millions, if not billions, of that money has gone into charitable causes. So maybe it was the biggest stealth tax on big corporations in history. Who knows? But there's lots of arguments that Gates is actually fucking up the science and the medicine and whatnot. And I don't know. I'm not smart enough or involved enough to know what's
That's a bit over my head.
But
When I say a bit, that's something of an understatement.
yeah, I'm with you.
A
Nobody.
bit in,
My
kind of
knowledge,
fucking long way.
my knowledge.
He's still
where
got-
Gates is operating.
Yeah,
He's still like he's only given away a fraction of his money,
That's
and
the weird thing. Yeah.
yeah, and a lot of that influence was from Melinda. Melinda, is it? Yeah,
Yeah, Melinda. They're getting
Who
divorced.
was no
now.
longer on the scene.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But she's going to walk away with a literally inconceivable amount of money. It's the same as Jeff Bezos got divorced because he was sending dick pics to 20-year-olds and whatnot. And it's just like, holy shit, dude, you must be so desperate to root 20-year-olds because that's literally going to cost you tens of billions of dollars in
Yeah.
the divorce settlement. But apparently his wife's pretty cool.
I've never understood why anyone wants to send dick pics. I've never assumed that anyone would want to see one. And if
People
they did
do.
want to see one, I reckon they're probably going to kind of make that known to me.
I sent one
Yes.
once, and I sent one once, and they would reply, "Well, stop sending me photos of your prime minister."
Yeah. I mean,
It's big in the gay community.
yeah.
Like-
But look, at various times.
Well,
and-
yeah, I didn't actually send dick pics. Sorry. Don't.
Yeah. No. But there has been various times, and I'm with you, nobody. I wait till someone says it's something they want. But at various times,
Yeah, I'm a
there
big
has
fan of
been
consent.
People have been really into it. Yeah.
Good sense of form.
Yeah, but
I mean,
sending
I wouldn't send a dick pic anyway
unsolicited-
because that's actually going to be used against you.
unsolicited dick pics to women on dating apps is
No,
something
worst
I
thing.
will never ever understand. Like,
Worst
No,
like
And should
what
never
is
be
so
tolerated.
good? What is so good about your cock that it immediately? You think it'll immediately make women just want you?
Yeah.
Like, how often does it work that you keep doing it? Like,
Yeah, that's
That's a good question.
it boggles the mind.
I don't get it myself. I've never done. But what I have been tempted to do just for the sake of staring is finding one of those far right Christian dating apps, joining it, and signing myself up under my Charlene character, just to see how long it takes before my account's cancelled.
I know the talk. All this dick talk has reminded me of a joke I heard a while back.
all this dick talk.
There's a dick,
Yeah.
it's a dick joke.
They are
yes.
pretty much a joke.
Yeah, dick jokes. Yeah, dick pics. Yeah.
No dicks. I was
Just
saying
dicks.
dicks are
Yeah.
just no. They're fine.
We'll leave that
Got
subject
one.
alone for now.
Yeah.
So there's
Got one
a
that's
guy
fine.
who's a bit arrogant, and he's managed to snag himself a young bride. Now he's always assumed this woman was kind of a bit innocent, like.
Yeah.
And the wedding night, he drops the gear and goes, "Now what do you call that?" And she looks at it with a sheepish smile and a bit of a giggle and says, "A wee wee." And he's going, "Oh, thank the Lord." He says, "Well, now, my dear, you may call that a cock." And she bursts out laughing and says, "Come on, mate, I've seen plenty of cocks, and that's a wee wee."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the joke I've heard about a woman saying, "Oh, it's like a penis but smaller." Oh my god.
Very nice one, Megaleech. Megaleech says, women on dating apps are constantly disappointed. Why add to that?
Yeah. No, it's the unsolicited is the worst. It's like way back when I used to do the dating advice stuff with Mistress M, and we're both basing it on real things because I met Mrs. Angry on a dating website 15 years ago and saying, like, not joking, if you want to be ahead of at least 90% of your competition, it's not about your looks, it's not about how much money you have, it's just don't be a fuckwit, and you are by definition ahead of 90% of your competition, because
The bar
90%
is so low.
90% of men on dating sites are just absolutely fucked. It's just the bar, as you say, Abigail, the bar is so fucking low.
So very low. Yeah.
Oh, it's so distressing how low the bar is.
The only reason I could think of, and I still wouldn't do it, but the only reason I can think of to send a dick pic to a woman is if I actively wanted to make sure she lost interest in me, because I'm pretty sure that would happen. Because it's such an offensive thing to do. I realized as I was saying that how that may have sounded. I'm like, how am I going to get out of that one? Yeah. Now I'm just implied that it's that disappointing down there.
That's why I correct myself after my poor joke about the Prime Minister, because you didn't actually say that.
No, I got that was a joke.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just thought I better add that because I didn't say that well. They might have come across it actually saying that, and I haven't.
In the past, I've known women who were into it, but you wait till they fucking ask. For fuck's sake.
I still wouldn't do it because somebody's into it. If things go wrong, that sort of shit can be used against you. And see that alone for me is reason enough not to send dick pics, because it can get you into trouble.
Yeah.
I remember once there was this photo some years ago, mixed sort of forum, and he was telling me he's into scouts, and I had no idea what it was. So I asked him what it was. So he says, "Oh, is he if I sent you a photo?" I wish he had just told me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't really want to see that photo. He was hit the toe. Oh.
Yeah. People have weird kinks, don't they?
Yeah. Go like I don't vomit easily, but yeah, I did that time. Whatever you're into, go for it. I would have preferred
what goes on behind closed doors and so on and so forth.
Yeah, just ride it,
but leave the rest of us out of it. Yeah.
I didn't answer the photo, you just had to tell me. Or I could have been smart and Googled it.
Yeah, but then you've got that in your search history.
That's
incognito mode.
You know what's really funny is when my eldest two daughters are getting into anime and all that sort of stuff, and every time I looked up anime, I kept getting stuff like hentai. It was really strange. So like my oldest daughter, I got her here, we got the browser, she brought it in, images, all the stuff, the anime images, and then in front of her, using the exact same browser, I rewrote it, put it in, and I got all the porn. It was like, why? How come? It was the exact same browser.
Computers are really smart these days.
Pardon?
Yeah.
What was that?
Computers are so smart. They know their audience. They know if a dude is typing. I'm just joking. Of course, that's not true.
No, you was just like, why?
The only way that would happen if the webcam was on, and there are ways to peer through people's webcams without them knowing, without even turning the little light on.
I can't remember if there was a webcam on.
To me.
It's too long ago to remember if there was a webcam on it.
Someone explained to me why web cameras are designed in such a way that the camera can be active without the light coming on.
Yeah, no, it's a hacker thing. They worked out how to do it. Yes, but I mean,
Yes. Why is it possible?
It's a hack.
Because
that's how hacking works. It's
shouldn't
not
be
possible unless you literally hack into it. So
but surely, if you've designed the camera that the camera cannot have power to it without the light coming on, surely that would negate that hack.
So,
Abigail,
probably. I don't know. I'm not an electrical engineer.
They worked out how to
clearly
do
something
it.
I don't
Basically,
understand.
Basically, they worked out how to do it. It's as simple as that. It was a hack.
And some don't even have lights. Like laptop webcams often don't even have lights.
But AZ and I had to sort of coach through a guy we knew. And this is a few years ago. We actually made a video about it. This guy, he was not what you'd call overly attractive guy, and a very attractive woman hit on him through some webcam site and she got naked and said, "I want to see you naked. Show me your dick, big guy," and like jerk off and whatnot. And then it was like, "Oh, we recorded that and we've hacked your thing and we're going to send it to everyone on your address list." And he freaked out and he goes, "What do I do?" And I said, dude, okay, it's a little embarrassing, definitely, but if they do it, if they don't give them money, but if they do it, if they send the video of you whacking it, just go like, show them a picture of how hot the girl was, and you go like, yeah, okay, it's weird that you got a thing in your inbox of me whacking it, but honestly, she was hot, and everyone's gonna go, everyone's gonna go, she kind of was, yeah, okay,
Also, the thing about blackmail is if you call their bluff and they spread the thing, they've got no power left.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
You have to weigh how threatening that blackmail material is. If it's just embarrassing, just wear it. Like if it's life altering, like if it's like truly life altering, I would think differently. But if it's something embarrassing, like I was jerking off in front of a webcam, cop it. Everyone does it anyway.
And that's what we essentially had to coach this guy through, because he thought his life was over, and I was like, dude, why is your life over? Like, and because he showed us the pictures, he go, no, dude, she's fucking hot, and she said she'd get naked and show all the bits if you did it, and it's embarrassing if they send it to your mum. If they send it to your mum, it's embarrassing, but you go, sorry that ended up in your inbox, mum, but she was fucking hot. I mean,
also, every single mother in the world who has a son has accidentally walked in on their son while they were a teenager.
Yeah. When they roll over really suddenly,
or they fall asleep mid wank, or even during, like. My son did. My son did exactly that. Oh no, I look, I don't know. It could have been mid, it could have been after, but he was in a compromised position, and he was young teenager, and I knocked on his door. He didn't answer. I wanted to know if he was going to sleep or not, and I opened the door, looked, and just closed it, and just like. Okay, goodbye. I'm never gonna open the door without a firm come in ever again.
Yeah, and like my generation, which is very pre-internet, the equivalent was forgetting to hide your porno mag, and it's just under your pillow or something, and your mum goes in and moves the pillow.
I never encountered those problems.
I did. my early high school, I was walking the dog with that. That's the thing. And there was this little, like a handbook, notebook, sort of size little magazine. It was pornographic. And I thought, that looks interesting. And I took it up and I put it and he hid it in one of my brother's um, parts of the wardrobe. I was the youngest,
Mm-hmm.
and then I completely forgot about it. And then one day I hear my mother yelling at this brother of mine because she found it, yelling and screaming at him, and she's belting him.
Yeah.
She was hitting him hard. And I was
Yeah.
like, no fucking way am I going to admit that was mine.
Yeah.
Poor mother, you know. Oh, she was angry.
That's rough.
Oh yeah, you could hear it. It was like shit. I'm not listening to that.
I remember Chris Rock had a joke about wives finding pornography, and he's going, you know where she finds it? In the VCR. Because when he starts talking about, because you're not in your right mind when you've got that good jerk, not like that somebody's around the corner going, what was... It's just sort of there's I forget how he was way funnier about it than I can be, but
as long as it's not taped over the wedding tape, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
I
What kind of frosting is that?
Yeah, exactly. Right. I was flipping. You get some
tangy.
really interesting random recommendations on YouTube. I one just a day or two ago. It was Chris Rock's first ever TV appearance. He's on the Joan Rivers late night show when he's 21, and part of his routine was like, I'm still living at home, and you get this weird thing. If your mum finds your porno mags, neither of you ever acknowledge it. Like your mum throws them out, and you're going into bed looking for your porno mags, and they're gone, and you go, oh no, mum found them. And he said breakfast the next morning is really weird because neither of you is acknowledging what happened. But you go, yeah, mum, where's that sweater I like? And she goes, I don't know. Maybe you left it in the penthouse. 21-year-old Chris Rock telling this to Joan Rivers is really funny.
First porno mag I actually saw was when I was in high school, and actually it was one of the groundskeeping staff who showed it to me and a friend of mine. And
wow,
for the life of me, I couldn't understand what the fuss was about with porno mags, because most of them were, if I'm totally honest, actually really fucking boring. And there was more advertisements than there was actual porn.
Oh yeah.
And most of the porn was pretty, I'm pretty sure I could borrow photography and art class magazines from the library that have the same level of exposure going on,
Yeah.
Except for one magazine that one of the kids had, and that was he'd got his hands on a Penthouse Black Label edition, and that had some hardcore shit in it.
Yeah.
Well, not shit, but stuff.
Yeah. Well, I remember because again I'm slightly older by maybe 2 decades or more than you, nobody, but I do remember a friend going. Like he's going, like his older brother had these Penthouse mags, and we'd be going, "Ooh, naked ladies," and it's like, "Yeah, naked ladies." And then, at one point, he actually seriously looked at things because Penthouse had lots of sex stories, both in the letters pages and in other sections.
Oh, Penthouse Forum was fascinating.
Penthouse Forum was amazing. But and we were just looking at the naked ladies. But at one point, he said to me, oh my God, I just fucking looked at these other sections and these stories they tell. They're, oh my God. And as like particularly 70s and early 80s, Penthouse Forum, it was like there was way more man-on-man gay sex happening than you might have thought of. Because guys who consider themselves heterosexual if they were in a room with other dudes who were turned on, would just sort of get into it. And the really disturbing part is rape was a mainstream fucking activity in the 70s and whatnot. But yeah, but the gay thing was really interesting. Penthouse was particularly in the 70s, was really open about, yeah, if you're exploring sex and sexuality, you're going to do stuff with the dude at some point. And it was just like, okay, sure, or whatever.
One of the
And it's like
strangest conversations I remember, if you can call it a conversation, was again, one of the schoolmates had a porno and we're just flicking through it, and he's asking me questions about like how aroused I was going. I'm going, dude, the fuck is it to you?
Yeah. Oh God, that was the thing when some guys at school, like, again, because of my age, it would be like porn on VHS. And guys talking about, oh yeah, a bunch of us got together and watched porn. I'm like, that is so fucking gay. What the fuck?
It does
you
seem
guys
kind of weird,
are
doesn't
all in a room together, getting super fucking horny together, and I'm like, whatever. But it was just like, I like to watch porn on my own. Watching porn with other dudes is a bit weird. It's a bit weird. And it's basically because if you're getting, and again, this was another thing I learned from Penthouse. If you're getting super horny with other dudes, if you're not sort of given a bit of hand relief as part of it, that's rude. That's just rude.
What?
When I was, bit of a funny story. I was in high school, I was in year 8. I was doing a paper run. Started off as after school, and then I had one before school as well. And then for a couple of weeks, I had a weekend run, taking this thing full of newspapers through the local public hospital. And the first time I went through, you got your Saturday papers and all these women's magazines. And I went into one and all these men there, and they're all like the 50s and so on. And they're saying, oh, do you have any men's magazines, anything real? I said, oh, I just got this. And they said, next week, bring back some men's magazines, some real men's magazines. And so the following weekend, when no one was watching, the boss wasn't watching at the back, I went and snuck out a handful of the pornography magazines, and I slipped them into the papers. And I went through the public hospital when I got to them, and I said, do you have anything real? And they saw me bring the trolley in and close the door behind me. And they were like, uh-oh. And so I just put all these Penthouse and all this sort of stuff and gave it to them. And they were just sort of funny, right? Just gives them all this pornography. And they paid me. Full price, they paid me.
Oh, shit.
So when I got back, I just, when the boss wasn't looking, I went to the cashier and I just put the amounts into the cashier so it all registered up.
Oh, shit. Yeah, nice. I just realized this whole conversation was reminding me of the movie Full Metal Jacket with Lee Ermey doing the thing where he was actually a drill sergeant and he's playing a drill sergeant thing. And when he's screaming at the recruits who were going to go to Vietnam, and he screams in one guy's face, "You're the type of guy who'd fuck his buddy up the ass and wouldn't have the common decency to give him a reach around." It's like,
Okay, so the great thing about that scene is that it was completely improv.
Yeah.
And he'd never been a drill instructor, but he remembers what it was like to be drilled and went to town. He was only a sergeant when he left the Marines. They made him an honorary drill sergeant after the fact.
From what I read from the folklore of that movie, Lee Ermey was meant to be a consultant to.
He was just a consultant,
Stanley Kubrick. And Lee Ermey said, "I want to play the role of the drill sergeant." And Kubrick said, "No, you're not right for it. I just want you to vet the actors who come in to audition." And so he's doing, and Liam is going, "No, I'm going to play this role." And one of the actors is being that I'm a drill sergeant, I'm yelling at you. And Liam, he jumped up out of his seat and screamed in this guy's face, "I don't believe you! I don't believe you're doing this!" And he reduced this guy to a fucking puddle on the stage. And Stanley Kubrick went, "Oh, okay, Lee, I see what you're talking about. You were going to play this role. I get it now. Okay."
Yeah. Stanley Kubrick also asked him to tone it down after the first take, and Liam refused because it wouldn't be realistic.
Yeah. No, Liam was fucking madman. I love him.
But the thing is, it was 100% an act. He was nicest man. He was a great father and just a lovely guy.
And he was a conservative. And
everyone's got he was a stand-up guy for a conservative. For an ex-Marine conservative.
Yeah, he basically decided he wanted to play this role, and Kubrick told him, no, you can't play this role. You're too close to it. I just want you to vet the actors who are playing for it. And Liam, he went, "No, I'm gonna be this character. I'm gonna be this character." And he basically staged it in front of Stanley Kubrick, and Kubrick went, "Okay, fair call. Yeah, you can do it." You're the guy. You're just going to reduce every actor I bring in here to a fucking puddle, and they won't be able to do it. So it's you. Okay, you're the character. Fair enough. Okay, go for it. And it's like, and also that was the first major role for who's the guy who was Gomer Pyle?
Jim Laden.
And he was in Law and Order.
Vincent D'Onofrio.
I love Vincent D'Onofrio so much. That was the first major role.
He was also in Men in Black.
Yes. Oh, he was so good as the redneck, and then the alien that was using the redneck skin as a
skin suit.
Yeah. And
that blew my mind.
Yeah, no, he was very good. And there was that great line when the alien's in the hole, and the redneck, who's Vincent D'Onofrio, is pointing a shotgun at him, and the alien says, "Put down the weapon," and Vincent D'Onofrio goes, "You can take my gun from my cold dead hands," and the alien goes, "Your proposal is acceptable."
Yeah.
And there was that great moment, and you could tell for me, because I did a university theatre course, Vincent D'Onofrio is doing that physical stuff in Men in Black, where he's the alien inside a human skin suit, and I was going like, "Oh my God, this dude is such a theatre actor." When you see this stuff, that is such theatre acting. And it's just like, yep, I'm an alien inside a human skin suit. And there's that. And the bit that always laughed is when he's trying to go, and because the skin suit's getting loose, and he grabs it up here and pulls it back and smiles and like, "I'm fine, I'm a human." It's just like, yep. Vincent D'Onofrio is a fucking theatre actor. That is what that shit is all about.
Talking about theatrical, one of my daughters changed university courses just last week. She changed over from the law, now studying theatrical music.
Mm-hmm.
With Bachelor of Music Theatre.
Yeah. Oh, and because me and Azy did the same theatre course, and we learned all the classical stuff and whatnot. So when I see someone,
a few times and reminded him that should be Azy and I.
Azy and I, yes.
Yeah.
That's not the first time you've made that grammatical error on tonight's stream, Angry.
It's not the first, actually.
And I've bitten my tongue every time, but I couldn't let it slide this time. And thank you, nobody, for interrupting him for me, because I was ready.
Now, Angry, proceed.
And I actually agree with you. And the way you do it, when people say, "Oh, when is it right to say I?" and when is it right to say me and someone? When is it right to say I and someone? And when is it right to say me and someone? And the answer is cut out the other person. Does the sentence make sense when you say me, or does the sentence make sense when you say I? When you cut the other person
This
out?
object was gifted to a friend and me, or a friend and I went to the park or something, for example.
What you do is you cut out the other person and then you say, does the sentence make sense when you say me? Like you say, this was gifted to me. That makes sense. Me
This
went
was
to the
gifted
park.
to I. Whatever.
Me went to the park. That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I went to the park.
Unless you're like Cookie
Makes
Monster
sense.
or something. I'm sure one of the Sesame
Unless you're
Street
Cookie
characters.
Monster.
He went to the park.
Cookie Monster. If you're Cookie Monster, everything is okay. It's weird because, like, the other day was Oscar the Grouch's birthday, and it was officially made on Sesame Street at some point when Oscar the Grouch's birthday. When I looked that up, apparently Oscar the Grouch's first appearance on Sesame Street, his first line was "Stop banging on my trash can," because someone was banging on the trash can and Oscar lived in it. And whenever I think of Oscar, I always think of the Dave Chappelle routine from the Chappelle Show when he said, like, people like, like some little girl goes, "Oscar, you're such a grouch," and Oscar goes, "Bitch, I live in a fucking trash can." It's like, don't tell me I'm a grouch when I live in a trash can. And it was just like, yeah. It's really fucking
So you and AZ were doing something.
Sorry, AZ and I did a bunch of stuff. Nobody, and the less the wider world knows about what AZ and I did, probably.
It's just that you were about to embark on a story before I reminded you of your grammatical error.
Still, my favorite story about myself and AZ from when we were in college, we were doing one of the only actual proper performance we did together was a Commedia dell'arte play called The Imaginary Invalid, and I was a character called Zani. And okay, a little bit thing about Commedia dell'arte, that's where the character of the Harlequin comes from, or in Commedia dell'arte was known as Arlecchino, but it was eventually this patchwork character, the clown, the Harlequin. And the Harlequin had characters who were even stupider than him, called his Zanies. And that was the character I played in The Imaginary Invalid, Zani. And AZ played a character that was even stupider than my character. And this is a story we've told a couple times on streams. There was a bit in this play where he was meant to kick me in the butt. And when you're doing stage stuff, a kick in the butt, your foot is meant to be at basically an oblique angle to the butt, so it doesn't hurt at all when he kicks me. And I do. And one night, he got the angle completely fucking wrong, and his foot went up between my legs and kicked me square in the fucking balls. And we are in front of a fucking audience, and I'm not allowed to. And how it's meant to go is
That's how you hit the high notes.
I'm meant to say something pretty stupid, and he kicks me in the butt, which like wakes me up, and I go, "Oh!" and I tap him on the shoulder and go, "Oh, that I see what you're saying there." And this one night in this run, he got the angle wrong, and he kicked me fair in the balls. And the way he tells it is he realized as his foot went up that, "Oh, that was wrong. Did I hit him in the balls?" And I meant to just kind of tap him on the shoulder and go, "Oh." And what I actually did was fucking punch him. I fucking punched him as hard as I could in the chest, like, fuck you. And he said, at the moment that punch hit me, I went, oh, yeah. No. And we weren't
the
betraying
ball kickings
anything
reminded
to
me
the-
of the Mighty Car Mods videos recently.
Oh.
They've been working on that bloody Honda Civic and kicking each other in the balls every video.
We didn't
Oh my
betray
God.
anything to the audience, but to each other. He kicked me in the balls, and I didn't betray anything to the audience, but I punched it. Instead of just tapping him, I punched him as hard as I could. And when he got this punch into his chest, he's like, oh no, okay, I hit him in the balls. I was just
It's very difficult. It's very difficult to speak when you feel like you've got to swallow your nuts from because they've come up into your throat.
Yeah, and it's the whole thing of neither of us betraying to the audience what happened. And I was just like, and we went off stage after this scene, and he went, "Oh God, I hit you in the balls, didn't I?" And I said, "Yes, you did, you motherfucker." But it's just the thing when you do stage stuff, it's just like, fuck.
Did you get credited afterwards for such a realistic portrayal during that scene?
I think we probably told the lecturer who was directing the show, yeah, that fucking happened on that night.
Oh, that's why you learn while at uni.
Yeah, no, it's a learning thing. I was just like, fucking shit.
Yes, you certainly know. You get a very real sense of just how many nerve endings are involved when you cop an impact to that region.
Man, someone fucking kicks you in the balls and you're not allowed to betray it to an audience. It's just like, oh my God, Jesus.
Yeah.
Because it's nauseating too.
It makes you feel physically sick. Yeah, no. If you get a decent whack in the balls, it makes you feel physically sick. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Angry, and I hope you don't mind me asking this on the stream. And it's not about your testicles at all.
Oh, come on.
If you
talk about my balls.
If you did a degree in theatre, then you would have had to go back to do some sort of technical degree to do your current job, yeah?
No, because, I've been a business analyst for long. When I started being a business analyst, there were no technical training courses in how to be a business analyst. The whole thing about accreditation for how to be a business analyst started to come into existence about 10 years after I'd been a business analyst. I looked at it and I was like, oh, yes, the International Business Analysts Association want me to pay for membership. And I was like, oh, how about you get fucked? Because I've now been doing this for 20 years. Most people do not do business analyst roles for as long as I do, because I could be getting paid 50% more by being a project manager at the moment. Most business analysts move on to being a project manager because it pays more. And I just look at it and go, no, project management fucking sucks. And I actually enjoy business analysis. Project management is all about timelines and budgets and bureaucracy
and fucking herding cats. It's
herding cats.
Yeah.
Herding cats.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, dude, I'd just rather fucking do shit. I would rather fucking do shit. And I will accept less money to be doing something real rather than being bogged down in this fucking bureaucracy. And it's just like, fuck no.
Fair enough. So you didn't. So you stumbled onto the role, or like you saw
I
this?
literally stumbled. Okay, what literally happened? I was working in a call center for an insurance company. This is like 25 years ago. This is a long time ago, and we used various systems to run the insurance quotes and I would be throwing in like, hey, we should do this. And one day the manager of the insurance company branch said, you're the only one who applies any logical thought to how we should improve the system. And our last business analyst just quit. And I think you would be a good business analyst. And I said, well, what's a business analyst? Because I was just working in the call center. And I was a team leader in the call center. And the manager said, I think you would be a good business analyst. And I said, what's that? And he explained it. And he said, you should go talk to the IT manager. And so I sat down and talked with the IT manager and said, hey, the boss of the call center said I might be a good business analyst. What does a business analyst do? And he said, well, a business analyst does this, this, and this, and this. And I said, oh, would that involve blah, blah, blah? And he said, yeah, I think you'd be good at this. Like, okay, apparently everyone thinks I would be a good business analyst. So I will be a business analyst now. And I spent several years learning on the job how to be a business analyst. And it was like,
wow, you could write the book. Why aren't you lecturing?
Oh, because fuck that noise. Because currently I'm working for the fucking public service. It's so easy working for the public service at the moment because my goals of achievement are orders of magnitude above the public services achievement levels. And I'm like,
once again, the bar is low.
Yeah, I want to be here. And they're kind of like, no, we kind of want you to be here. And I'm like, well, all right. If you want me to be there, I will be. But I can be here if you want me to. And they go like, no, dude, no one else is there. No one else is there. Bring yourself down to here. And I'm like, okay.
You're making everyone else look bad.
Yeah. I mean, because I literally, in the last 18 months I've been in this job, and it's with state public service, there's been a task. And someone said, this is not possible. And I said, sure it is. You just did this. And he goes, that's not possible. And I sat down and went, but. And he went, oh, you just did the thing that we said not possible. I went, yeah, dude, it was pretty easy. It was honestly pretty easy. So
you've heard the expression, those who can do, those who can't teach, right?
Yes.
Have you heard the often ignored third sentence from that?
Yeah, go for it.
Those who can't teach PE.
PE teachers. That's a whole other thing. Let's fucking talk
a whole
about
thing.
Let's talk about our
they're kind of regarded as the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
I had a PE teacher I had a PE teacher who was Fred Noel's son, actually.
Fred Noel's son? Jesus Christ.
Mark Noel.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a pretty cool bloke, he was. But he was so energetic, like the ovals in my school. Like, if you get 3 football fields and put them side by side, and that's what it was. And he would just run around and around and around and around. Action man. Good boy.
Yeah. I actually in high school I used to do that. I used to run. I used to jog. I was an endurance kind of long distance runner, and I used to do that. I used to just do a few laps of the oval sometimes.
Yeah.
The only thing is, we did not know that he was Fred Noel's son at the time, and we would totally tear his father apart right in front of him. We would mock him and ridicule his dad in front of him all the time. And it wasn't until we finished school, and I'm watching a 60 Minutes program, and it's about Fred Mark and his son, Mark, and they showed him and go, oh my God.
Seriously.
Oh no.
Who would fucking admit to being Fred Noel's son, honestly?
Yeah, but it was like we were tearing his father apart right in front of him day after day. And he just stood there with an expressionless face. Poor bastard.
I've got the reflection of this monitor on the glass panel on my computer, and I'm like
Uh-huh.
right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, look at. Oh no, sorry. That was way more. That was slightly
That's
more than I
cool.
thought. Hmm.
Oh, look
Right.
at that shadow.
I'm going to make a version of a Snozzberry fizz while we're talking.
Yeah, I've been getting into that, but this blackberry gin that I've got, as
Yeah.
nice as it is, it kind of overpowers the whiskey. So
Yeah. I
it's
just finished my Anther Cherry. So once lockdown is over, I'm going back to the Patient Wolf Distillery and getting their black.
count me in.
Yeah,
Count me
okay,
in.
let's do it. When
do a road
lockdown
trip.
is over, we'll do
On the
another
track.
visit to Patient Wolf. Because I'm
Yeah.
going to get the Blackthorn.
I want to get
because
some of
I'm-
that slow gin. It was really nice.
Yeah, the Blackthorn is their slow gin. Yes.
Oh,
This
okay. Yep.
the Anther is from Geelong,
Yep.
and their version of slow gin is made with cherry, and it was so much
Okay.
fun because everything's based on Kirsten's recommendations essentially.
Yeah.
And when I went to the Anther Distillery in Geelong when Mrs. Angry and I were having a weekend away 6 months ago, and we said, "Oh yeah, Kirsten sent us," and they all remembered Kirsten. They were telling us every year they do the cherry gin, which is a slow gin made with cherry, and they get all these people in, and they just get like fucking huge amounts of cherries apparently, and everyone just chopping them up and taking the pits out and putting them, and so the whole place looks like a slaughterhouse because they all chopping up cherries, and there's cherry
Yep.
juice everywhere. And then they make a fucking cherry, because again, for people who don't know, sloe SLOE gin is a very traditional gin liqueur that's made with the fruit of the sloe, which is also known as blackthorn, which I think is related to roses of all things. But it's a fucking hedge that grows in England, and you get the fruit off it, and you put it in jerry, and you put it in gin, and you make this liqueur, which is known as sloe gin. But various Australian distilleries make it with different fruits. Anthem make it with cherry. Patient Wolf do make it with blackthorn. They've got locally grown blackthorn, which is slow gin. I've also got one from the Byron Bay Distillery in New South Wales that's made with Davison plum, which is an Australian native plant. But anyway, because Abigail was with me and Nettie and Kirsten, we went to the Patient Wolf Distillery, which is in Port Melbourne. They have. When we're not in lockdown, we'll go back there, and I'm buying.
Oh, we should do. Do you know how you wanted to do a video there?
Yes,
We should do that.
Yeah. No, we should organise that because the dude seemed to be very sincere.
Yeah, he was great. That dude was great.
The other end of my kitchen, my lad is getting water, which Shieldsy's gone, but he'd be super proud of. After I made my lad a couple of drinks, he's just drinking some water before going to sleep, apparently. So
Good
job.
Good job.
Speaking of going to sleep, I'm starting to get pretty fatigued. So I'm going to bid good people good morning.
Live long and prosper, nobody. Have a logical sleep.
We'll see how that goes. So, yeah. See
Take
you
care.
around.
Take care.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night. I have an achievement I would like to share with you, Angry. I went, okay, so this might not sound all that big, but I went all today without playing any video games, and I have like this hardcore gaming addiction going on at the moment.
Okay.
And I just like did not play any computer games at all today. And yes, I'm feeling anxious about it, but I did it. Like I feel kind of good about it. Achievement unlocked. because like ever since the lockdown started last year, I've been
Yes.
playing video games practically every day
Yeah.
for at least 6 hours a day, and it's been
Jesus. Okay.
except
Okay.
for the nights I go to your place.
Yes.
I'd be playing video games right now. Like instead, I'm crocheting, and it's gotten so bad I've had to start seeing a therapist about it.
Oh,
Someone who specializes in video game addiction,
Okay.
and she
Okay.
did her PhD on video game addiction.
Oh
She's
shit.
I know, it's full on, and
Well
she's
done,
helped
well done.
heaps actually.
Yeah.
So I feel like I unlocked an achievement today, which is a very
very
gamery
good.
thing to say.
Very good.
But
very good.
yeah. So I'm just gonna pat myself on the back and pour myself a drink in celebration.
Absolutely.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'm doing,
Because you should drink when you feel good, not when you feel bad.
absolutely. Yeah. I also got, besides booze, I got some Cappy sodas from
Nice.
Dan Murphy's today. The 1 calorie sodas they do. And this is a new one for me, lemon and basil, which I'm very looking forward to do. So I'm going to do a snozzberry fizz. I've done the Anther Cherry, the Lark Distillery whiskey, which is the old school whiskey from thing. And I'm just going to top it with the Cappy soda for a snozzberry fizz. Which, for those
I'm
who
making a
don't know,
snozzberry fizz myself, so
yeah, that is the official drink of the stream. Is the snozzberry fizz.
I'm so chuffed that I got to name that.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
that
like-
is Abigail named it.
That's-
So it's basically, we went for a visit to the Patient Wolf Distillery in Port Melbourne, and this awesome dude was telling us, he showed us the whole distillation process model. And when he was talking about their version of slow gin, which they just call Blackthorn, and we were saying, like, how would you serve this? And he said, seriously, just do it in 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey. So 1.5 ounces slow gin, 1.5 ounces whiskey. And I was like, that sounds weird. And he goes, I know it sounds weird, but it's good. And we tried it, it was good. And on one of the streams, and it was because I had these Cappy sodas, I went, I want to make it a long drink with Cappy soda, and it was really good. And we're going, that needs a name. And Abigail came up with the name Snozzberry Fizz. So basically,
sorry, go on. Sorry, I keep cutting you off. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey, topped with soda, is a Snozzberry Fizz. So
Yes, Blake. Thank you, Kirsten. So because this blackberry gin is overpowering, it's so good. So I did 75-25% of these two just now.
Yeah.
And it is fucking nice. It's so good. It's like
that's twofold.
That's twofold. So, which is really nice. It's not Nova, but it's still really good.
It's a good entry level whiskey.
But yeah, because this is so overpowering, it just balances it out perfectly. And cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, Earth Crew.
Yeah. So when the lockdown is over and Abigail and I can interact at some point.
IRL,
because,
what?
Yeah, IRL, yeah. Abigail's going to come over and help me with some tech support stuff. And because, again, Kirsten, Abigail, Nettie, and I, after all things, have been doing group chats and whatnot. And Kirsten said, hey, some coal, this was a week or so ago, some coals have started over at 25% off. It's like a huge saving, like 25% off the normal price. And it was like, and then I got super depressed. No. Sorry, who was saying?
Sorry, Kirsten.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
So I was really disappointed that none of my local. I went to 3 different Coles in the surrounding suburbs, and none of them had this
Yep.
special on. And we're like, oh, bummer. And then after a while, I just happened to go to the supermarket, and I looked in the Coles bottle shop and went, "Fuck me! They've got the single malt Nova at this 25% off." So I bought 2 bottles, one for me and one as a bribe for Abigail. It's like, okay, when we're not locked down, I'm going to get Abigail to come over and do some tech support, and I'm going to pay her with this bottle of Starwood Nova.
I will happily accept that payment.
Which is a fucking awesome single malt whiskey. It is really
It's
good.
really good. It's really
And
good.
not to
I
forget-
actually, I went to a few liquor lands as well, armed with that picture that was sent. And I went to one of the liquor lands around me, and it wasn't busy at the time. So I started talking to the guy who worked there about it, and he said, he looked at the picture and basically said something along the lines of, that looks like just a local thing, just to that store. Looks like they've got excess stock and they just need to cut down. So you kind of have to go to that store.
Yeah.
But if you're lucky, other stores are doing it too.
Yeah. And that's literally a thing I've noticed with Liquorland. That I've gone into Liquorland, even more so. The Woolies equivalent is BWS, Beer, Wine and Spirits.
Beer, Wine and Spirit,
and they do occasionally have good specials there as well. And but I've noticed Liquorland occasionally, they literally just, this one store will go, oh, we've got an excess of this. And there's a couple of things I've got over there. They're like 25, 30% off because a Liquorland just went, yeah, fuck it, we're trying to get... And I look at it and go, oh my God, that's like 25, 30% cheaper than whatever. And I'm like,
when I went there, I was looking for the Nova. They didn't have it on sale, but this was on sale, and I got this for $50.
Yes, yes.
That was almost as good as. Yeah. So and I'm happy.
Yeah, I when people ask me about those things, I think Twofold is a very good entry level whiskey for people who aren't mad into whiskey. Twofold is super easy to drink and it all the good things. But Nova is a fucking excellent single malt. Oh my God, it's good. I've also got, I've got like 6 Starwood whiskies over there. I've got the Fortis, which is their 100 proof single malt. I've got the limited edition, the one that was finished in dessert wine barrels. I've got the one that was finished.
Is that the new old fashioned?
No. It's a whiskey that was finished. They call it Dolce Sweet. It was finished in dessert wine barrels, which is great. I've got the one that was finished in ginger beer barrels, and I've got the one that's called Mesquite. It was actually aged with some mesquite smoke. So it's a good alternative for a really sort of peaty Scotch whiskey because it's got that smoky element in it. So I've got a stupid number of Starwood things over there, but even I've got a couple of Archie Rose whiskies there. I've got the rye thing and the one they recently re-released. Like they released their single malt and it sells out straight away. And so I got one when it came out. And as Kirsten explained, there's single malt means all of the whiskey was distilled in that distillery. And it might be a couple of different expressions from the same distillery that are in that. But a blended whiskey means, we actually got some whiskeys from other distilleries and we blended them all into this one thing. A single malt means everything in this came from the one distillery. And when they say single malt, it's usually 2 or maybe 3 expressions from the same distillery. The recent Archie Rose single malt was 6 expressions from the same distillery. And one of them is really smoky, and that really comes through. Not like an exceptionally peaty like Isla Scotch whiskey, but there's this really noticeable smoky characteristic that comes through, which is really good. So, sorry, now I've got the hiccups. I keep fucking hiccuping.
Oh no.
Which is like the stereotypical thing. Ooh, Kirsten's saying she saw a Never Never gin for 48. I assume you mean at BWS. I am not as mad into gins as Kirsten. Like I've got, I think, somewhere between 8 to 10 gins on my fucking carts over there. Whereas Kirsten's got, I don't know. Tell me, Kirsten, is it 60 or is it 100 gins that you have at home?
Well, she would have had to cut down since moving.
Yeah, but there's stuff that's in storage and the stuff that's in her new place, and
She probably went to bed by now.
no, she was still fucking thing.
Yeah,
minutes
she.
ago. That's how together I am. I talk about someone putting a comment in chat as she was thing in chat. So Kirsten
Had
has,
a few, have you?
Yeah, I've had a few. Kirsten has more gins
there she is.
than me. Kirsten has more whiskies than me, but I have more rums than Kirsten has. Yeah, Kirsten has 100+ gins in her collection. So yeah,
That's
I have
dedication.
I have 10 or 12 gins, 10 or 12 whiskies, and 10 or 12 rums. Whereas Kirsten has a shit ton of gins and a shit ton of whiskies, but only a couple of rums. So the one area where I beat Kirsten, I have 10 or 12 rums, and she has like 2 or 3. So that's my one thing I have more of than Kirsten. So yeah.
I'm going to head out. I shall see you later.
Okay.
But before I go, I'll
Take
just say
care.
I quite like water, and do you know why water is so good?
Why is water so good at it, right?
Because it comes on tap.
Nice.
Yes.
I'll see you later. Have fun.
Take care. Live long and prosper.
Bye, dude.
Bye.
Oh, my God.
And then there were 2.
And then there were 2. What's it? It's like we're creeping up on 1 a.m. So that's
1 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost getting my bedtime too.
Yeah, no. Me too. I've poured myself this, so I have to finish this before I go to bed.
Well,
so.
I made this. This is a stronger drink than I'm used to, so
yeah. So
I got to finish this.
Saying, if you had your eyes on the Instagram, you might have spotted the teaser. Oh no, Kirsten, I did see that. The Archie Rose teaser for the rum release. I fucking saw that. And I am absolutely waiting. I am on the Archie Rose mailing list. I am waiting to get the stuff about a rum from Archie Rose because I fucking love rum. And if Archie Rose have spent 3 years developing a fucking rum, I am fucking there.
Hey,
sorry, go.
I was just gonna say, could we? My birthday's coming up. Assuming that lockdown has ended, I would like to do something on stream if that's okay.
That is an excellent idea. And what's interesting about this lockdown, for the first time in any of the lockdowns, everyone at the presses has been saying, we are confident this is only going to last for another week. They never said that in any of the lockdowns.
Well, yeah, I heard a rumor that it's going to end early even. Like it could end early.
Quite possibly. But it is literally the first time they've ever said, "Oh, we're confident this is going to end by this date."
Yeah, because when they said that they were neck and neck with it, that like that says to me that it could be anyone. It could be either way. It could be early end to it, or it ends when it ends, or it just keeps going. Like,
so when do you want to do a special celebration for your birthday, Abigail?
okay, well, let me see. Let me look at my calendar. My calendary. We'll do it on a Friday night because Friday night's always party night. How about the 2nd of July?
Oh, fuck yes. That's
in 4 weeks.
4 weeks. That's 4 weeks.
Which is around, I'm not going to say when my actual birthday is, but
no,
that's around when it is.
4
weeks.
4 weeks from now. Fuck yeah. And
awesome.
That's whether you want to do it from your place or you want to do it here or you want to be in the lounge room on your laptop.
Well, I mean, I could convert my lounge room to a streaming, something stream related, and maybe invite a couple of people over. We could do a party stream, or I'll think about it. I'll have a think about it. Depends what you're up for.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've got like high speed internet. We can stream from here. I have a couch. It's small. My apartment is small, so you've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've been there.
Yeah, well, we'll sort something out.
We'll sort something.
Yeah, your place is massive compared to my place.
Yeah. And apparently, my offspring are planning on moving out. I was like, okay, cool. We just did. Just did another 1-year lease on a 5-bedroom place, and you all can move out. And it's like, fucking whatever.
Wow.
So yeah. Oh, I like that. Kirsten, just a comment for Kirsten. There's apparently, oh my god, if Archie Rose are going to do a high proof rum, I am so fucking on board. And it's like, because I'm signed up to their email list, and it's like, if they send a thing like, we're doing a high proof rum for our email subscribers, I'm going, bought, buy it.
But if they can't post it, then how are you going to get it?
No, they'll do it. They'll do it to the mailing list. If they do the mailing list, the first whatever number of people who say, "Give me that fucking high proof rum you've been developing," I'm going to go, motherfuckers. I will actually drive up to Sydney and risk the police stopping to fucking get your high proof rum. I will do it.
All you have to do is meet someone at the border.
Kirsten would do it. Kirsten would do put stuff in the boot of her car and meet us at the border.
Courier. Good point. Yeah. Courier, Kirsten.
A courier.
Yes.
But for whatever. Oh my god, there's so much of this drink to go. I was going for a laugh. Because I've got the 2 Archie Rose fucking cocktails in my fridge, and I'm like, I'll drink one. No, I'm not drinking more. Tomorrow night.
Are you? Is tomorrow night date night, or is tomorrow night a stream?
No. Tomorrow night's a stream. Tomorrow, or we're past midnight, so it's actually tonight, not tomorrow night.
Well, yeah.
But Saturday night is not a date night; it's a stream night. So I only shot 2 of my 3 videos. Tomorrow night I'm going to shoot the Angel Face cocktail, which looks and sounds great. It's the default recipe is 1 ounce gin, 1 ounce apple brandy, aka Applejack, 1 ounce apricot liqueur. Cool, I'm down for that. But I also, all these equal part cocktails, I kind of like cocktails where something's the champion. And it's okay. People who are way better bartenders than me and know way more shit about drinks than me will do equal parts cocktails. Just like, yeah, nah. So I'm tomorrow night, or actually later tonight, I want to make this one, which is called the Angel's Face. And I want one version that's 1 ounce gin, 1 ounce applejack, 1 ounce apricot liqueur. And
That's
then I
a
want to
strong drink.
it's all booze. It's fucking all booze. But I want to make another version that's 1.5 ounces gin, 3/4 of an ounce applejack, and 3/4 of an ounce apricot liqueur. And I want to compare the equal parts cocktail to the version where gin is like the champion of the cocktail, because it's a funny thing. Over the last couple of decades, there's been some modern classics that are equal parts cocktails, and there's been some modern classics that no, here's the spirits it's the absolute center of this cocktail.
Sure.
So
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, so I didn't do it tonight because I am absolutely fucking hammered tonight as it is.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm not actually going to do this, but I just had the devious thought that for my birthday stream, I would request only vodka cocktails from you.
Because for those who aren't aware of why that's a thing, my catchphrase is vodka's bullshit. Vodka is bullshit.
And I love a good vodka.
But look, here I've got this is bubblegum. This is bubblegum vodka.
Oh yeah. Well, that's when you flavor vodka, you're basically turning it into gin, aren't you?
Oh, look, honestly, look, there are two ways. There are two ways to improve a vodka cocktail. One is use literally any spirit apart from vodka in it. The second is flavor the vodka. Flavor. So that was a bubblegum vodka. This is raspberry vodka.
Okay. Well, see, I like some vodka cocktails, but only because I really like the stuff that is added to the vodka.
Yeah,
like a vodka sunrise, for example. I like a dash of grenadine, and I like orange juice. I like a screwdriver because I like orange juice. But but I also enjoy just a shot of vodka every now and then, like just for its own sake.
Look,
a nice
and literally, Abigail, I am with you on actually a quality vodka that's a sipping vodka by itself, not in a cocktail. That is a thing.
Yep,
that is an absolute fucking thing. I've got I've still got sort of up there off camera. I've got Crystal Head vodka in tiny little vodka. Crystal Head vodka is a great sipping vodka. There are a whole bunch of vodkas that are great sipping vodkas. But in terms of a cocktail, vodka adds
it adds ethanol. It adds ethanol content. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm glad
flavor.
Yeah. I'm glad Kirsten liked my idea about the vodka cocktails. Just to be a troll. Yeah.
I've used several times on my YouTube cocktail channel Kirsten's line of vodka is a spirit that missed its opportunity to become gin. It's a great line. It's a great line.
Yeah.
Line.
Also, that the Archie Rose vodka that Kirsten that Kirsten lovingly gave me, I would say that was way nicer to drink than the Crystal Skull, the Crystal Head vodka.
Oh yes,
hands down.
Yeah, There
Like,
are a couple of Australian distilleries that make vodka that is better than Crystal Head vodka. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. It wasn't even a contest. It was
no.
really nice.
Kirsten gave you the vodka. She gave me the dry gin.
Yep. And Nettie the other one in.
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
I don't
the
know.
other one.
I don't remember. It was like booze. It was like we were all fucking.
It was a long time ago.
It was
Yeah,
a couple
and
months
booze
ago.
happened.
A couple months ago. What's Kirsten saying now? I have something special for Abigail coming up. Won't be ready till later this year, so it has to be.
Nice. Thank you, Kirsten.
But Archie Rose has already teased very soon the rum is coming up, and I am all fucking over whatever fucking rums Archie Rose release. Because what have I had? I've had the Archie Rose dry gin. I've had the Archie Rose Navy strength gin. I've had the Archie Rose rye malt. I've had the Archie Rose single malt, and they're all fucking good.
Okay, so check the group chat on Facebook.
Oh shit! Okay.
Check the group chat.
That's going to take a slight amount of focus on my part.
Muster all you've got.
I've got to muster all the focus I've got. What have we been saying in the group chat? Okay, what have we been saying? Bunch of sites selling the same stuff.
It's the last comment by Kirsten. I don't know if she wants it released to the public, so don't read it out loud.
Holy fucking shit. Sorry, I'm just looking. Archie Rose are going to release a
it might be confidential.
I'm going to keep it secret, but I'm just going to keep it vague. Like Archie Rose are going to release a fucking sort of butt fucking level of fucking rum. It's going to be just sailors butt fucking each other on the ocean.
Oh, fucking the gay sailor song. Fuck, I love that song. That you just reminded me of it.
Yo Ho Sebastian.
Yes, that's the one.
That's okay. So for people who don't know it, it's that you can find it on YouTube. It's called the Gay Pirate song, Yo Ho Sebastian.
That's the one. Yes.
And you think, it's going to be cute and funny. It's just like, gay, so, and it's
actually like really sad.
No, it's really, but these guys who literally die for their love. They are tortured and abused by the other people on the ship because of their love, but their love is so strong they are willing to die for it. And it's amazing because you start a song called Gay Pirates. It's just going to be this cute, quirky, and it's like, no, it's this is genuine, deep love.
The first time I heard it, I was not ready for that. It hit me right in the feels.
Right in the feels.
Yeah. Kirsten was saying their vodka just won another medal for being the best in Australia. Damn straight. It is good vodka.
Yeah, because Abigail, you got the vodka. And because I do the joke on my YouTube channel, Angry Cocktails. I have a series of videos called Vodka is Bullshit. And all I mean is in terms of cocktail ingredient, all vodka does is get you drunk. It doesn't add flavor. But if you like drinking vodka, if you like quality vodkas for sipping or drinking, that's a completely different thing. And there are good vodkas for sipping and there are bad vodkas. But when I say vodka's bullshit, I'm literally just meaning in terms of a cocktail. Vodka doesn't contribute flavor. It's just getting drunk.
Do you think then you could take the Pepsi challenge on a vodka versus a placebo, or like a control mocktail?
a good vodka like Archie Rose vodka or Crystal Head vodka is nice versus like Stolly or any of the
Yeah, but I call them the turpentine section
yes,
of vodka.
yes,
Yeah,
and it's absolutely and
because they do actually change the taste of a cocktail for
they
the
do.
worse. Like,
yeah, no, it's
yeah,
just fucking shit. It's just fucking shit.
yeah. But
But even gin,
I'd be willing to take the Pepsi challenge, like even with just a simple screwdriver, just plain orange juice and one with vodka. Blind experiment. See which one. See if you can pick which one. We should do that.
Yep. What I want to do that I haven't done yet, because I've been reading some stuff on, apparently potato vodka has a really different sort of mouthfeel and consistency to grain vodkas.
Okay.
And since I read that, I thought, yeah, man, I want to find a really good quality potato vodka and taste that next to a grain vodka. Because we've been led to this thing that potato is a vodka thing, and it's not. Most vodkas are actually grain spirits. The potato vodkas are actually a minority, but apparently they're a bit more viscous and they have a different sort of mouthfeel. So I want to get a really good quality potato vodka and try that.
Maybe when we finally get to go to Elysian, they might have something.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Okay. For people who are missing it, if anyone watches this back, Abigail lives across the fucking road.
Literally, yes.
Across the road from a whiskey bar that we almost went to. One day today is the day we're going to, and we rocked up, and the dude at the door went, "Oh no, there's a private fucking function on tonight," and we're like, "Oh, okay, cool, fuck shit." But apparently they've got one or two vodkas, and it's a whiskey bar. We thought, okay, so if a whiskey bar thinks one or two vodkas are worth having on the menu, we want to try the fucking vodka that they think is worth having on the menu.
For sure.
Absolutely. What's Kirsten saying? Chase Distillery out of the UK's potato vodka.
There's a potato vodka made in Tassie, and Chase Distillery is also potato vodka.
Yeah, so I've read a few things about how potato vodka is a completely different sort of viscosity and mouthfeel. Grain vodkas. Most of the vodkas are grain vodkas, but potato vodkas have a whole different feel. So I want to find a really good quality potato vodka and try that and see what it's like. Because I mean, it's kind of like
same. I'm super curious.
It's like a joke I have on my YouTube channel where I do things where I say vodka is bullshit, and I take a really popular cocktail that is traditionally a vodka cocktail, and I make it with every spirit apart from vodka.
Yes, I still remember the Cosmopolitan.
Yes, the Cosmo's a classic.
The Cosmos, yeah.
Yeah, because a Cosmo was classically with vodka, and I made it with white rum, with tequila, and what was the other thing? Did I make it with a whiskey or something?
I think so.
I think
you made four in honor of Sex and the City.
It was some anniversary for Sex and the City, and I made this whole thing of a Cosmo with vodka is a carry. Carry is the default. It's what you expect, and it's honestly overrated. A gin one was Miranda, which is honestly, it's a bit classy and it's a bit more sophisticated. And a rum one was I forget, what are the Sex and the City names?
I dated someone once who dragged me to the Sex and the City movie. I had never seen an episode.
Yeah.
and I've still never seen an episode. Like, I just never watched it. It's not my thing. And I still don't know their names. And I
Yeah.
had to watch this movie because
Yeah.
I was dating someone who wanted to watch it.
My
Things you
favorite
do.
was Tequila was a Samantha. Samantha was older than the others, and she was the one who just liked to fuck, basically. And it's like, yeah,
Okay.
Tequila, if you just like to fuck, Tequila is your drink.
I struggle to drink tequila. I feel like it's a fire in my mouth.
It
Like-
is. It is. And if you want a real fucking fire, fucking oh god, sorry, I'm more drunk than I think. I'm trying to think of tequilas. Mezcal.
Okay.
Mezcal is tequila's smokier cousin. And
Sure.
okay, next time you come over, something with mezcal.
Oh no. Okay.
Because what I used to say is mezcal. It's like drinking out of an ashtray, but nice. But I kind of adapted
Okay.
to mezcal is a bit more
You're not
like
selling it.
no,
you're
I
not
know,
selling it.
right? That's a terrible way to describe it. A better way is mezcal is a bit more like smoky barbecue.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Because mezcal is nice. And I don't mean like doing shots of mezcal. I mean finding something.
Which is in it. It's something that complements the taste of it. So.
Yes. And it is this.
Yep.
It to me, because the difference between tequila and mezcal, they're both made from the agave plant, which is a succulent. And but what mezcal is more, the agave is baked in an oven, so it picks up all these smoky flavors, but it's smoky. It's smoky like really high quality barbecue, and
Okay.
so mezcal is this really nice smoky, and I keep saying it as a joke. Yeah, how I used to describe mezcal to people, it's like drinking out of an ashtray, but nice. It's just,
So Kirsten is saying that Dave, the head distiller at Archeros, wants to make a potato vodka. It's on the R&D list.
oh fucking hell, Jesus! Kirsten working at fucking Archie Rose. They're incredible. At some point when we don't have any lockdown and whatnot, I'm definitely going to visit the Archie Rose distillery. Like, because we visited the Starwood distillery and they had those big stills. The because Kirsten has shared photos of the Archie Rose distillery. The stills at the Archie Rose distillery are like 4 times bigger than the Starwood.
Wow.
There was this one photo Kirsten shared of humans standing next to the still, and it's like the still is this big and the humans are this big.
Was this on Facebook?
Yeah, she shared it on Facebook or something.
Okay.
And it was just like the stills are this big and the humans are this big.
What is this? What is this? A still for ants?
A still for ants. That's what it is. It's like, what is this? A distillery for ants? Because we had that night when we visited the Starwood distillery, which is cool. But the Archie Rose distillery is like, it's kind of like we visited Patient Wolf is here, Starwood is here, and Archie Rose.
And Archie Rose. So is it? Was it 4 times in height or 4 times in volume?
Huge. Kirsten could probably say it, but the pictures she showed, the Archie Rose stills seem to be about 4 stories high.
Jeez. Okay. So if so the stills at Starwood were approximately 2 stories high. Like they just popped up.
Yeah, they were big.
But if these ones are 4 stories high, so that's 8 times the volume. Like that's massive.
Because like
stills at Archie Rose make the Starwood ones look like toys.
And our dude from Patient Wolf who talked us through the thing, like, you know, his still was tiny, and
Yep.
these Starwood stills were here, and the Archie Rose stills are like fucking here. It's like, okay, Starwood has a Starwood has
7,000 liter.
7,000 liter still. Jesus. That was so wild when we were there, and it was just this fucking warehouse full of stills,
full of
and
barrels. Yeah.
And then Kirsten said, "Oh yeah, this is not their main. The main storage warehouse is 4 times bigger than this." I was just like,
okay,
fuck.
so the big still at Archie Rose is 35,000 liters.
Fucking hell! Fuck yeah! See, that fits.
That's 5 times the volume.
Yeah, no, Kirsten showed a picture of human people standing next to the still, and the human people were this big, and the still was this big.
The human people,
as opposed to the non-human people.
The duck people.
The duck people are only this big. The human people are this big.
Yeah. And the stills were, yeah.
And the stills are this big. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
The little still is still 21,000 liters.
Fucking hell.
Still, it's bigger than the big still at Starwood.
Yeah. And because we're talking
it's 3 times bigger by volume.
And when you think about things like the Jack Daniels distillery in the US, which is again orders of magnitude bigger, because Jack Daniels is shipping this shit around the world.
They'd have to have like 100 stills that are 4 stories high at least.
Daniels. Yeah, no, Jack Daniels is fucking, because you look at what's the other thing? There's Jack Daniels, and what's the other name in the US? I don't even.
Jack Daniels and there's a few. There's like Southern Comfort, Wild Turkey.
But they talk about shit, and they go like
Jim Beam. Jim Beam's the other big one.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
And you get the shit where someone puts the bottles in a wax thing by hand, and it's like, no, you are doing tens of thousands of liters because it's going all around the world, and it's fucking crazy. Can you still have a distiller who makes these decisions?
Can you imagine how big their warehouse is to age the whiskey in barrels?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. Because it's even like, and this is the thing, I think it was Kirsten who woke me up to this relatively recently, like, because aged whiskey costs more. It's not necessarily, it's down to your palate. It's not necessarily a better tasting whiskey if it's a 30-year-old whiskey as opposed to a 3-year-old whiskey. But I just go, it's just rare. But it's also, if it's sitting on a fucking rack aging for 30 years, it's costing you 10 times more to do that. If you can just age something for 3 years and sell it, if you're aging something for 30 years, it's costing you 10 times more to keep that barrel on the rack for 30 years. So that's why it costs more. And because
you could have sold like 3 or 4 barrels worth of 3-year-old whiskey in the time that you had this one 10-year-old barrel.
10 barrels of it, and it's just like fucking. And I've even found recently from Costco, because I'm a Costco person. They sell bottles of whiskey for thousands of dollars, and it's because I looked at it, because I got an email from whiskey, and I clicked on it, and it was like $3,000 for a bottle of whiskey. It's like, oh, jeez. But it's a 40-year-old whiskey. It's a Scotch whiskey.
Damn.
And it's like, yeah, no, dude, they let that age for 40 fucking years, as opposed to 3 years. because that's the minimum in Scotch whiskey to age it for 3 years. To age it for 40 years is, oh my God, that is taking up space for the, and that's why it costs $3,000.
I remember my brother's first wedding. One of his don't get me started. First wedding, right. Don't get me started on my brother's weddings. Plus, he wouldn't appreciate me talking about it on the internet.
Of course not.
One of his mates brought a bottle of 20-year-old Scotch.
Yeah.
To the wedding, and he graciously gave me a glass of it, just you know, like a shot in a glass, and it was genuinely the nicest Scotch whiskey I had ever tasted to this day. It was really smooth. I could have just drunk a whole glass of it.
Oh fuck yeah.
It was so smooth, and I'm quite partial to Scotch. I like that peaty Scotch, and this was just so smooth. So I mean, maybe I have a taste for 20-year-old Scotch. It seems
absolutely. Yeah, I laugh because way back, like a long time back, when I was at uni, my girlfriend, in fact, my first serious girlfriend, which we can equate with the first person I fucked.
Okay.
When I was at uni, because my Catholic guilt stopped me having actual sex till I was away from my parents and I was at uni. But she was English, and when we were talking about, I didn't actually drink alcohol at this point, and she was like, "Oh no, okay, all these things about aged whiskey." She liked whiskey that was aged to the absolute minimum because she's like, "Yeah, that shit kicks you in the fucking head." It's like.
To each their own.
If that's what she wants. She said her favorite was this stuff called Rob Roy that was only aged 3 years, which was the minimum. And she was just like, because you take a shot of that and it kicks you in the fucking head when you take it.
It's like those Fisherman's Friend ads.
Oh yeah, the old Fisherman's Friend ad. Yes.
So Kirsten's got some more distillery facts or Archie Rose facts. The gin still at Patient Wolf is 1,000 liters, and the R&D still at Archie Rose is 500 liters. But the big one is 3,000 liters.
Yeah. And
so I assume you're talking about the R&D stills there.
Yeah,
which is like they have stills just for R&D, which is
I fucking love that, and that's the same shit. Like I've got 3 different limited edition Starwood ones. It's like they're making this stuff in the market, but they're also like, what if I do some weird shit that not everyone will like, and I'll just say, but also 1,000 liters. So that's if you're talking about a 700. Or 750
That's
ml.
tiny.
That's only 1,500 bottles. That's fucking tiny. That shit sells out in a fucking heartbeat. You go, we've got this limited edition. We did a thing where we fucked around and did this, and everyone goes, "Fuck yeah, I'm buying that." And it's like, bam, it's gone. It's like fucking shit.
Well, it's pretty cool that they have like production stills and a couple of smaller ones just to try new things. Like, that's how progress is made.
Yeah,
I think that's really cool, and it's something I'd never considered before.
Yeah, and that's what I love about fucking artisan spirits. And like I do the jokes about saying, vodka's bullshit, but a bunch of Australian distillers go with a vodka like, no, I'm going to really put some effort into this and make an incredibly unique drink that's a neutral spirit, a vodka, but it's incredibly individual. And if you take a sip of it, you go, that is a special drink. That is a special drink.
Yeah. Drink. So I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, you do that.
But I'm also kind of, it's like 1:30 in the morning, and I'm getting like I've stopped crocheting, and I'm getting kind of tired. So I might.
It is 1:30. I'm okay if we
Yeah.
say that's it for the night.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Because also you're hella drunk.
I'm fucking
And-
hella drunk. I am fucking
and
hella drunk.
and we like, I mean, as much as I love Kirsten and Mega Leech still hanging on there,
Mm.
I need to sleep because
Yeah.
otherwise, because with chronic fatigue, you're gonna have to sleep. Otherwise, you just 4 times as fucked the next day. It's like a square, square root.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what's this? The law, the shit. I've had too much to drink.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Fuck.
That's the thing.
What? Oh, damn.
I'm putting my
Oh,
headgear on.
look at that. You're putting it on early before
I'm
you
an
take your
elephant.
tie off.
I'm an elephant.
Yep. I'm
All right.
gonna
So-
wear 2 sets of glasses then. If
Yeah.
you're gonna do that, I'm gonna wear my reading glasses on top of my regular glasses and inverse square law. Thank you, Mega Leech. Thank you.
So
On
tomorrow
top of
night
it, you
is
obviously see. I don't have to use math very much in my field. That's the thing. Kirsten needs to go to bed too.
yeah.
I sometimes have to use probability
Yeah.
in my field, or lambda calculus, which is
Yeah.
but good night, Kirsten. I
All
don't
right.
have to use complex math in my
Yeah.
field very often.
So
Anyway, good night,
Saturday-
Sir Angry.
yep, Saturday night is not date night, so it's not a live stream. Won't
Cool.
necessarily be as long as this. We've gone to 1:30 a.m. because we're fucking lunatics.
Yep.
We'll see. So I need to do one more video for my YouTube channel. I know what I'm going
I'm
to
gonna
do.
put on my VR headset
VR headset?
sideways as well.
I just feel like Mr. Snuffleupagus when I wear this.
Well, I'm feeling some solidarity for doing shit, because you're doing
Yeah.
shit with
we're doing shit.
devices. So I'm wearing a headset, VR headset as a hat.
Yeah.
Cool hat.
So it's bedtime. I'm going to go to bed.
I so hope that Locust Trooper catches a shot of this.
Oh my god.
He's
Fucking
still
no.
going. Like, I haven't
Fucking
watched any of his videos, but
No.
yeah, I'm not
Like,
going to give him oxygen, but
dude,
it's so
you
funny
don't-
that it's this
Those are
pathetic
like,
loser.
Dude, if you
Yeah.
do not get that we don't give a fucking shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyway, live long and prosper. Good night.
Come out. We'll be back tomorrow night. Possibly more sane, possibly less sane. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows?
Who knows?
Who fucking
I
knows?
could be wearing a onesie.
Who knows?
I don't even own a onesie.
It
Who
could
knows?
be anything. It could be, but fuck it. I'm going.
And
to
look,
bed.
lockdown has me going crazy.
Yeah.
So
No,
good
we are
night.
fucked up with lockdown.